so many. Buri muntu.
So you are very safe.
Buri muntu ati amagambo omuntu anduya. You know the other day I went to the bank. Wanda. I looked at it. I said, yo, sorry.
Why remember over here?
I don't know, Kampala, Housing Finance.
I don't know who that.
Then again, I went to Kapchora. When I reached Kapchora during the regional launch of Array Sita, some woman comes to me, is an education. She says, you sir, I got the information. You wanted some research about the processes of having the university. And the one that you have been looking for. I've never looked for one academic. Oh, I got the information that you're looking for in your Prayer.
Almighty God, who in infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to welcome you to today's sitting. And as I communicated the other time about the Right Honorable Jacob Olanya, Honorable Jacob Olanya is now in a very good He has been able to talk to a number of you. I can comfortably tell you people that God is good. Today we shall be paying tribute to the late Father Simon Lokodo. Let's pay him a befitting tribute in a non-partisan manner to this fallen son of Uganda and a very diligent servant of the Catholic Church and Uganda. Father Lokodo was in the 10th Parliament with us here. He was such a humorous person. He represented the people of Kabongo district and also served this country as a minister of ethics and integrity. So today we'll pay him tribute in this house as we make the family, comfort the family, and as we pray the family and may his soul rest in eternal peace. May we stand up to observe a moment of silence for him.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Next item. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I stand on a procedural matter, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, about 3 weeks ago, all of us may remember, we had a police officer who was attacked during the time when he was performing his duty and he lost his leg. Right Honorable Speaker, you delegated me to go and visit these people in hospital, and the family has been on my neck. The government chief whip committed himself here, and today I'm seeing the Minister of Internal Affairs around. Right Honorable Speaker, he left, he's no longer in. I was still thinking of Honorable Bigger Kanya being Minister of Internal Affairs. Right Honorable Speaker, would need to be procedurally right, because the 2 weeks the government chief whip committed himself ended. Would need to be procedurally right if government came up and gave Ugandans and this family an answer to their issue and to all of us to our satisfactions, that people know that we handle their matters urgently.
Thank you, Commissioner. I took up that issue myself. I sent the commissioner to see the patient, and my good government chief whip had promised was going to check on the patient too and give us a feedback, and also a report from government on what is being done. That what happened to that gentleman was very, very unfortunate. So can we have a response from government?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I was joking with my brother Solomon. I called him to take me to where the patient is. He told me he's in Bujiri. I didn't know where to start from. I was stuck. Up to now, Solomon, if today evening we finish here, I think it would be good if you take me so that we fulfill what we promised the speaker. But Right Honorable Speaker, at the next convenient time, you give us space on the order paper, we shall come here and make a statement. It's ready for me.
So can we give you space for Tuesday?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Much obliged.
Members, today it has happened to that police officer. Tomorrow it will happen to somebody else. Just imagine that is your son, that is your brother, that is your father. We all don't know the police officer, but to date, he cannot even take his children to school. The young man is suffering. So let's have a solution. Members in the public gallery, we have this afternoon, we have Miss Fiona Rwandarunga and Miss Elizabeth Wanyama from Sewagude Kalema and Company Advocates. They have come to observe the proceedings of this house. Please join me in welcoming them. Young ladies, where are you? Thank you, they are here. Wait, we have not seen the ladies. They are behind you. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming over. Next item.
Laying of papers. The Uganda Human Rights Commission 21st Annual Report.
Procedure? Yes, procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, usually you accommodate your members to raise matters of urgent national importance. And Madam Speaker, I thought that even today it would be the same thing. The procedure matter I'm raising is that it would be procedure right if you accommodated a few matters of national importance, Right Honorable Speaker. Like personally, I have some two itching ones. And Madam Speaker, this being my maiden speak.
I wish I was you being a maiden speech, you would have already mentioned what you wanted to mention.
Thank you.
And honorable members, kindly bear with me. You know how much I love my members to raise matters of national importance. But the group that has come from Karamoja is supposed to go back to Karamoja. Bear with me. After we are done with the proceedings, we will have matters of national importance. But for you, you raise up because you already stood up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, Namutumba District, and specifically Busiki County, has been hit by a strange disease whereby children below the age of 12 years are being attacked by that strange disease. They urinate blood for 2 days, they cough blood for 2 days, and they become anemia, and they end up dying. In a spare of just 1 month, we've lost over 70 children. And up to now, the doctors in the district are still puzzled. They don't know what to do. And I am afraid that this strange disease may spread over the entire country. Madam Speaker, I seek for your indulgence on that matter. And Madam Speaker, the other matter regards a bridge that is being constructed that joins Busiki constituency with Bunyore West. A government appropriated money for the construction of that bridge. The same was supposed to be completed last year, but to date it has not been completed. It is about 80% performed, and apparently UNRA has deliberately refused to pay the contractor, and the contractor has demobilized, and he has taken away all the equipment. Madam Speaker, I seek for your indulgence.
Thank you, Namutumba, Government Chief Whip. There's a strange disease. Maybe Dr. Chris would be.
Right, Honorable, that's what I was going to say, that Honorable Chris will help on the issue of the medical, because he's well positioned in that area. But on the one of bridge, right, Honorable Speaker, I want to put it on record that government cannot and will not and will never deliberately refuse to pay a contractor whom they contracted. We can run short of money, but for the word deliberately, we cannot, because we'd be breaching our very own contract. So I'm going to link up with the Minister of Works and Honorable Akamba. We meet so that we ensure this matter is resolved. Honorable Jones can take
And the
on.
word deliberately refusing to pay the contractor is a little harsh on government, but what we can do is to find out what is the issue, why is the contractor out of the road, and what is the problem with the UNRA. If it is an issue of money, then we'll make a provision for that. So it can't be deliberate refusal. So we'll make a follow-up on that and then give you a feedback. Right to Madam Kajina, copy to the member and get the minister. Yes, health.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank the Honorable Member Akamba Paul for raising the issue of the death of children. That's a very strong issue. If they have lost over 70 children in a short period, it's very unfortunate. And we convey our condolences to the family that have lost the children. Ordinarily, the district health officer should have gotten in touch with the Minister of Health, and by now a team should have gone on the ground to assess. In my mind, I have what we call differential diagnosis. The disease, I think, could be responsible, but I will not delve into that. So what I'm going to do, Honorable Kamba Paul is going to give me the number of the DHO, District Health Officer. I am going to move out and call him to get more facts. And I also call the Minister of Health or the Director General of Health Services to establish whether they already know and if there are any steps that have been taken. If there is any useful information in terms of progress, I will come back and request for time. Then I respond. But if they haven't gotten in touch, the Minister of Health, then we shall request them to move on the ground. And on Tuesday, the Minister of Health should come and give us the update in terms of what the ministry has done and what the actual problem is. But I'm going to call on the phone, and if I get any useful information, I will come back and update the House.
Honorable Chris, thank you for their prompt response. Honorable Kamba and Honorable Chris, can you go out and sort out that issue and report back? Honorable members, in the VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of senators from the upper house of the Parliament of Democratic Republic of Congo. These senators include, I may not be able to read all the other names, but I can say at least one name. Honorable Ukamba, who is the head of delegation. Honorable Ukamba, welcome. Welcome to Parliament of Uganda. Honorable Nesta. Honorable Nesta. You're most welcome. Honorable Tibasima. Honorable Tibasim Ateny, you're most welcome. Honorable Jim Perrier, Anita, you're most welcome. Honorable, that was Honorable Jean. Then there is Honorable Anita Zeta. Honorable Anita, you're most welcome. And you are the Speaker of this House. Honorable Alphonse, welcome. Ambassador Jean, welcome. That is a delegation from the Republic of Uganda. I mean, Republic of Congo. The team had a meeting with me before we came in, and the team has some issues on how we can strengthen on security between Uganda and Congo, especially at the border, on the issue of collaboration between the members of parliament of Uganda and DRC, on the issue of the business, how we can improve on business between Congo and Uganda, and then on the issue of our security personnel beating people at Lake Albert when they are doing fishing. Those are the 4 issues that have brought them here. And I committed myself that this is a very able parliament who will handle all those things as per their requests. Thank you, welcome, thank you for coming. Next item.
Laying of papers.
Laying of papers, Honorable Commissioner.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the 21st annual report 2018 of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. I beg to lay.
Thank you. I refer the annual report to the Committee of Human Rights for consideration and report back to this House. Thank you.
Item 4, motion for a resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo for his dedicated and patriotic service to the Republic of Uganda.
Members, as I told you earlier on, we are going to pay tribute to our own Father Lokodo, who passed on in Geneva. And without really preempting what the mover is going to present as a leader of government business, Father Lokodo was a friend to everybody in this house, was so humorous, and he worked well with everybody in 10th Parliament. He was a minister of ethics and integrity, and will dearly miss Father Lokodo, because every time we felt we had somebody we could go and joke with, and that was Lokodo for you. We miss him, and may he so rest in eternal peace. Prime Minister, Prime Minister says something. The family of Father Lokodo who are here, we have Lokwang Aldo, a brother to the late, Loge Michael, a nephew to the late, Lokodo John Bosco, a nephew to the late, Lokwang Alfred, a nephew to the late, Lotan Jackson, a cousin to the late, Achelai Chris Kizito Sisto, a cousin to the late, Lomodo Francis, a nephew to the late, Acom Julius, a cousin to the late, Lokomin Peter Fred, a nephew to the late, Dida Romeo, a nephew to the late, Narei Lillian Francis, a niece to the late, Locha John, nephew to the late, Timat Anna, a niece to the late. They are here to listen to the motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the Lord Honorable. You're all most welcome and thank you for coming. Yes, leader of government business.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm reading a motion on behalf of the Prime Minister. Motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo for his dedicated and patriotic service to the Republic of Uganda. Moved under the Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas the Parliament of Uganda received with deep sorrow the sad news of the death of Honorable Father Simon Lokodo, which occurred on Saturday, 29th January 2022 in Geneva, Switzerland. Aware that Honorable Father Lokodo served in various capacities, both pastoral and political, in Uganda and internationally, including being a minister, member of Parliament, and a member of the Human Rights Commission with a distinguished career. Recognizing that Honorable Father Simon Lokodo's notable service in key positions of responsibility include at Kabong Catholic Parish, Moroto Diocese from 1987 to 1994. 95. B, the in charge of lay apostolate in Moroto Diocese from 1991 to 1995. C, coordinator of social services and development at the Cotido Diocese from 1991 to 1994.
Honorable members, for those who didn't know Father Lokodo, you can just check the pictures are there.
B, parish priest of Karenga Catholic Parish, Cotido Diocese from 2000 to 2006. E, member of Parliament for the Dorset County, Kabong District from 2006 to 2011. F, Vice Chancellor, Vice Chairman on government assurances from 2008 to 2009. G, Minister of State for Industry and Technology from 2009 to 2011. H, Member of Parliament for the North West Constituency, Arang District from 2011 to 2021. I, Minister of Ethics and Integrity from 2011 to 2021. J, Chairman of the Interagency Forum which coordinates government efforts in the fight against corruption from 2011 to 2021. K, executive member representing Africa on the International Authorities Against Corruption Association from 2013 to 2021. And L, the member of Uganda Human Rights Commission from 2021 until the day he passed on. Appreciating that Honorable Father Simon Lokodo served Uganda with dedication and patriotism. He was a strong advocate of family values and morals through the Ministry of Ethics and Integrity, as well as contributed to develop in Karamoja sub-region. Now, therefore, be it resolved one, that the Parliament collectively convey its deep condolences to the bereaved family, relatives, friends, and the people of Uganda for the loss of distinguished and gallant citizens of this country. And the two, Parliament recognizes and appreciates the contribution that the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo rendered to this country. I beg to move.
Thank you so much, General Ali. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by the whole House, Honorable Lanyo, Honorable Silvanyi, Dag, Honorable Kafusi, Obiga, Honorable Biga, Honorable Okasai, Honorable Abe, Honorable Elijah, Honorable Faith Nakut, Honorable Nsereko, Honorable Chairman of Karamoja Parliamentary Union, by the whole House, Honorable Ik Ilare, and the woman MP of the area. Thank you so much. Would you like to speak to your motion briefly, or you have already spoken?
I must justify what I said. Justification for the resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo. Right Honorable Speaker, on 29th January 2022, we received the sad news of the death of Honorable Father Simon Lokodo. He died while on official duty in Geneva, Switzerland. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Father Lokodo attended St. Mary's Seminary, Nadiket, in Moroto district. In 1985, we obtained the bachelor's degree in theology from Urban University of Rome, Italy. In 1986, he was ordained a Roman Catholic priest. In 1996, Father Lokodo obtained a Master of Arts in Biblical Theology, Urban University of Rome, Italy. Besides his native language, Honorable Father Lokodo speaks or spoke Italian, French, German, Spanish, and English. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Father Lokodo was a priest, parish priest of Gabon Parish in Catholic Church of Cotido. Diocese rather, Catholic Diocese of Cotido. From 2006 to 2021, of Parliament for the Dos County, Gabon District. In February 2009, Honorable Father Lokodo was appointed as the Minister of State for Industry and Technology. In May 2011, Honorable Father Lokodo was appointed Minister of State for Ethics and Integrity. In 2021, until his death, Honorable Father Lokodo was a commissioner of Uganda Human Rights Commission. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Father Lokodo was a dedicated advocate of good morals, high family values, and decency. As a Minister of Ethics and Integrity, he formulated a pornography control committee and pushed for an anti-pornography law as well as a marriage and domestic relations bill. Honorable Father Lokodo was also an anti-corruption crusader who promoted zero tolerance to corruption. In July 2021, the Inspectorate of Government, Honorable Father Lokodo, honored Father Lokodo for founding the Interagency Forum, an alliance in fighting corruption and other financial crimes. Honorable Father Lokodo worked hard to constitute the leadership code tribunal and played a key role in the amendment of the Leadership Code Act. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Father Lokodo will always be remembered as a passionate servant of God and a leader who fought for good morals. We extend our sincere sympathies and condolences to the family, church, Karamoja region, and the people of Uganda. May he so rest in eternal peace.
Thank you.
For God and my God.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leader of Government Business. Elijah, Honorable Elijah Okupa de Seconda. General, thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to second the motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo for his dedicated and patriotic service to the Republic of Uganda, as moved by the Bill of Government Business. Madam Speaker, allow me, on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Kasilo and the people of Teso, who, for the reasons is known to this House, that the majority of the leaders from Teso are in Teso, preparations for the burial of Papa Emor, but asked me to convey heartfelt condolences to the family and to the people of Karamoja, who are our uncles, and to the country live. We are together with you in this difficult time. Madam Speaker, personally, Honorable Lokodo found me in this house in the 9th Parliament, in the 10th Parliament. I've interacted with him. As somebody who loved this country, at one time when we're joking with him, I say, why did you leave the work of God and come now to live? He told me, this is also the work of God. And you will see. So I'm not surprised that Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Lokodo died while he had gone to attend a conference to defend the morals and the human rights issues of this country. Right Honorable Speaker, to me, again, it was not a surprise. But what is disheartening to me is after the demise of Father Lokodo, when I got the news that morning, I would have been one of those first people in this country, because I called Honorable Dr. Chris Barrymore to try to confirm. He said, yeah, I have not yet heard. But within 2 minutes, I received a message from the Human Rights Commission. I was able to relay information to him. So everybody, every right-thinking Ugandan felt they have lost a true Ugandan, a person who fought for the morals. But what is disappointing is some people went on social media celebrating, attacking the dead. What has happened to Ugandans? What has happened to our morals? Why would one go on the social media to attack a person of Honorable Lokodo, who fought for the morals of this country? When we had the issues here about the anti-homosexuality bill, he stood firm and stood by his word, because that's what he stood for when he was in the church, when he was here. But some, for whatever reasons, opted for that. What we can only say, may God forgive them, because they don't know, and they only deserve to repent. Right Honorable Speaker, serving with the Honorable Lokodo in this house, like you have heard, he was very instrumental when we were doing amendments to the leadership code, because he saw when he was in that ministry how corruption eroded this country. So he felt one of the contributions he could make was through making an amendment to the leadership code, which he spearheaded, and this house passed it. And we remember him for that. The anti-pornography law, he was again very, very instrumental. When the matter came under Honorable Kiwanda, the issue of the Miss Kavi, he was not supportive to it because he thought it was not moral. But it was not moral. It was not moral to have such a beauty contest in this country. There was this issue of the nyege. Everyone will remember Honorable Lokodo on his stand on that position, because he wanted Ugandans, he wanted the children of this country to grow up when they are morally upright. And I think we should carry that legacy and be able to instill discipline and good moral values to our children. That Honorable Speaker, I hope at an appointed time, Dr. Chris Barrymore will give us the full medical report on the cause of his death. Because there are so many theories, studies on what caused his death. Of course, what we have read in the papers, but we shall hear and get a communication formally from the medical fraternity, such that we are put to rest with what really took the life of Father Simon Lokodo. So, Right Honorable Speaker, once again, I want to say, may the soul of Father Simon Lokodo rest in eternal peace forever. Thank you so much. Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you, Honorable Elijah. For members who are new in this parliament, one thing I should tell you that Father Lokodo was that very consistent person with what he wanted. He said the Catholic Church did not want him to be a politician, but he said, I'm going for it. And indeed, he went for it. Even when he was a member of parliament, he still continued to uphold the Catholic Church morals and values as the minister of ethics and integrity. I remember when Father Lokodo would start harassing people putting on miniskirts. You would not want to see anybody in a miniskirt, whether an MP. You would, even in the parliament, nobody would put on a miniskirt. So that was Father Lokodo for you. And Father Lokodo was the one who brought first of all, he hated homosexuality. He really hated homosexuality, and he used to campaign against it, and we'll really remember him for that. He hated FGM. He also hated that thing of forced early marriages. He would talk openly. Vanyakun.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support the motion and thank my Papa, Moses Ali, for moving the motion, and also my brother Okupa. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking here to let the nation that Karamoja has lost somebody who made us to be known in good morals, in all the disciplines that Lokodo tried to instill in institutions, including this parliament. When we heard the news, we were very saddened. We got so shocked because we didn't expect him to die that soon. It was so fast, the news to get to know. But we as a region, Karamoja lost a man. By the time they call you a man in Karamoja, there is a checklist that you have to qualify to be called a man. When I say Lokodo died as a man, he supported the entire region, not only Karenga, where it comes from, the services of education. He took so many children when he was still a Catholic priest, not even a member of parliament, not even a minister. He took them and educated them. He got for them scholarships from all the Italian connections that he had when he studied there. So we got some good support in terms of education from him. When he became a minister, we saw it very well. The morals, the cultural values that Lokodo was teaching Ugandans, just know that's what a Karamojong is. We still value the morals. We still value which part of this country is still valuing all those. It is from what Lokodo was bringing. It's from people who come from Karamoja. I stand here very proud being a Karamojong and also being a person who comes from the same region with him. Lokodo left a very big responsibility. But I saw in the social media also, there are a lot of ring fences going on. We as a region, we are also asking this government to give us back that position of a member of the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Let it remain in Karamoja. We have educated people there who can be in position to take up that position. We are not talking about other big things, but we are very few educated Karamojongs, by the way. We are very few, but we
Honorable
also have.
members, order. That is somebody's opinion.
That is my opinion.
And have respect for everybody's opinion.
Thank you for your
Didn't
protection.
Didn't you see people from Kigezi ring fencing governor? So if Karamoja is ring fencing, what's wrong with it?
Thank you for your protection, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it demoralizes when you hear fellow colleagues, members of parliament making that level of noise. That is what Lokodo was still telling us to have, morals. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. I know everyone in this house was touched the other way or the other by Lokodo. Father Lokodo touched me personally. He came to my family in 1990, I think 2004. He told me, I want to take your daughter to be given a scholarship. Right, Honorable Speaker, where I was living was not a conducive place to take a picture. The most funny thing, we had to go from Bale senior quarters to Namatala to look for a manyata where we were able to smear my small daughter with some ashes to look like she's really from a deep village. That's how he touched me. He touched my family because he wanted also to support me to take my daughter to school for her to get a scholarship. We are going to miss him as a region, and I repeat, let that position be given to Karamoja. I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Esther Anyakun. The secondary asked for a report from the doctor, the only doctor in the house. A doctor of medicine. I'm not saying the other doctors.
Thank you very much.
He's a gynecologist, by the way.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I stand here to second and support the motion that we pay tribute to our foreign colleague. Let me first clarify that I didn't get a copy of the postmortem report, but I went for burial in Karamoja, and the information which was given to us by the Uganda Human Rights Commission is that Father Lokodo had traveled to Geneva to represent the commission, leading a team. And while the conference was going on, he began feeling unwell and went downhill. And then he was rushed to the hospital, but he had a cough, flu, and he didn't survive for long in the hospital. He died. But I didn't look at the postmortem report, but we can say he died of natural causes. But I think the report was given to the family. Maybe now that the Honorable Cooper has raised it, I will liaise with the family and look at it and see whether there are specific details. Right Honorable Speaker, I went to Karamoja and I delivered your message as our speaker, and was very visible and palpable. You could really feel that the people of Karamoja have lost a very great son. People wailed, children cried, to the point of almost disrupting the funeral service. And when we inquired why the wailing was very heavy, among other reasons, we discovered that Father Lokodo was spending all his emoluments and payments and earnings to help the underprivileged and the orphans, especially in the greater Karamoja. And people were so saddened. Actually, they made a request to us who represented the government, that where shall we put all these children and young people that were being supported by Father Lokodo to access education in secondary school, in the university, and so forth. So it's a question which we came back with. So I want to thank the Lord for the life of Father Lokodo, who was with us here in Parliament. And we pray that God receives him and gives him eternal rest. The body took time in Geneva, and by the time it arrived, I think the family and the church arranged on a date to have the funeral service and burial, which was quite short, and we didn't pay tribute in this house. And there has been speculation and a lot of talk on social media that the government didn't accord the respect to Father Lokodo, and I want to clarify that no. The Uganda Human Rights Commission, working with the family, agreed on the dates, and the time was so short between when the body arrived and the burial, but it had already been agreed, and I communicated it in the Karamoja that we shall pay tribute in the house. And I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, that we have got this chance and opportunity to pay tribute. And also to clarify that the government met all the funeral expenses, including paying the medical bill in Geneva, bringing back the body, and all the expenses. His Excellency the President released over 400 million shillings to cater for all these arrangements. So we want to clarify to the public.
Thank you, Dr.
Before I finish, Madam Speaker, Father Lokodo was with us in this house. When he was made a minister, the church requested him to choose whether to remain a church minister or a government minister. And yes, he said, remember we discussed it, he said, I am here to serve the people of God. And he continued as a government minister. I remember we sat, for information, I was also training to become a priest, but I didn't reach his level. We shared a verse in the Bible, which is recorded in the book of Psalms, chapter 110, verse 4, which says, the Lord has made his vows, and he shall not withdraw them. You are a priest forever. You are a priest of the order of Melchizedek. For those of you who read the Bible, Melchizedek was a king and a priest. And therefore, when Father Lokodo remained in Parliament and the minister, he remained serving as a true priest and a true politician. And that's why if there was time, we would give testimony about his achievements and what he stood for. And particularly, he wanted a moral society, a society which is based on morality, ethics, integrity, professionalism, and we shall dearly miss him. But we thank him. We thank the people of Karamoja who gave us Father Lokodo, and he did a great work the time he was in Parliament and the Cabinet, and also when he had joined the Human Rights Commission. May the soul of Father Lokodo rest in eternal peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chris. As you've said, on top of being a Reverend Father, he was a politician, he was a rightist, and he was a moralist. Father, Doctor, can you first give us a feedback on what we sent you for? Because we are dealing with health.
Yes, we are dealing with the death and the sickness, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Akamba Paul had earlier raised an issue that there is a strange disease in his district and constituency that has killed a number of children below 12 years. And I pledged to move and do consultations. I spoke, first of all, Honorable Akamba, it's true, he raised the issue with the district health officer. But when I spoke to the district health officer, it sounded strange that he had not taken any steps to check. And he was saying, are you sure the children are dying? And then I spoke to the mayor of Namutumba Town Council, the sub-county chairperson of Namutumba sub-county, and the district chairperson, who all confirmed that there is a strange disease that is killing children. Actually, the chairperson of Namutumba sub-county said about 10 children in this sub-county have died. Said he knows a family which has lost 3 children. And he says out of like 10 children they send to Mbale, about 7 or 8 die. So from the political leadership, the problem is there. I since talked to the Minister of Health, and she said no report had come from the district, but we agreed that she's going to link with the DHO and send her team, and on the Tuesday, she will bring a report, but she agreed
Thank you.
she will take action to ensure that something is done.
Can
First of
you-
all, to
can-
identify
can-
what the disease is.
Just
and then-
before you finish, can you also take an action on the DHO? Because we don't want these laissez-faire civil servants.
Absolutely, we shall follow it up because I was not happy with him. That's not how we are trained as doctors. Because even if he's only one, attended to it. So action will be taken, and the Honorable Minister of Health will bring a report here early
Thank you.
next week on Tuesday.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nakut.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to join my colleagues to pay tribute to the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo. We miss him dearly as the people of Karamoja. I first knew Father Simon Lokodo when he was our priest in Kangole SS. And then when he joined politics in 2006 and 2007, he was a peace-loving man. In 2007, government decided to do a disarmament exercise in Karamoja. Although Father Simon was new in politics, he
Members,
took up
2 minutes, 2 minutes.
he took up the initiative to provide strategic direction. In a meeting I attended in Kotido in 2007, he helped coordinate the Karamoja that was successful. The region enjoyed peace for 10 years after that. You are aware, Right Honorable Speaker, that as we speak now, Karamoja is back to the insecurity, and we need the peace that we needed most. And at such a time, we have lost a man that we needed the most. I don't think in our team as leaders of Karamoja now, we have somebody who can be both a priest and a politician to midwife the reconciliation and the peace that we need. On the 8th, we buried Father Lokodo. On that day, Right Honorable Speaker, this parliament was discussing a matter of security concerning the security of our neighbors, that the Karamojongs were causing insecurity to neighbors. We were all absent because we were burying Father Lokodo. The matter of peace and security is not something that we
Honorable Faith, can you limit yours to a paying tribute? The issue of peace, the issue of the neighbors is going to come as a report.
All right, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I cry like this because we are missing a man who was instrumental in the fight for the peace that we need now. I see a gap that has been left. And so I would request this parliament that as a gift for remembrance of Father Lokodo, let's do the neighbors of Karamoja, but to Karamoja also. We have people who are acting. May the soul of Father Lokodo rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, thank you. Dr. Bey? I'm coming.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise up to support the motion. Indeed, we have lost a true man of God. I first got to know Reverend Father Lokodo when I was in the youth politics. We came to meet him and invite him to address the young people during a conference. He never hesitated. He came and talked to these young people, inspired them, asked them to love God and also love their country. That day, I got inspired. I knew Reverend Father Lokodo for being an honest man and straightforward. He wouldn't bend his head, whether he's pleasing you or not, he will tell you facts. And that is the man that we have lost. Reverend Father Lokodo loved children. His love for children and the widow and the orphans was too much. One time I met him in Gulu on his way to his village. He had over 6 children in the car. I asked him, where are you going with all these children? He told me, those are the people that give me hope every day to live, and I work for them. This was a very strong statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, St. John and Eluom Day was celebrated yesterday. This is an annual event every year. When Reverend Father Lokodo was the Minister for Ethics, he put in all his energy. Is organized well. Yesterday, I was disappointed. I felt the loss of Reverend Father Lokodo, and I wish he was there. He would have done more. Right, Honorable Speaker, we were thanking Reverend Father Lokodo for standing firm and speaking against all the misconducts in the country. But I also want to tell Right Honorable Speaker that Reverend Father Lokodo also suffered from the social media insults. And today I pray that this should come to an end. Yesterday, the bishop, while preaching, noted and said he's very disappointed with how the members of parliament go on social media to use vulgar words, to insult their leaders. This is something that if Reverend Father Lokodo was alive, he wouldn't want to see such a thing. Learn to respect each other. This was a message from the bishop, and he inserted it like 3 times. Right, Honorable Speaker, I pray that this August House lives to the test of an ethical representation, whether you are in this parliament or outside the parliament. And that is something that we would call ethical behavior. And that's what our people would want to see from our leaders. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Hilary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity.
2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I join my colleagues and people of Karamoja and the rest of the Ugandans in mourning and paying tribute to the fallen hero, honorable colleague, true son from Karamoja, son of Uganda and senior citizen, national and international figure, for contributing immensely to the nation, a patriot, human rights activist, and defender, the person of integrity who fought corruption, who had battles of satanic and divine forces by condemning imported animosity, foreign cultures of homosexuality, lesbianism, indecent dressing, of seducing opposite sex, etc. Honorable Father Simon Lokodo was a former parish priest. I was baptized by a father, and I used to go with him for apostolate. And I knew Father for the last 31 years, from 1990. He served as a member of parliament in my district, that is Dodos County. And then later, when Karenga was created, he went to Dodos West County. Honorable Speaker, Father Simon Lokodo died in the line of duty while in Switzerland. According to a member from Uganda Human Rights Commission, she said that Father said in his message, I am unwell, I need a return flight. Again, later, his last message, Father sent a message, that I am He said that I am afraid I may not make it back home. That was his last statement until he died. Honorable Father Lokodo knew, Honorable Father Lokodo did the following. Education. He sponsored so many hundreds of children within Karamoja.
Members, I
and
don't
outside
want to
Karamoja.
repeat, don't repeat what has been already said.
Father Lokodo built a nursery school, the first nursery school in Karamoja. Father Lokodo took care of the elderly. He took care of orphans. He took care of the sick. He fed the hungry. Father Lokodo fought corruption, and he said one time that the law should be amended to for the civil servants to have contracts for 5 years to evaluate their performance. That was Father Simon Lokodo. Madam Speaker, therefore, the late Honorable Father Lokodo fought a good fight, and he will be remembered for his hard work and inconsistency for the right cause. While he was still with us, it is hard to accept that Father Lokodo has gone too soon. In
Thank
eternal
you,
peace.
Minister Daudi. Then
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to join my colleagues in supporting the motion to pay tribute to our friend Simon Father Lokodo, and really appreciate the contribution he made as a father, as a priest in the church, the sacrifice he made, and also as a contribution he made as a minister and a political leader in Karamoja. I remember him as a very truthful person, and a firm leader. And I want to quote a few examples where I found him a very firm leader. The first one was when, as Honorable Elijah said, when there was this organization of Nyegenye in Jinja. Nyegenyege in Jinja. And Father Simon Lokodo stood very firm. He fought that this function should not take place. And unfortunately, the function continued to take place. And he called that the devil had won and he had lost. But he was very firm. The second point was when we were in a certain meeting and we were discussing about the leadership code. I was of the opinion, like he was, that when we declare our assets, these papers that we declare should be published, avoid so many questions and many times when people put things that we don't possess. And in that meeting, we argued, and unfortunately, again, we could not go through. Again, Father Lokodo said, you know, they have won again. So he was very firm. During the efforts of when I moved the private and my colleagues, the private members bureau on anti-homosexuality, Father Lokodo was very instrumental in defending our action. He was pro-life. He really worked hard on issues of pornography and made sure that this law was enacted here, the pornography and pornography law. He supported efforts to fight issues of abortion and other moral issues in the country. So we really want to thank him for all that he contributed. We thank the relatives who are seated in the gallery for supporting him, and also the people of Karamoja for continuing to support him when he was not feeling well. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we have a duty to carry on the work of Father Lokodo, especially on issues of morals. He was very passionate against corruption. He abhorred corruption. So we have a duty as colleagues to enact all the remaining legislation to fix this issue of corruption. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Daudi, Honorable Minister, the Elder of Karamoja.
You are right. Right, Honorable. I'm an elder, senior elder there. Right, Honorable. I have come here to stand to talk about the person I knew from childhood. Father Lokodo started the primary and immediately chose to go and do the job of God by training as a priest. Trained in Karamoja, came to Kampala and other areas and went abroad. He studied in Italy, Germany, and other areas. He died when he had already known 4 international languages, including Greek. But when he was doing all that, whenever he would come, he would talk about education. To become priests. Of course, some of us, even me, I wanted to become a priest, but my parents said, no. You produce some people to increase the world. So all that time he was coming, he was doing that. When he became a priest, because of his connections, is when now he started getting some money from outside to uplift the church and educate the people of Karamoja. I come from the far south, he comes from the north. But the way we would interact together, it was imaginable. Now, after being a priest, when he came to each time we would raise some concern about Karamoja. We would articulate very well that this is how to handle this, and the government would accept. I was the Minister of State for Karamoja. And all my colleagues came, told them, with these guns, we shall destroy ourselves and other people. And everybody bought in. And we really worked with Father Lokodo. But after I lost also my wife recently, he came. He was quarreling with me. Why didn't you ring me immediately? I said I was crying, and he started also crying. Then I said, okay, let's go and bury. After burying, I again met him. Then I didn't know when he left to go abroad. But one time when I was just looking at the social media, I saw the picture of Father Lokodo that he has died. I said, what? Are these people wishing this boy to die? I was now quarreling that these people are wishing. Because I had just seen him and we had interacted. Only to learn later that it is real. I couldn't really help crying, thinking about Father Lokodo and thinking the children he had who on the day of burial. So many students whom he is sponsoring were fainting, were being carried, almost dead. And I would hear them saying, now you have left us, what can we do? We have left us, we should also die. These were the utterances of the children. So I don't know, Right Honorable, since the spokesman of government has spoken, we must look at so that we assist these children. My brother, who is now not here, but in heaven, that sit there, we shall all come and share the city with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Komol Midi. Komol.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I rise to support the motion. My name is Komol Joseph Midi, Member of Parliament representing the people of the Dodosi North constituency in Kabong district. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for this session convened to pay tribute and last respect to the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo, who is the former Minister of Ethics and Integrity. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo is a cousin brother. He was born in Nareng Park Parish, Kasile Sub-County in Dodosi North. However, for the rest of his time, he has settled in Kapedo Sub-County in Dodosi West constituency. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Father Simon Lokodo is known to the people of Karamoja first as a dedicated Catholic priest who worked hard in the work of evangelization and also community development through his support for education, support for the elderly, and the support for the orphans. Right Honorable Speaker. The late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo spearheaded sponsorship of boys and girls to further their education, a task he has done up to the time he has died. Right Honorable Speaker, the late Father Simon Lokodo was always at the forefront to mitigate famine in Kabong district. As you know, Karamoja is always prone to famine due to drought and weather vagaries. So in all the parishes where he worked as a priest, he made sure that he lobbied for food and gave to the orphans and Right Honorable Speaker, the rest has been said. Allow me mention the following. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to echo the entire Karamoja, namely that the tribute to Honorable Simon Lokodo will be meaningful if accompanied by the following tangible development in honor of the late Honorable Father Simon as a gesture of our willingness to continue his legacy be considered by this August House. Number one, Right Honorable Speaker, the government takes over to educate over the hundreds of children who have been left, who has been under his care. Secondly, government establishes a secondary school at Sangar Sub-County in the names of Simon Lokodo Seed Secondary School. Thirdly, government fast tracks the upgrading of Karenga Health Center 4 into a fully fledged that he died in, that had been, where had been appointed as a commissioner, be given to Ene Karamojo.
Thank
beg to
you.
move.
Thank you so much. John Bosco. Nyoga.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker,
Members,
for giving me the
2
opportunity.
minutes.
For giving me the opportunity to pay tribute to a man I have known because of having lived with his brother, Lukwang Haldo, who is here, while at St. Mary's Seminary. He has lived a life of service. For those who know the training in the seminary, somebody who has lived 36 years of service, the training takes close to about 10 or 15 years. So he's lived virtually all his life serving. And as if he was not content of being a priest, after that, instead of resting, he actually took another 16 years serving the nation. So we're celebrating a life of a person that has served the nation. He calls for the fusion of the church and the state. Having worked as a priest, I think he was not comfortable that that was enough. He actually went to work with the state as well. So he really calls for this fusion of the state and the church. And finally, he lives a life that we want to live and we hope to live, the care for the less privileged. I think many people have actually talked about how many people are collapsing during his death. And so it is a call to us to take care of the less privileged, those that cannot be able to get education, and those that cannot be able to get what they need to be able to survive. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Kotida Municipality, I'll come to you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Ismail Mohamed Lomar, MP Kotida Municipality. I want to join the August House in paying last tribute to Right Reverend Father Lokodo. Right Honorable Speaker, God gave man 3 duties: to protect human dignity, to protect human blood, to protect human property. Right Honorable Father Lokodo stood to the principle of God in protecting human dignity. African values were abused by the Western powers, introducing cultures that are not African. Father Reverend Lokodo stood with Africans in protecting the dignity of Africa. I want to celebrate the life of Father Lokodo for upholding the African culture, the African values that he stood. No amount of influence could change its position. Right Honorable Speaker, Father Lokodo fought to protect human property. In Karamoja, among the communities that don't steal is the community where the Father Lokodo comes from. That's Napore. It's in record. They don't steal. They don't raid. They are farmers and pastoralists. During the disarmament, Right Honorable Speaker, Father Lokodo spoke to make sure that sanity came to Karamoja. He stood with the word of God to protect human property, human blood. Father Reverend Lokodo.
Philip.
Finally, Right Honorable Speaker. Father Reverend Lokodo fought so hard to make sure that there is no blood that is poured in Karamoja. That's why he stood with the government in fighting the war of a gun. I beg to submit.
You look call Philip. You look call Philip.
Right Honorable Speaker, I am Lokong Phillips Ilukol, MP Napore West. I joined the rest of my colleagues and the August House to pay tribute to late Father Lokodo. Lokodo was an icon of possibilism who made sure the impossible comes possible. The rottenness in our society should be exposed and corrected, despite the majority guess of those who did not want the correction in society to be done, but he stood firm. In this respect, I really request that as Ugandans, as members of parliament, let's emulate the start, the beginning that he ushered in, that we can push forward to correct our society to be very clean. I really pray to God that his soul rests in eternal peace.
Thank you, our Sylvia.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Awas Sylvia Vicky, the woman MP in Blatuk. To pay tribute to our brother, Reverend Father Lokodo. Reverend Father Lokodo was a family friend. And Father Lokodo was a very generous person. His support was not limited only to his family. As long as you approach Father Lokodo, he will support you. My colleagues, that is the man we have lost, very generous. His home was always full. They used to cook food in big saucepans, very many dependents. Every day I go to Seta, I get a large number of people. That is the man we have lost. Means Father Lokodo was a very good mentor. He mentored me politically. He mentored other people. is with the people. Whenever he has a problem with you, later he calls and says, no, let's reconcile. That is the man we have lost. Father Lokodo is a very big loss to Karamoja as a region and Uganda as large. Thank you very much.
Nancy.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Nancy. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and my colleagues. I want to join the rest of my colleagues to condole and contribute to the our late Father Lokodo. We have lost a great man. On behalf of the people of Lamu that I represent and on my own behalf, I want to say that as great leaders of this nation, we need to emulate all the good moral values that he was preaching and serving this country. We are so corruptible in our minds as leaders. There are so many things that we do that doesn't represent that we are leaders. People abusing ourselves on social media. When we talk of ethics, you cannot wake up in the morning to abuse the deputy speaker, to abuse your fellow colleagues, and then you call yourself a member of parliament. When we talk of corruption, Father Lokodo has been preaching issues of incorruptible. In the book, once was written by Ngugu wa Thiong'o and Ngugu wa Miri, that the beautiful ones are not yet born. But when are they going to be born? We need to start walking the journey by showing the light to the people that we lead, showing good morals in society. We shouldn't be incorruptible in our thoughts, in our minds, and in our actions, because we stand the test of these nations and we are representative of so many. Honorable Speaker and my colleagues, as I sit down, Father Lokodo was not only representing the people of Karamoja, he was representing Uganda and this nation to greater heights. Because by the time he breathed his last breath, he was representing Uganda among great nations. So I want to urge the government of Uganda to remember him for all the good deeds. He should also be given an awards of medals when other people. Thank you, Milton. Pius, Milton, then Pius.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people of Chigunga, Seta Mukono, where the rest used to stay, I convey our heartfelt condolences. The late was my neighbor. We're all staying at Inviri Road in Mukono municipality. So on behalf of those people who are not here, I convey our heartfelt condolences. Right Honorable Speaker, the late, I think, lived a civil life. He remained himself. For the 10 years I was with him here in the house, he never changed his way of life. It is a humble appeal to our colleagues here. Some friends of ours are always very friendly before they elevated to some levels. The moment they cross the line, they totally change in terms of access, behavior. It should be on record, as we see of our dear one, that he lived a true life of a Ugandan who loved this country, who loved these people, and he was so endearing and friendly to the people of Iganga. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, Iganga and Jinja host so many Karamajongs, and he always thanked me, thank you for keeping up people. He would always put off time to come and greet them. Even during times of campaigns, he would pass by and tell them, Mata, Mata. Then when it comes to the voting, please don't remember our friend. He was an asset in my politics. I remember
Thank
him.
you.
May his soul rest in peace.
Thank you, Pius. Silas. Members, we have a bill that will take about 4 hours.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, in life, no one will remember how you looked.
Hajat, you are going to speak next. You come and speak for your colleague, Esther. Come back.
Right Honorable Speaker, I was saying in life, no one will remember how you looked walks or talks or what you did, everyone just remembers you by the way you made them feel when they were with you. Father Lokodo made us feel that corruption was indeed ungodly and very bad. But unfortunately, corruption in Uganda, according to the reports we get, is either constant or increasing. The best gift we can give to the late Father Lokodo is for all of us to unite against corruption. Father Lokodo made us believe that dressing tight miniskirts was evil. But up to date, people have failed also to change, including Parliament also. Sometimes you see people putting on what Father Lokodo was fighting. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Oh, thank you, Pius. At least I've not seen any of my members in a miniskirt. All my members are very decent, and they are still emulating what Father Lokodo said. Don't put on miniskirts. Silo, just Karamoja Parliamentary Group. Silence.
Right,
Minister Karamoja, you will speak last.
Right, Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by thanking you for having accorded my uncle a befitting tribute in this house. That has been so kind of you. And whenever I met him in the corridors of Parliament, he would call me Ochenio, and I would say uncle. He always represented joy. Even when I was broke and I met him, I felt like I had money because the man was good. Father Lokodo was a true father. We have people here, many may be called fathers. I'm not talking of the religious sense, but they are not fathers. But Father Simon Lokodo was a true father, both in the other father and is the father of the world. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to note him as somebody who was so humble indeed. He was the chairperson of our association, the International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace. And there's a time I was supposed to travel with him to Niger. But I think again, he was not feeling well. He was not able to come with me. If it was another person, they would have struggled even when they are sick and said, I want to get into the plane and go. But he was such a person who was always not putting money and other things ahead of him. That is why, even in that duty, where I go to this final, he kept our word as citizens of Uganda, that we are not accepting issues of homosexuality. And he put the marker there clearly. Right, Honorable Speaker, he has worked for just a short time. He worked for less than a year, maybe, with the Human Rights Commission. But the marker that he has left, with what he has done there, 4 months, I'm told, is such a big, big legacy. What a heart, what a man, what a father. He was a true citizen of this country. I respect him, and I want to pray that we second the position which was brought up by one person here, that we ring fence his position for my uncles. What is wrong with that? Let us give that position back to my uncles. They deserve it. They are part of this country. They are good people. They have good hearts. They are hardworking. They mean what they mean, and they say what they mean. Thank you. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Chairman Karamoja Parliamentary Group.
Things to thank you for this day and to thank His Excellency for the quick response. Because where in Karamoja would we have got that much money for 400 million, transport his body, take care of the burial, and up to this moment. And I want to thank you also, Madam Speaker, in a special way for your contribution to the family. You gave me 20 million, share delivered to the family. They are here with you today. Father Lokodo is not here. We are not paying tribute to him here because he was a priest or because he was an honorable, he was a former minister. It is because he fought cultural imperialism. And it's a new disease. They want to colonize us again for the second time. For God's sake, even in our languages, lesbianism, what, same-sex marriages, these new things are the ones being introduced to us in the pretext of giving us money, grants. And we were called, Madam Speaker, Uganda was summoned to Geneva for human rights peer review to explain their position about these words I don't want to repeat. And Father Lokodo insisted that he put the text down. He worked with the human rights lawyers. He wanted to be there to ensure that the message is delivered, and he did deliver. And I'm sure he knew that in the process he might lose his life because he was not feeling well. But I don't know, that's another question. If he went here without the test, if he went from Entebbe on 25th, he was stated there no COVID up there. Then one day again he dies saying they say COVID. I don't understand those machines.
We'll get the
So
report.
let's uphold the principle of our protecting our positive African culture. He fought for the African, as Honorable said here.
Thank
Let's
you.
take that at heart as members of parliament in this house, protect our cultural values, our Christian values, our African.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Matchbox.
Yes.
She's called Matchbox.
Allow me to join my colleagues to pay tribute to our fallen father. Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Lokodo.
Member, she's called Maureen Ozoro.
My name is Osoro Maureen from Arua City. Right Honorable Speaker, Father Lokodo was pro-people's person, a religious man, a family man, a friend, a father, and a colleague. At the time he served as a minister, he made sure that he lowered himself to, he was down to earth. He lowered himself to members of parliament, not only us here in the house, even to other Ugandans too. To the extent, when he visits your area, he'll always make sure that he calls members of parliament of the area. In case you're not available, Father Lokodo will always even speak on your behalf without even you knowing. Right, Honorable Speaker? Not only that, he was also a joker. I remember I had a joke with him in 10th Parliament when I told him, in this August house, we only eat and sit. I would wish for him to join sports. So he kept on promising me until date. Unfortunately, God called him. We shall always miss him. And for the great contributions he made towards development, may his soul rest in peace.
Amen. For that reason, we are going to lay the gold medals that you brought on Tuesday. You lay them on table. We got so many gold medals, front desk. I saw Hajat. Please sanitize.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. To pay tribute to Father Lokodo. Right Honorable Speaker, I know Father Lokodo when we all joined Parliament in the 8th Parliament. Father Lokodo was a very jolly and friendly person. Right Honorable Speaker, Father Lokodo is a man who has contributed to the economic transformation of this country. Those days, if you used to travel, you might move up to Kidebo where you can get accommodation, or else you remain in Moroto. But right now, when you travel to Karamoja, you can now have a comfortable sleep in Kabong. He has put a hotel there,
and nice cottages that we can use. In that, he has created employment opportunity for our people. Right, Honorable Speaker, recently I was there. I even got a worker who is from Kenya, and some were people from Jinja, meaning that father created a job for the East Africans, not only the Ugandans. Father Lokodo has been paying taxes, because if you have that facility, whether you want or not, now you must pay taxes. That's how he has been contributing to the economic transformation of this area. Indeed, Father Lokodo supporting good cultures of the Africans and also working against those that are not good. Especially Father Lokodo did not support female genital mutilation, FGM. He was against it. There was a time when he was talking about it. Then he said, those who are supporting FGM against God, because they don't deserve the design God has put. That's how he was talking against FGM. That's how Father Lokodo was. When Father Lokodo was talking against miniskirt, there was a time I asked him, I said, Father, you are talking about minister, do you want to change to be a Muslim? Because it is only the Muslim women who are supposed to dress in long dresses. Then he told me, no, my sister, the long dresses are not only for the Muslim women, because when you dress in a decent long dresses, you look smarter than opening your bodies to people to watch. That is how Father Lokodo was. As a friend, before he become a minister, we used to sit with him in that corner, and that was our corner where we need to contribute in this house. Father, you have done your part. God has called you, because in the Quran, God said, Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un, meaning that from God you come, to God you must return. Now that you have returned.
Amen. Minister of Karamoja.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, on behalf of the Ministry of Karamoja Affairs and the Office of the Prime Minister, I pay tribute to the late Father Lokodo. I met Father Lokodo in the 10th Parliament, where we were both members of Parliament and also served as members of Cabinet. What I know of Father Lokodo, he was a down-to-earth man. He was a down-to-earth legislator who fought for upright and acceptable standards of behavior in society. He may have had his weaknesses, which is human to all of us. But as Karamoja Ministry, we treasured Father for his enthusiasm to help and support his people and our people of Karamoja. Father Lokodo was a pillar and icon to his people of Karenga, Kabong, and Karamoja as a whole. I was reliably informed about how he paid school fees for many of the Karamojong youth and children. This was evidenced at his burial, where over 200 children dressed in black t-shirts with his picture were wailing and crying when Father's casket was lowered in the grave. They had a song which they were all singing. Our Father, we are very sorry, and we're all listening to this song. It was a touching moment to many of us who attended that burial. Right cause of giving education to the vulnerable people of Karamoja. As a ministry for Karamoja affairs, we are working day and night to do more to cover the gaps Father left in the community. Father was a developmental person. For example, he constructed a state-of-art hotel in Kabong town to create jobs, and also his hotel attracts tourists and other visitors who bring money into the districts of Kabong and Karenga. I was also reliably informed that he held peace meetings aimed at stopping cattle rustling in the region of Karamoja. We are yet to hold a regional council, Right Honorable Speaker, in Moroto. And we are planning as a ministry to push for more to be done, what Father left behind, so that the children of Karamoja can have a fair education. As a ministry, we've lost a stakeholder and a friend we needed most at this time. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you, amen. Members, you've heard all that, all the good things Father did, how was a very good father with very good values. He has left a legacy of integrity, corrupt-free. He valued his culture. He believed in a non-forced marriage. That was Father for you. He was a politician, he was a rightist, and he was a moralist. We thank God for his life, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. I now put a question that the motion for resolution of Parliament to pay tribute to late Honorable Father Simon Lokodo for his dedicated service to the nation be approved by this House. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. Now I ask the clerk to extract the resolutions of this House and give them to the family, including the amendments. I want to thank you so much for paying tribute to our uncle. Thank you. Family, thank you so much for coming. Odole Joko, Yalama. Next item.
Prime Minister's time.
And next, today we will not have Prime Minister's time. Next item.
Bill second reading.
The bill second reading.
The Mining and Minerals Bill 2021.
The bills and the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 was tabled for the first reading on 18th November 2021 and referred to the Committee of Natural Resources. The committee considered the bill, and the bill is now due for the second reading. Honorable Minister of Energy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 be read for the second time. Beg to move.
Is the motion seconded? Is it seconded? Seconded by the Minister. DP, Honorable Kasai, Honorable Karamoja Affairs. Kanungu, Mitoma, Mbale, Wanda, William, Judith, Matchbox, Jane, Lobo, Kamara, Buesh, and Soroti, Kapelevion, Terego, UPDF, by the whole house. Would you love to speak to your motion? The minister, just briefly.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This bill, which we are presenting, the ministry is presenting, is trying to seek for various items to be included and passed in the new bill, which had been omitted from the bill of 2003, which is currently being implemented. And this is the one which is guiding the mineral sector. So there are very many items which have included, which we beg this honorable house to look at so that we pass in order to get a vibrant mining sector in place. As you will notice, and we are discussing, you will see silent issues which will be of interest to you so that we revitalize the mining industry in Uganda. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for and the justification is basically on the principles of the bill. Can I now have the chairperson of Natural Resources to present the committee report? The report was uploaded, it is on the laptops.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I present the report, I beg to lay on table minutes of proceedings in consideration of the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021, together with the other accompanying documents. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, as you rightly observed, our report is already uploaded, and for that matter, I'm going to make a synopsis of the whole report so as to enable us go through it much quickly, because the whole report is quite large. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to present a report of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021. The committee considered the bill in accordance with the rules of procedure of Parliament, Rule 180.
Procedure, Right Honorable.
Yes.
Right Honorable, our iPads cannot give us a first call, and we cannot really follow what the chairperson is presenting.
Do you have the report on the iPad?
Sorry, Right Honorable, sorry?
Do you have the report?
No, we can't even access it because our fresco is off. And it has just been uploaded, Right Honorable.
Can you check your iPad with that desk?
Information, Madam Speaker.
Yes,
Madam
Kavash.
Speaker, Madam Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to inform you that you gave us these gadgets
Pardon?
You gave us these gadgets, so-called iPads. Some of us don't even carry them because they have a lot of iniquities, a lot of problems. I wonder what is happening. No wonder it is not, some cannot even open.
Kindly, IT department, could you support? IT department, could you support the members? All of you cannot open the report. Members, can I hear from Kanungu? You first tell us, is it opening or not?
Madam Speaker, mine is opening up, so I don't know the problem. others
Thank
have.
you, thank you. The iPads are the same, and IT, can you work on the iPad for Honorable Kayunga and Ntungamo? For you don't know how to operate. Silo, you don't know how to operate. Members, let's get serious on the bill. If you want a hard copy, they should also bring a hard copy. But let's go ahead with the bill. Let's not waste time. Yes.
Madam Speaker, although it's available on some iPad, it has just been uploaded. Now, that means that we haven't actually read it and internalized it, other than what the chair is going to present. Now, according to our rules of procedure, and the debate can ensue at a later point in time. Will it be procedurally okay, Madam Speaker, if we receive it, and then we follow with the debate in the course of next week?
Government Chief Whip, there's a procedure matter here. You see, you have the iPad, I mean the document on your iPad. Now the chairperson is also reading the same report. And in my thinking, you'd be listening to and understanding what the report is about. This report has been in the committee for 60 days, over 60. And I expect, and it's a government report, and you people are in.
Right Honorable Speaker, a member of parliament.
And a chairperson of a committee.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. A member of parliament, Right Honorable Speaker, is a member of each and every committee. Is an ex-official member of each and every committee. When you have interest in a certain issue that belongs to a certain committee, Right Honorable Speaker, you go to that committee, you make presentations. On several occasions, we've done it. Right Honorable Speaker, this bill is overdue. There are very, very important assignments we have as government. We needed to move. Therefore, on our side as government, we really needed this bill as soon as yesterday. So we request you allow us, we proceed with processing the bill.
Yeah, can you read your report?
Madam Speaker.
Can we listen to the report where we will have a disagreement? We will raise it up. I am going to allow you to debate on this report on condition that we finish. Whether it means reaching midnight, you will sit here. We shall sit here.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I just beg for your clarification whether I should read the whole report or I go with a synopsis, which I was presenting.
You're going to read 300 pages. I told you to give us executive summary.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance. And I want to thank you, first of all, for according my committee additional time the other week when I came here, and I asked for extension of time to allow us scrutinize this bill.
Members, the report has a minority report, which will also be read later. I thought you're a senior member of this house.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 seeks to provide for a robust, predictable, and transparent legal regime that sets out to unlock the potential of the mineral subsector to spur economic development and transformation of Uganda. Currently, the subsector's contribution to the national economy stands at a dismal 1.4%, despite its huge potential. Therefore, the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 seeks to address the inconsistencies in the subsector, fill the gaps identified in the Mining Act of 2003, and also align Uganda's legislative framework with the emerging trends in the national development agenda and the global mining industry. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, as I've already said, that I have a comprehensive report, but I will allow me highlight key components of our report. One, financial implication. The committee observed that the implementation of the bill over a period of 10 years will require Uganda shillings 2,372.181 billion, of which only Uganda shillings 26.166 billion, an equivalent of 1%, has been committed. However, the committee noted that there is no corresponding financing in the 2021 budget to implement the bill, and the Mineral Development Program remains unfunded under the NDP3. The committee recommends that government prior to 2021 by ensuring adequate funding in the financial year 2022-2023 and
Procedure, Madam
subsequently in the
Speaker.
next 10 years.
Yes, Doctor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, last week on Tuesday, there was an advert in the papers inviting stakeholders to present their views. The miners from Bukuya, we are just preparing their submission. A week later, there is a report ready. So I don't know whether it is procedurally right for us to proceed without exhausting the views of the mining communities.
Can we find out if they met the
Information.
miners? Somebody has information? Katesh.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, our colleague, for raising that issue. The information I want to give the Honorable House is that we interacted with stakeholders, and among them was a representative of the association that brings together the small-scale miners and artisanal miners. And therefore, it's not true that they never had an opportunity to present their positions, and the committee adequately considered their presentations. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, even in their list of stakeholders, they are not there. I represent these people. We just sat over the weekend to come and give you a petition after we heard that it is going to be this week. So I beg that they give us a week or a day and we come and present our views. There is no reason as to why we are hurrying. Even my sister from Busia is sending me a message that they haven't interacted. So I beg that they give us time and we see. We have two associations in Bukuya. We have a federation. We have Mubende Miners Assembly. They haven't listened to us. They only advertised last week on Tuesday. And they finished the report. Maybe they had the report already. That is the only explanation. Let us give them a chance to come and make their presentation.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
When your government chief whip is talking.
Madam Speaker, we are those representatives here, and we guard indeed the interests of our people. Madam Speaker, when this bill came, our colleagues, we should have made effort to go and represent our people. Madam Speaker, the chairperson of the committee came here to even ask for extra time, which was granted. And he had to present the bill, the report, in that extra time. Madam Speaker, the report that is here is now beyond the committee. It's a report of the House. It's our report here. The chairman does not have power. Even take it back. So, right, Honorable Speaker, to me, if a member has any views from their constituents, they still have a chance on committee stage, where you will give them a chance to present the views of their people. I'm sorry if indeed, because I tried for up, I understand the two groups of artisanal miners. The chairman really didn't include it in the report. He can explain, but he can also present here on the floor their submission, so that is captured. But Madam Speaker, you gave us enough time, and I think this courage of us having bills for months and months, we have to take our stand so that it does not continue in the House.
Dr. Bukenya, I want you to attentively listen to the clauses where you feel you're not satisfied for the good of your people. Bring the amendments and remember you are the representative of those people.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg that if we listen to the report, they give us the weekend and we prepare for committee stage when we have adequately read their recommendation.
Dr. Bukenya, I am only one presiding officer in this house. You should appreciate I am going into a policy ministerial statement. I cannot do all these things, please. Unless if we are saying we suspend until further notice.
We are done
Yes,
up to
Attorney
Tuesday.
General.
Right, Honorable Speaker, at the risk of running ahead of myself, I would like to allay the fears of the Honorable MP for Bukuya, whose constituency has many artisanal miners. This bill, in essence, fortifies their work. It allows them to operate, as you will see. I would request that you allow us process the bill. Then you will see that they are comfortable. It has catered for them. There's nothing adversely provided for as far as artisanal miners are concerned.
Honorable Chair, can you read your report?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As I proceed with my report, I want to allay the fears of my colleague, Honorable Dr. Iga, that artisanal miners were consulted Among the various stakeholders that we consulted include Uganda Chamber of Mines and Petroleum, Uganda Law Society, National Environment Management Authority, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, civil society organizations who included representatives of artisanal miners, Attorney General, Gold Refiners and Dealers Association, and Development, and Nalule Energy and Mineral Consultants, among others. Right Honorable Speaker, the consultation was comprehensive, and just as representatives of all stakeholders were duly consulted. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me now move to the second key issue contained in our report, building substances. The committee is of the view that regulation for the exploitation of building substances should be regulated in a separate law rather than being lumped up in a law intended to regulate minerals. The committee therefore recommends that Part 6 of the bill be deleted and that government moves a bill to regulate building substances within 6 months from the date of gazettement of this bill. Else, my committee will take it up to regulate building substances such as sand, clay, marram, and others. 3, prohibition of use of explosives without authorization. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the use of mercury and cyanide, especially in the mining of gold, is inevitable considering the locally existing technology in our country. The committee recommends that the use of mercury in the informal sector of artisanal and small scale and gold mining should be regulated as government works towards its total elimination in accordance with the Minamata Convention. 4, state equity participation. The bill grants that a large scale or medium scale mining license may give the state an ownership interest at no cost of up to a maximum of 15% in a large scale mining license or medium scale mining license. The committee recommends that state equity interests be reduced from 15% to 10% to attract investors in the sector and to allow our country compete favorably with the countries whose mining subsector is already well established and developed and have fixed the free carry at 15%. I'm summarizing. This is a summary of the report. The committee further found it pertinent to increase the percentage of royalties received by local governments, given that they are the ones that have to contend with the negative impacts of mining. The committee recommends to provide for the sharing of royalties as follows: 70% central government, 15% local governments, 10% sub-counties, and 5% to the landowners.
Procedure.
Right Honorable Speaker, another pertinent issue was concerning the Mineral Protection Force. The committee observed that the mandate of the force, as provided for in the bill, is a replica of that of the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines. This overlap in mandate is likely to result in disputes and conflicts. The committee further noted that the protection force attached to government agencies and departments have been misused to violate the rights of the persons carrying out businesses in the respective sectors. The committee therefore recommends that the responsible minister enters into a memorandum of understanding with the Uganda Police Force for proper management of mineral protection. 7, mineral agreements. Clause 30 of the bill
seeks to provide for terms and conditions contained under a mineral agreement, and among these is a production sharing agreement. The committee took cognizance of the need to qualify the application of the production sharing agreement and therefore recommends that production sharing agreement apply to a highly capitalized, highly investment and complex mining. Furthermore, application of these agreements should be limited to where the presence of minerals have been ascertained or quantified. Right Honorable Speaker, these are the most pertinent issues that I felt needed to be highlighted. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, my committee observes that a thriving mineral sector contributes immensely to a country's social and economic development. The Mining and Mineral Bill is pertinent in addressing the existing gaps in the current Mining Act of 2003, such as licensing of artisanal small-scale miners, issuing production sharing agreements that prioritize the country's interests, establishing a national mining company, and strengthening the role of local governments in the mineral subsector. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, passing the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 will strengthen the legal and regulatory framework, as well as the human and institutional capacity that will immensely enhance the mineral sector. Accordingly, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has proposed amendments to the bill, which we now invite this House to consider for approval to enable its passing into law. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman, for the executive summary. I will still urge you to look at the main summary, and the committee members were mindful of their voters down there. We had a meeting before we came here to reconcile the positions, and as the representatives of the people, there are things we did not agree with the government, and government had to concede that we cannot make our locals suffer. And we are going now to look at them. We'll look at them at committee stage. We have a minority report, Tebandeke and Kanyike.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I've also seen a window of the minority report, but unless you delegate or you give authorization that that rule will be suspended, because the rules of procedure grant you that power, and that I present that minority report, because you're the only one with the powers. If the House approves that the rule on presentation of minority report be suspended, so that the committee, so that the whole House gets chance to listen briefly to it. It's a rule that can be suspended with the leave of the Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable. Whereas indeed it's in your powers and the House that you can suspend rules, there must be a clear reason. No one has been stopped from coming to this House. No one has asked for permission formally that they are going to be absent from this House, so that we can reach an extent of even suspending rules to accommodate their views. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence that for any member who would want his views presented in a certain fashionable way, without seeking your permission to be outside this House, or without having any serious reason for being outside this House, shouldn't be given audience. That would be what I beg, Right Honorable.
When you look at rules 205 subsection 2, the member or Members dissenting from the opinion of the majority report of the committee shall be given time to present the minority report at the time of consideration of the committee report. And I am not sure whether it is a do or die for us to suspend suspend the rule. Let's go by the rule, because this is people's house. Tebandeke is a member of this house. The member Kanyike is a member of this house. They should have come to present their views. And we agreed with them, please come.
Most obliged, Right Honorable
Thank
Speaker.
you,
Let's
thank you,
proceed.
Mehdi. Bodu, thank
Let them
you. Thank you. Can we move on? Thank you, members, for the report. And I am opening the debate, the report to a debate. I am opening the report to a debate. Bodu, Insireko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for the job well done. I know we are late in enactment of this law. The policy was out as far as 2018. I would like to thank the committee for having harmonized the position on the issue of building substances, and would like to commend you on that matter and state categorically clear that the views of our people as regards the ownership of maram, sand, clay, and other building substances at least be in the hands of our people. That needs a scientific approach for all of us to study. You might end up finding over 60% of the land in Uganda covered with either sand, maram, or clay. And at the end of the day, if all that is left only in the hands, I'm saying not, but only in the hands of the government, we may deny our people that useful income and innovative skills to come up with in either construction or what we would call elementary mining. Therefore, I would like to thank the report, the framers of the report, that is the committee, for having come up with that strict compromise. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, on the issue of time, I was also concerned, but now that we have agreed that we are here as members, we shall listen keenly and include the views of our people. However, there is a ruling on this matter, I think in the Bank of Uganda case, and I'll quote it for you at a later stage, that enactment of laws without including the views of the people are against the spirit of the Constitution. Therefore, it would be important, in any case, to give them a chance to give their views, and then you sieve them as elected legislators and come up with our opinions, and we process them. Therefore, since we've agreed as a house, we can move together and move clause by clause as we present the views of our people, though we feel mainly the artisanal miners should have been given more time to come, because we've seen the hula baloo around those who own mines and those who are trying to encroach on them in Buweju, in areas in Kabale, in Kanungu, in other areas like Mubende, Mitiana. Therefore, a law is great when people have an input, so
Thank
that
you.
they are also carried together forward. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sereko, one thing I need to put on record is that a substantial number of people were consulted. Substantial. And you know what substantial is. So it does not mean that you need to get 100%, but substantially there was a representation. And that is what the law requires. Thank you so much. I thought maybe I removed it, that we go to the next stage. Anyway. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you for to the committee for bringing up the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the mineral areas of this country have been ring-fenced for reasons which are not known. People think when a mineral comes from a particular place, say Karamoja, it belongs to Karamoja. From Mubende, it belongs to Mubende. Kasese, the same. It's good that today the committee has come up with the sharing of the royalty, 70 majority which belongs to the government. But the 5%, which actually the Honorable here was trying to bring out, this is what usually happens. The people in government usually run to buy the sites
Now,
of these minerals.
Honorable, that is a clause at committee level. When it reaches that clause, you bring it up. If you want to amend from 70% to 2%, you will now do that at committee level. Now, for now, let's look at the principles of the bill.
Most obliged. Thank you.
Thank you. Silas. Tony.
Right Honorable Speaker, first allow me to thank you for the guidance that you've given to the House, but also to thank the chair of the committee together with the members. I remember the day when you complained about reports delaying, particularly on the bills. Now that this committee has delivered, they deserve some applause. Right Honorable Speaker, that notwithstanding, it's also very, very important that we observe the rules of procedure. And I am happy that, Madam Speaker, you are the custodian of the rules. What we are mindful about is at the end of the day, we should not be working on an empty hand. But I want to believe that we shall toe the correct line because you guided, and I believe you have guided correctly. Right Honorable Speaker, in the tennis parliament, I was in the Natural Resources Committee, and I happened to visit. And one of the places I visited is the constituency of Doctor in Bukuya. And we saw what was happening there, how people were being chased away, and the evictions had so many wounds left behind after it. And I think this bill comes in handy in sorting out part of the mess which has been there. I want to observe and be happy with the committee for one reason. You decided to leave out the aspects of this other mining, which is minor for us, the one of maram, sand, these materials for construction. Do not tamper with those ones for now. Because when you do that, you are going to raise the cost of construction. And that will be bad. You will be increasing the number of slums and poor informal housings in the country. So I want to believe, Doctor and your team, you did a good job. Madam Speaker, I am aware that there are minerals in Karamoja, for instance. And I want to call upon my uncles and aunties from Karamoja to put their eyes and your eyes on this bill. This is our bill, the uncles and the nephews. I see trucks always crossing over from the other side, passing via Kumi, going to Tororo, and then the other side on issues of cement and what have you. Let us check in the bill. Benefit. When it comes to sharing of the profits that come out of mining, what the percentages are being given to our people. But as I've also seen, Madam Speaker, when it comes to mining, there's a lot of destruction which is made on the roads. And you find that most of these roads, what is it that the law is giving to local governments to compensate them for the damaged roads? So I think this law is very, very, very important for us. I heard also that there are people of Busia who thought that there are concerns that they wanted to raise.
First of all, to answer what you're saying, that's why you find the committee has made a provision of 10% in one of the clauses for the local government. It has reduced what comes to government to consolidated fund and increased what goes to government because of the environmental impact. And secondly, including sand, maram, would be unconditional. There, I'm happy with the committee. They did a good job.
Yes, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, more to that, there are districts which are not fortunate to have minerals. The only mineral we have is maram and sand.
Those are not minerals.
They call them minerals. There's a way the scientists have called them also. That
Look
minerals.
at it from
But
the
those are not-
constitution. Look at it from the constitution. Don't mislead the house.
Yes.
Those are not minerals. Those are building materials.
Madam Speaker, much obliged, and I know the wisdom you have. Those are not minerals. So in Ikumi, we do not have any minerals. So what I wanted to emphasize here is that in this law, let us make sure that for the districts where there are no minerals completely, you make an allocation for us also to benefit from something. Because there's something that will also contribute to you as you do your work of mining. So be mindful about us also. Something, an equalizer should be provided for a district like Ikumi, which does not have minerals. We have only sand and maram. So, Madam Speaker, I look at the doctor and I know he's a bright man. I'm happy this bill is going to sort a lot of issues. But as I sit down, I will request that, Madam Speaker, you accord the members of parliament who are coming from these mining places enough time, particularly Dr. Buchanan when he gets an opportunity, even if he wants 20 minutes, so that he is able to air out all the views.
Now, Solo, you're not going to manage the house for me.
Information.
No,
Okay?
Okay, Madam Speaker, much obliged, Madam. Who listens to your humble members. But I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I end my submission, wishing members a fruitful deliberation. This is a serious matter. Do not go out, stay put. Thank you so much.
Motion? Motion is coming from where?
Honorable Cyrus.
Yes, Tony?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me start by thanking the committee and the members. Right Honorable Speaker, in making laws like this one regarding minerals that affects the lives of people, I want to believe that these laws should be pro-people. And when I see the recommendations that have been put by the committee here, I am believing that so much considerations has been made to support the people and the country. And one of the areas that I want to look at is the recommendation that there should be planned training of Ugandans for employment and then progressive reduction of expertise workers in mining industry. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think we should support this position that as foreign miners come in, they should have a plan to show that Ugandans are going to be employed, they are going to be trained, so that over time, we develop our own skills to participate in mining, and by that, we would be reducing on the number of experts in most parts of mining. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I think this has been good. Madam Speaker, involving the local communities, this is yet another concern that affects the people. You'll find there are minerals in a particular area, but the communities are not part of any mining, and they don't even feel like they have the minerals within their areas, because right from the word go, they are not involved. They see foreigners coming, taking over the place, displacing the lands, fencing it off, and they just watch the dust. So I think in this particular case, where we are proposing, involve the local people, look into their issues, environmental impact assessment are done, then the work of mining, and then the royalties, what they should benefit for is included if the social corporate responsibility of putting up schools, putting up hospitals are planned from the word go. So with this, I think this committee report is okay. The bill have got issues that is pro-people. I think I want to thank the committee and we shall support it. Thank you.
Members?
Motion.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, based on the time we had to go through the report and the way the chairperson summarized the report, and considering the time remaining, I want to move the motion that we move to the next stage of forming the committee of the whole house. We discuss item by item, then we can properly put our contributions based on clauses of the bill. Thank you.
Yes. Honourable members, I now put a question that the bill entitled Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 be read for the second time. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
The Mining and Minerals Bill 2021, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, these are the proposed amendments to the Mining and Minerals Bill. On clause 1, on commencement, the committee is recommending that we substitute the provision as follows. This act shall come into force on a date of publication, section 3352, paragraph S, on levies payable for export of minerals, which shall come into force on the 1st of July, 2021. Madam Chairperson, the justification for this proposed amendment is to avoid delay in the implementation of the act and to enable government recover revenues from gold exporters in the areas. Madam Chairperson, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Madam Chairperson, may I conclude the whole?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all for that. That particular clause.
Right, honorable and members, I do concede the statement, Ms.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Person, on clause 2, which is on application, the committee is proposing that we delete subclause 2B. The justification for this proposal is that building materials or building substances should be regulated separately because Article 2445 of the Constitution exclude them from the definition of minerals. Madam Chairperson, I beg to submit.
Chair, Minister.
I do concede.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 3 is on purpose of the act. The committee is proposing to amend paragraph C by deleting the words extraction of building substances. and delete any reference to building substances wherever it appears in the bill. The justification, Right Honorable Chairperson, is that this is consequential since we have already deleted reference to building substances. I beg to submit.
Minister,
Do concede.
I put a question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 3 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 3 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
I put a question that clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Clause 4 has no amendment.
Clause 5.
Clause 5, I put a question that clause 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I put a question that clause 6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
I put a question that clause 7 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
Clause 8, interpretation.
Right Honorable Chairperson, Clause 8, which is on interpretation, the committee is proposing the following amendments. 1, amend the definition of precious mineral under paragraph B by deleting the words rare earth elements. The justification for this proposed amendment is that rare earth elements are not precious minerals. They are industrial minerals and are not treated as precious by world markets. Rare earth elements should be separately defined. And for that matter, we are proposing to introduce further the following definitions we are proposing to introduce definitions of new words as follows. Right Honorable Chair. Borehole means a narrow shaft bored into the ground, either vertically or horizontally, as part of the geotechnical investigation, environmental site assessment, mineral exploration, temperature measurement, installing piers or underground utilities for geothermal installations or for underground storage of unwanted substances. The next definition that we are proposing, Right Honorable Chair, is complex project. Complex project means a project with significant integrated components, unique equipment, multifaceted systems, intricate phasing, or that is marginal in context. The next definition, Right Honorable Chair, is geothermal resource. And this means a reservoir of heat occurring naturally within the subsurface of the earth, carried to the earth's surface by water and or steam. 4, highly capitalized project means a project whose capital investment is about US$ 300 million. 5, primary host community means a single community of persons mutually agreed procedure. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Chair. I did not intend just to interrupt. Usually, I've seen when we're processing bills that we start with the other business and conclude with the interpretation clause. There is meaning in doing that because you're about to interface with a lot of work that needs proper interpretation. And therefore, if we rush and start with the interpretation now, we may get stuck. I beg to move.
You know, when you set a precedence, you can equally set another precedence. So in this House 11th Parliament, we're also setting another precedence from this. So don't worry, you're moving in the right direction.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair, for your ruling. I proceed, and may I repeat, primary host community. This means a single community of persons mutually agreed by the holder of a large scale, medium scale, or small scale mining license and the local government where the mining area is located. But if there is no community of persons residing within 30 kilometers of any boundary defining the mining area, the primary host community shall be the local government. The next definition we are introducing is rare earth elements. Means a group of 16 elements, 17 elements, I beg your pardon, Right Honorable Chair, appearing in the periodic table comprising 15 lanthanides, yttrium, and scandium. I beg to submit the proposed definitions, Right Honorable Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Since they explain what is appearing in the bill. Thank you.
I put a question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I put a question that clause 9 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say.
Clause 10.
Chair.
Right Honorable Chairperson, on clause 10, the committee is proposing to amend the head note to read as follows: prohibition of unauthorized activities. And the justification for this is for clarity. In subclause L, we are also proposing by deleting reference to regulations made under this act. And the justification is an act must make reference to its equivalent and not to regulations. And besides that, reference to the act includes regulations made thereunder. The next proposed amendment is that in subclause 2, we insert the words "in consultation with the relevant state authority" after the word "minister." Justification for this is that to enable the minister consult with the relevant authority in order to make decisions from an informed point of view. In subclause 3, Right Honorable Chair, we are proposing that paragraph A be amended by substituting 100,000 currency points with 50,000 currency points and imprisonment not exceeding 10 years with imprisonment not exceeding 5 years. We are also proposing, Right Honorable Chair, in paragraph B that we substitute 100,000 currency points with the 50,000 currency points. And the justification is to avoid giving very, very stringent penalties. We are further proposing to delete subclause 4. And the justification for this is the punishment under subsection 3 is adequate and therefore shouldn't be any additional penalties. We are further proposing that we insert a new subclause to read as follows: court may, in addition to the penalties imposed under this section, order that the mineral substances that were extracted illegally and any items and instruments used in the commission of the offense be seized and forfeited to government. The justification, Right Honorable Chair, is for a robust penalty. We are further proposing to insert a new clause after clause 10 to read as follows: aiding illegal operators. And Under that, we propose the following. A person who aids illegal prospectors or operators in contravening the provisions of Section 10.
Chair, why don't we handle section 10 first before you bring the new clause? That's a new clause. Let's first finish 10, then you bring in the new clause.
Yeah, thank you for your guidance.
Minister? Yes, Honorable Medi.
Before the minister comes in, thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Chair proposes a reduction of the currency points. Honorable members, for avoidance of doubt, each currency point is 20,000. So in this case, 150,000 currency points would be about a maximum limit of about 3 billion, if it's 150,000. So on reduction to 50,000, it comes to about 1 billion. My proposal, in my opinion, would be about 25,000 instead of 50,000 currency points. That takes us to about 500 million. The justification is because it is sui generis in prohibition of the following. If you conduct any of the following as per clause 10, which would include the following: 1, exploration, mining, refining. Now, there are very many people that process minerals in their secondary form, not their primary form. Ordinarily, very many people might not know that it's in its raw form, but it's a mineral. Then you process it in its secondary form. Now, that one has not clearly been distinguished. So this one is looking at the high players. But we have these, small artisanals that add value, who are not necessarily licensed. Mining is very complicated at its level. But we have what we call secondary processing, cut for me the edges, like cutting of certain minerals. That is part of a processing in the value chain of a mineral. Unless we teach them very much, but giving them a penalty of 1 billion, I know it's deterrent and it's good, but 500 million is reasonable. Because when we talk about 500 million here, now all of us hear one another. What we had in the first instance, and I would like to thank the committee, was about 3 billion. In your wisdom, which was right, it came down to about 1 billion, 50,000 currency points. Since it's sui generis, my proposal, Right Honorable Speaker, is that 25,000 currency points that takes us to a maximum limit of 500 million would be sufficient. That's my proposal.
Thank you, Honorable Medi.
Madam Chair.
I want to refer you to the objective, to the principles of this bill, and specifically look at principle F. One of the principles of this bill is to introduce prohibitive penalty and fines regime. Yes, Katesh.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. The information I want to give my colleague is that when we talk of the minerals, some of the minerals, the value is so high that if you provide for a very small penalty, you are bound to have people who actually abuse the law and take away our minerals. And they will easily pay that 500 million very easily. So it was a very huge debate. The considerable view of the members is that you provide for high penalties to protect the minerals of the people of Uganda. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Enos?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to refer you to clause 10, section. because here it says the minister may prohibit mining operations in the interest of security. But Madam Chair, we might have a case where a minister is conflicted, like the current case we have right now. I believe the honorable minister has interest in this bill. So if a minister is conflicted, it might have an effect. So I suggest that we dilute the powers of the minister under section, under clause 10, section 2.
Honorable Enos, we don't make laws for an individual.
saying we do it for an individual.
Today the minister is there. Tomorrow he will be in agriculture.
Thank you,
Another day,
Madam
we
Chair.
are making this law for the people of Uganda, not for these ministers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But my argument has a lot to do with having a similar scenario where a minister is conflicted or has interest in the mining sector. So in my view, we limit or dilute the powers of the minister in controlling or prohibiting the mining operations based on the reasons stated in this bill.
And
Procedure.
you see, Enos, this is the same thing we did in petroleum laws. We have a political power who should be responsible. And this is the same thing we are doing today. We don't need to have a contradiction. In the petroleum law, you have something else. In the mining law, you have something else. You need consistency whenever you're making a law.
Madam Chair, I appreciate your argument, but I believe every sector has different requirements.
And we will get a response from the chair and the minister.
Procedure, right on.
Yes, procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable, we are discussing a very important matter, touching matters of our income, economic activities that we do on a day-to-day basis to raise and uphold what we have for the betterment of our country. Right Honorable, I want to raise the issue of quorum because we are discussing an important matter. Under Rule 24 of our Rules of Procedure, Right Honorable, the quorum of Parliament shall be 1/3 of all members of Parliament entitled to vote. 24(2) says the quorum prescribed under sub-rule 1 shall only be required at a time when Parliament is voting on any question. 3, at any time when a vote is to be taken, the Speaker shall ascertain whether the members present in the House form a quorum for the vote to be taken. And if he or she finds the number is less, the Speaker shall suspend the proceedings of the House for an interval of 15 minutes, and the bell shall be rung. 4, if on the resumption of proceedings, after the expiry of 15 minutes, the number of members present is still less than the required quorum for voting, the Speaker shall proceed with other business or suspend the sitting or adjourn the House without question put. And in case of a committee, the chairperson shall adjourn the committee. If it under 5, if it appears to the chairperson in a committee of the whole House that there is less than the required quorum for the committee to take a decision, the House shall be resumed thereupon, and the Speaker shall act in accordance with the procedure set out in sub-rule 3 and 4. And 6 says, for the avoidance of doubt, a member virtually present in the House shall form part of the quorum of the House. Right Honorable, it's in view of that rule that I request that we ascertain the number of members of Parliament present here today to vote on this bill, because Right Honorable, this is a very vital, important bill that every member of Parliament should have been given a chance to deliberate on, to discuss, to debate, such that we take decisions that won't affect the interests of those that are not here present today. Right Honorable, I beg to move.
And I'm happy that you've been in this house since the COVID time. And the COVID regulations were made. And we agreed that we'll be having a sitting in this house of 100 members. And the rules are that we must have a third of the house. And the fact that we have a third of the house, we are proceeding very, very well.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to give information. I think Honorable, you're right, Honorable Nsereko, that the penalty of 1 billion is really too high. But there are two things, and the Honorable Member here was also right. There are two things which we need to bear in mind when we talk about this illegal mining. There are two categories of people. The first category are the artisanal miners, and those are ordinary people making a living. And actually their capital normally is limited to 10 million. Then on the other hand, we have many people, many big companies operating on exploration license. And you find that many of them are mining without a mining license, but with exploration license. So when you're talking about the fine, we need to divide it into two. There should be a fine for small artisanal, small scale miners, and a fine for bigger companies. I don't think they can both pay the same. And I think this is what I'm inviting Honorable Nsereko and Honorable Chair and the others to think about.
Thank you so much. Maybe just to correct what my little son Enos was saying, that what I argued, I didn't argue. I only guided. The speaker guides. Speaker does not argue.
Madam Chair, as I correlate his point,
yes,
we can strike a balance here, because you see, we are making a law for small and big players. And in my view, we can say that in case of artisanal miners, and I don't know how we can really coin this with the Attorney General, that the fine, because someone using about 10 million shillings of capital, then he's also caught up in the act. This guy mining on artisanal level, if they don't have a license, on conviction, it's a billion. Unless we have an escape gap for small players, I can understand the rationale for this. But the small player, how do we accommodate them? Like Honorable Kef has been saying.
Just before the Attorney General comes in, the minister issues a license. And in issuing the license, the minister determines whether it's a small, minor, or a big one. When you look at the rules, it is very categorically clear that the minister will issue and determine the type of the minor. Attorney General, can you guide us?
Thank you, Right Honorable. One, I want us to acknowledge that yes, we have artisanal miners who are small operators, but we also know that behind some artisanal miners, there are very big operators who hide behind them. So if we say artisanal miners, we exempt them as such. Every big operator will now go underground and operate as an artisanal miner behind the scenes.
The second, Right Honorable Speaker, Madam Chair, I would like the minister, you see, we talk of young people trying to find their feet. I understand your fear. Equally, just like you have to, you know, the miners who use alluvial style of mining. A young lad, 16 years, gets out at the banks of a river or in the wetlands, shakes that thing and gets some little gold. And I'm trying to say this because it's possible. Are you saying that that person cannot sell that gold and that it's illegal? They need a license. That's what I want to hear from the minister, because those are thousands and millions. And that if they are found with this gold, they'll have to pay 1 billion.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Let's hear from the minister.
Thank you very much, my friend Sereko. Yes, I know the fears we have. First, we are saying you must have a license in the first place. That's why we are organizing people into cooperatives. What have you? You say you form yourself, even if you're an individual, just seek for that license. Many things, many reasons why you have to a license. There are people who can spoil the land and leave the ground with a lot of gaping holes. They go away. They have spoiled the environment. So there should be some kind of control in the activities you are doing. If you now say, I'm going to mine, even when you need to move what they call prospecting, moving throughout Uganda, you could be a foreigner. If you want, you move some little money. But for the case of really, this one they call the fines. But there is a legal word here saying, not exceeding. Not exceeding is to give the court a discretion is flexible. You don't tie and say, you do this. So these are those.
I have conceded, don't worry.
Honorable
Since
Minister.
that is the limit, not
Honorable
exceeding.
Minister, when you look at the interpretation clause, the artisanal mining license means a license issued under section 99. So that what is, it's accepted. So.
Thank you. So, with the cooperation of my friend, I concede anything which has been put there, but the flexibility of the court is left.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10 as amended.
I put a question that clause 10 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Right, Honorable Chair, just for the record, I misread clause 10 by reading subclause 1 as subclause L. So I just want for the record that to be captured. Right, Honorable Chair, I want to move now to insertion of a new clause after clause 10 to read as follows. It will be done later on by the draftspersons.
A new clause.
Yeah. Right, Honorable Chair, the proposal is to insert aiding illegal operators. And under that, the clause should read, a person who aids illegal prospectors or operators in contravening the provisions of section 10 commits an offense and is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 25,000 currency points or imprisonment not exceeding 2 years. Justification is to be all inclusive. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
I don't know about their members, I do concede.
I put a question that a new clause stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
11. Clarification on which clause?
Madam Chair, if I got it very well, I'm sorry if I took you a little back because I felt it's a very big issue on confiscation of all equipment that is used in the process of facilitating mining wrongfully. If somebody is using a car and the car is hired, for instance, and now it is captured and sold, you are here as a member of parliament, you own a truck, your driver uses it, and you don't know he has taken it to a mining site, and it goes. How do you handle that?
There is what they call strict liability and vicarious liability in law. Have you heard? In law, there is what they call next, clause 11.
Clause 11? No.
Clause 11, I put a question that clause 11 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12?
Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair, on clause 12, we are proposing to amend subclause 2 by deleting the words quarry license. 12, subclause 2 bundles a quarry license together with mineral rights, which subsequently creates the impression that a quarry license is a mineral right, and yet a quarry license is not among the mineral rights listed under subsection 14. Madam Chairperson, I beg to submit.
Minister.
We did discuss and concede. I do concede.
I now put a question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 12 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I put a question that clause 13 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I put a question that clause 14 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. 14, the ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I put a question that clause 15 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
16. Chair.
Right, Honorable Chairperson. On clause 16, we are proposing to insert a new paragraph immediately after paragraph A to read as follows. Provide policy guidance, oversight, and adherence to standards. Justification is to be more comprehensive. Madam Chairperson, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Do consent.
I put a question that clause 16 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 16 as amended.
I put a question stands part of the bill, and those in favor say and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair. On clause 17, I beg to amend subclause 3 by substituting the word minister with director. Justification is topographic error. The clause provides for the powers of a director, and reference to minister is misplaced. Also, we are proposing to insert a new subclause 4 to read as follows. A person aggrieved by the decision of the director may appeal to the minister, and the minister shall respond to the appeal within 21 days from the date of appeal. The justification for this proposed amendment is to provide for the appeal process. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Right Honorable Speaker, Chair, the chair of the committee and others. We examined this, we found that in many jurisdictions, the minister, some functions which we are saying for the director should go back to the minister. The directors are technical people who work around to do all the technicalities so that the minister these days, when he's a director, he comes to the minister who comes here. He says, I really don't know what happened. In areas like Tanzania, Kenya, the minister does it so that he is pinned if there is any problem which happens. And even with when we discussed in the cabinet, this thing was brought out and it was passed, that the minister should also be held responsible. He waits every nitty-gritty is done. When that is finished, the meeting is convened. The way we do it in for petroleum. The discussions are there. Then when you put your signature, should be held responsible, not to leave it hanging.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Minister, I thought this bill came from executive. And what the committee is only doing is to make a correction of what you put there as the minister shall. The heading of the clause is the powers of a director. We are only correcting. Instead of a minister, you're putting a director. It's a correction.
Madam,
The one of the minister is 16.
Madam Chair, actually, we have not reached where he's responding to. So this was merely topographical error.
Madam Chair, I understand the fear of Honorable Rokelis. And
No, don't go
Madam
there.
Chair, I'm not going there, but it's true. There are very many sweeping powers by technical officers. And that is why when at times you seek redress from the policy directors, who are the ministers, they have no answers. They tell you, listen, you tied my hands when you are making the law. On this, we can assure you we are going to support you 100%. Because everywhere on decisions of licensing, I think we even made it clear in the Petroleum Act and other acts, the powers shall be vested with the minister so that you're answerable to us here in Parliament. So I know you're worried, but it comes in clause 19.
I was giving Honorable Nsereko information that actually a minister without powers is no minister. And therefore, we need to empower the minister. We cannot afford to have you there with a vehicle, a room, an office without powers. You'll be nobody. Therefore, we stand with you. Let your powers be restored accordingly.
Members, I want you to look at the bill very well. In exercising his or her powers and functions under this act, the minister shall ensure that all little damages or inconveniences as possible is caused to a registered owner, a customary owner, a lawful occupant, or a bona fide occupant of the land on which the powers are exercised, and to take into account the spatial, fiscal planning, and land use consideration as determined by the National Planning Board. The minister still has the powers. It gives the minister powers.
But the issue here is why the chairperson came up is that it was put under the powers of the director in clause 17, whereas functions of the minister are in clause 16. Therefore, it is two-way. Either you pull this back to clause 16 as 16D, in exercising his powers and functions. When you read from clause 16, it's where the functions of the minister are. Then after that, we move to the powers of the director. Either you pull this back to the functions of the minister because it's spelling out the functions of the minister, that in exercising his or her powers and functions under this act, the minister shall. You either pull it back to 16, or if it was meant for the director, then you are meant to remove the title of minister. But if the powers are for the minister, like I want them to be, clause 16.
You see, the act is giving a limitation to the director. He's saying that a director in exercising his duty, a minister shall do A, B, C, D. Meaning that the minister is still supervising, responsible for what the director does. Can we hear from Attorney General?
Yeah, let's not be ambiguous. That's why we are here to legislate. If that is what we are saying, let us make it explicit.
That's why it is saying in exercising his or her powers and function, the director.
Madam
Under
Chair.
17, check 17.
Madam Chair, just like you've just said, 17 makes reference to the director. The amendment moved by the chair is to remove the word. Intention is that the director handles the nitty-gritties, while 19 is to be amended functions of the minister. Yes, on the grant of the license. So
in
the,
lieu,
the administrative
just a second. In lieu, are you proposing that when we go to clause 19, we remove all the functions of the director and replace them with the minister? That is your proposal. That in Madam Chair, that the minister shall be responsible for granting mineral rights, licenses, permits, and other authorization under this act. Is that so?
You know,
Okay.
Honorable Medi, clause 16 talks about the functions of the minister. 16 of the act. Yes. And even when you go to 99, so many 99.
19, 19.
No, check 16 first.
Yes, I've seen.
17 is on a director.
Yes.
18 is on the powers of the directorate.
Functions of the director.
Yes.
Then 19.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry to appear to be moving ahead of ourselves, but the contents of clause 19 should have formed part of clause 16. They are powers of the minister, not the director.
And
the,
since
the one
it's government
authorized to
proposing,
grant,
who are we to send no?
I beg your pardon? Yes. So the powers to grant the license should be with the minister. So we shall amend clause 19 instead of director and call it functions of the minister.
Yes.
However, what we shall need to correct is that clause 16 also talks of functions of the minister.
Yes.
These two clauses are all talking of functions of the minister. We need to merge them so that we have one clause about functions of the minister. I beg to submit.
The functions of the director. Remember.
Clarification? Yes.
Madam Chair, on a point of procedure here. I wanted to invite colleagues.
I am not listening to you.
What do we do?
Members, after reconciliation, we've realized licensing is very important and should be handled by the minister. Anywhere in the bill that regards licensing is a responsibility of the minister.
But Chair,
I
I'd
am
like to
putting a
get some
question.
clarification. Clarification, Madam Chair.
I'm not. Judith.
Yes, Madam Chair. I want a clarification on two things, on the functions and powers. Because what I understand is that the functions of either a minister or a director are the responsibilities. And I'm not seeing the powers of a minister here, apart from the powers of the director. So I want some clarification. Are they not
Chairperson.
similar things? Thank you.
Chairperson, Nilango Parliamentary
Thank you.
Association. I've already guided on that. The persons who are going to do the drafting of this bill must capture this very clearly. Anything on licensing must be under the minister. I am putting a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I put a question on my guidance that all matters of licensing as the House has proposed be under the minister. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. 17, I put a question that clause 17 be amended as proposed, and those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 17 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 17 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor.
Clause 18.
Clause 18, Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, on clause 18, functions of Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines, we are proposing to redraft sub-clauses 1, 2, 3, and 4 to read as follows. Sub-clause 1. The Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines is responsible for the regulation and management of minerals and mining activities through the Department of Geological Surveys, the Department of Mines, the Department of Geothermal Resources, and any other departments that shall be created by the Directorate. Sub-clause 2. The Department of Geological Surveys shall A, establish and promote the mineral potential of Uganda through reconnaissance, exploration, geological mapping, geochemical surveys, geophysical surveys, and any other method. B, collect, manage, and provide access to geological data and information from mineral exploration, promote mineral beneficiation and value addition. D, establish and maintain an accredited mineral laboratory for analyzing mineral samples, rocks, mineral concentrates, tailings, or minerals. We are proposing that we delete E in the bill completely. F, promote and conduct research and development in the mineral subsector. We are proposing to delete G because it is already subsumed under A. H, we are proposing to delete H because it is covered under A. We are proposing to delete I because it is covered under D. We are proposing to delete J because it is covered under E. And then we are proposing an insertion of paragraph K perform such other function incidental to the Department of Geological Surveys. Subclause 3, the Department of Mines shall be responsible for the regulation of mineral rights, monitor implementation of programs, plans, and reports, and inspect, monitor, and audit mining operations. B, enforce the provisions of this act and any other written law to implement the certification of designated minerals. We are proposing to delete paragraph C because it is contained in A. E, assess and verify mineral royalty. E, mainstream and organize artisanal mining in Uganda. We are proposing to delete paragraph F. It's not a core function of this department. It's important and shall be done even when not in the law. G, we are proposing to delete it. This is a role of the entire ministry and the National Mining Company. H should read as follows: regulate and manage the impact of mineral activities on the economy, environment, and socio-economic life. Paragraph I, because it is contained in A. J should read, facilitate the development of skills and capacity among Ugandans and promote technological development in the mineral subsector. Paragraph K, encourage private sector participation in the exploration and exploitation of mineral resources. Paragraph L, recommend to the director the suspension or revocation of mineral rights as a result of inspections and monitoring. M, develop and observe internationally accepted standards of health, safety, environmental protection, and the protection of human rights in the mineral subsector in consultation with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards and other relevant government agencies. And N, we are proposing that it be deleted. This is a role for the entire ministry. Paragraph O, we are proposing to insert paragraph O, perform such other function incidental to the Department of Mines. Well, the Department of Geothermal Resources shall, paragraph A, conduct surface and subsurface exploration of geothermal prospects. B, undertake pre-feasibility and feasibility studies in order to provide an economic basis for licensing of geothermal resources. C, participate in the preparation of agreements, including implementation agreements. We are proposing to delete power purchase agreements because these are not direct use of geothermal resources. Power purchase agreements and connection agreements. So those should be deleted, and direct use contracts to support licenses and enable private sector participation in the development of energy from geothermal resources. Paragraph D, promote the sustainable, delete the word commercial, development of geothermal resources. Delete the whole of paragraph E because it is incidental to D. Paragraph F, regulate and monitor the performance and technical compliance of licenses for geothermal operations. G, recommend to the director the suspension or revocation of licenses for geothermal operations as a result for geothermal operations as a result of non-compliance. Delete inspection and monitoring. H, manage the geothermal database and provide information to stakeholders and conduct research and advice on appropriate geothermal technology and development. Delete paragraph I because it is contained in H. J, insert perform may, for the purpose of this act, establish regional offices. That is an instruction. which we are proposing. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister. Let him first either accept or reject.
Oh, okay.
There are the consequential words here, where, for instance, when you go to 5, that one says recommend to the director the suspension or revocation of mineral rights. The person who suspends the licensee. So since we have already said its function,
We are already passed.
should we recommend to the minister?
No, that is already given.
That-
We have already
that's
passed.
consequential. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
Yes. Attorney General, you want to say something?
I may not be very different from what the Honorable Minister said. Clause L, clause 2, and to the replace the word director with the minister and add responsible for licensing, comma, to make it recommend to the minister responsible for licensing, comma, the suspension or recommend or revocation of a mineral rights as a result of inspection and monitoring, meaning that the Directorate of Geological Surveys recommends to the minister.
Okay.
Yeah, and it is this same clause, subclause L, the same should be reflected in clause G, subclause G of clause 4.
Okay.
Yes.
I put a question that clause 18 be amended as proposed with amendment from the Deputy Attorney General. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 18 as amended.
I put a question that clause 18 sounds part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes. 19, I put a question that clause 19 be synchronized with clause 16.
There is something what I'm saying before you put a question, Madam Chair, and it's just to clause 19 first was dealt with in subclause 1 by changing the functions of licensing, but subclause 2, the director shall, in granting, in this case, it should be the minister, and licenses in accordance with the act and other, coordinate with other government ministries. Then there is revocation as well. Now, even the issue of revocation is shifted from the director to the minister. Suspension and, you see, in the first amendment in the question, in synchronization was licensing.
Bodo.
Yes,
I
right.
have said synchronize clause 19 with the 16. Current.
Okay, and then
With the minister, with the word minister, where director is.
I agree with you, Madam Chairperson, only that I was saying that it should be clear that the consequential amendment is named here, and you state that yes, but then it, that do we take it as
with amendments? Put the amendment.
okay? Now the proposal is that that would imply we stood over clause 16, and therefore that the functions of the minister now shall be, amongst others, 16.1, that the minister shall mobilize financial resources. That would mean we introduce clause 16(1)(a), mobilize financial resources, financial and other resources for the management and development of the mineral subsector. B, perform any other function that is incidental that, but now before B, because that would be a concluding one, would be that the minister shall be responsible. And now this should come first. Now the new clause 16 would read or may read that under the minister's functions, that the minister shall be responsible for granting mineral rights, licenses, permits, and authorization under this act. And that too.
Madam, we agree with the principle that the contents of paragraph 19 form part of paragraph 16. Whatever is left is for the draftsperson.
Drafting.
And we have also agreed in principle
And I put a
that for
question
that
at
purpose,
first.
the word director is replaced with the
With
word
minister.
minister. The rest is for the.
We are explicit on issuing and revocation, so that we are not ambiguous.
No, it is on both. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy with your guidance and we are proceeding very well. But I have one concern procedurally. That wouldn't it be procedurally proper for us to let the technical officers handle this? We proceed with other business, they return the draft, and then we put a question when we have understood exactly what they have drafted. Because
Honorable Silo, you mean if you're not understanding, all of us are not understanding? We are following this bill very critically. I put a question that clause 19 be scrutinized with clause 16, including the amendments of Honorable Nsereko. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay.
Aye.
Yes, have
That is
it.
right, Honorable. Right, Honorable, that is correct. But Right, Honorable, I'm still insisting that where will the functions of the director be? Because there's a big difference between functions and authority. Because authority is the power that you have over something. Functions are responsibilities. I may have responsibilities, but I may not have the authority. I may be assigned responsibilities to do something, but the powers will not rely, yes, on me. It will rely on somebody else. So where are the functions of the director? No, the powers are there. The powers of the director put under clause 17. Now, we are now synchronizing clause 19 into 16. This is okay. But now, where will the powers of the directors be? Right, Honorable Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair. You see, not every power, authority, and what is captured in the law. When a minister is given powers, the minister cascades that power down. The minister cascades that power down, and the director in. So we don't need to spell it out in the law. Once the minister has powers, that minister will cascade the powers down.
And we'll have the
function.
regulations, Judith, we have a statutory instrument that will be issued by the minister on what should be done and what should not be done. You get it, eh? Yes. Yes.
Thank you,
Information.
Madam Chair.
Mm.
Your guidance is the best to giving the licensing and revocation to the minister. I have my brother, the minister, Senior Elder Lokeris. The people in the geological surveys and minerals there gave out the whole parish called Comrade, and he gave the license and everything without his knowledge. He almost lost. Who is doing this? For us in Karamoja, this is a very good move because we have never always known who is doing these things. And the next point is at the local government. Where do these powers cascade to? We also want the local government clearly come from the minister to the LC5 to the council, so that we have clarity that elected leaders are responsible for doing these things rather than
Thank
civil
you.
servants.
That is where minerals come from. When people from minerals speak, the rest keep quiet. Section 20. Clause 20.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, before 20.
Doctor, yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Before we shifted the powers and functions to the minister for licensing, the committee had proposed an appeal if there is a grievance in issues of licensing to the minister. What is the Attorney General proposing as a remedy? Is the minister final and not error prone? So where do we appeal after we have grievances?
Check clause 174 on appeals.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
20, can we go to 20?
Madam Chair, additional information.
Clause 20.
Clause 20. Chair, why are you people confused?
I beg for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, on clause 20, which is on the mining cadastre department, we are proposing that this clause be redrafted as follows. Sub-clause 1, the minister responsible for public service shall, in consultation with the minister, establish a mining cadastre department within the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines to administer mineral rights and maintain the cadastral registers. Sub-clause 2, the mining cadastre department shall A, receive, evaluate, and process applications for mineral rights and other licenses and permits under this act, including applications for renewal, extension, reduction, transfer, and abandonment, and make recommendations to the minister on the applications. B, establish and manage a transparent, accessible, and competitive licensing regime and implement a well-developed mining cadastre and registry system. We are proposing that paragraph C be deleted because it is incidental to B. D, manage the computerized mining cadastre and registry system. And E, maintain public cadastral maps and cadastral registers. And we are proposing to insert F, perform any other function incidental to the function of the Department of Mines. And the justification is to merge functions which seem to be repetitive. Madam Chairperson, I beg to submit.
Minister.
I do concede.
I put a question that clause 20 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 20 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 20 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
Clause 21, Chair.
Madam Chair, the committee is proposing that we delete clause 21. The justification is that the functions are merged under the Department of Geological Surveys, which is clause 18, sub-clause 2. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Right Honorable, do concede.
I put a question that clause 21 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22.
Clause 22, Chair.
Madam Chair, On clause 22, we are proposing to delete sub-clause 3, and the justification is the Companies Act should apply in regulating the provisions under this act, and to submit.
Minister,
Do concede.
I put a question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 22 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 22 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 23.
Clause 23, Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 23, we are proposing to amend the provision to read as follows. Function of the Uganda National Mining Company. The function of the Uganda National Mining Company are A, to manage the state's strategic commercial interests in the mineral subsector. And we are proposing to delete paragraph B, paragraph C, paragraph D, paragraph E, and then F should remain to participate in accordance with the terms of mineral agreements in joint ventures in which it holds an interest on behalf of the state. And paragraph H, to study and propose any new mining ventures locally and internationally, which means we delete initially and later, those two words. And we are proposing to insert paragraph I to read, to undertake the exploration and mining operations in the best interest of the state where private entities are unwilling to do so. The justification is to provide for a robust function of the mining company. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Honorable Speaker, we concede. Chair.
I put a question that clause 23 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 23 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 23 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. 24.
Clause 24.
Chair.
Madam Chair, the committee is proposing to amend clause 24, which is on Board of Directors of Uganda National Mining Company, as follows. In sub-clause 2, by inserting the words "and demonstrable competence" immediately after the words "experience and B, by inserting two new sub-clauses after sub-clause 2 as follows. The first one to read, the chairperson and members of the board shall be persons of high moral character and proven integrity. And 2, at least 2/3 of members of the board shall be women. The justification to take into consideration character, gender, and qualification of the members. 3, we are proposing to delete sub-clause 4D. Justification is that it is redundant.
Chair, what is the number of members that you're talking about? You're talking only about 2/3, but how many members? 2/3 of everybody?
About 1/3 is what the law
How
provides.
many members? 7, 5,
9 members.
9.
9 members.
Is it in your?
Honorable Katesh, can you clarify on
Is
that?
it in your report?
On 1/3.
What we want is the total number of members in the board.
Honorable Magolo, can you clarify you handle this part of the?
Right, Honorable Speaker, in the report there are 9 and it's 1/3.
But amend your report and say there shall be 9 members in the board. 2/3 of whom shall be women. 2/3 of whom shall be women.
Honorable Chair. Yes, thank you, Right Honorable. Because we have women who have
I've not yet put
qualified.
a
and-
question. I've not yet put
So-
a question.
Thank you, Honorable
Ma-
Chair.
I am saying,
Madam,
correct your report, put in a report that there will be 9 members, 2 of which, I mean 2/3 of which shall be women, not may, shall be women.
Madam Chair, as per your guidance, as per your guidance,
Please correct and we move on.
Madam Chair, as per your guidance,
Hi.
Madam Procedure.
Hi.
Madam Procedure.
Madam Chair,
Madam Procedure. Cannot sit with us 1/3.
Madam Chair, I raise on a procedure concern. Like you guided before, consistency is very, very key. And I thought if I got it right, in the proposal, they are talking of 2/3 shall be women.
Let's
But,
first agree on the number of board members.
Yes, the board members, for me, my thought is that 9 is adequate. And for purpose of
9
voting, one person must always be on top. You use the odd numbers, not the even. Yeah.
9 members.
9 members. And the number for the women, 1/3. In consistency with other laws, the way they have been drafted. Thank you.
Which laws?
Many, almost all.
Madam Chair, I wish to amend our report to provide for the number of members of this board
Of 9,
to be 9,
of which?
of which you
2/3.
guided here,
2/3.
as per your guidance, you say 2/3, but Madam Chair, I want to take into cognizance the provisions of other laws which state that 1/3. So with the at least 1/3.
It
So with your
says-
indulgence, Madam Chair,
It says at least 1/3.
yes.
So
we-
it can even be more than 1/3.
Can be more. With your indulgence, Madam Chair, I want to request to amend the second insertion to read, at least 1/3 of whom shall be women. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
9.
Members. I put a question that clause 24 be amended as proposed with the number of board members being 9 with at least 1/3 of which shall be women. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
9.
Madam Chair, I missed one other insertion, which is to delete subclause 4D. And as I said, that is redundant, but also we 6 to read as follows. The Board of Directors of the Uganda National Mining Company shall advise the minister on matters of production sharing agreements. The justification is that this is for information. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Thank you.
I concede.
I put a question that clause 24 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 24 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 24 as amended since part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
Chair,
Madam Chair, the committee is proposing to amend clause 25 by inserting a new paragraph C to read as follows. Funding of the Uganda National Mining Company shall come from the consolidated fund and any other sources that may from time to time be directed by the minister responsible for finance and shall be managed in accordance with the national, in accordance with the Public Finance Management Act 2015. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister,
I do concede.
I put a question that clause 25 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the
Madam.
contrary nay.
Clarification.
Clause 25 as amended.
You have a clarification? I now put a question that clause 25 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 26.
26, Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 26, we are proposing to redraft the provision to read as follows. Subclause 1, the minister may issue instructions to the board in respect of how the Uganda National Mining Company shall execute its functions under this act. Subclause 2, 1 shall be in respect of the mining policy. Madam
Minister.
Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister. You have a clarification?
Whether, just a clarification, whether what you are intending to say here is not about regulations, because I thought that the regulations will cover all issues of even instructions. Is there a difference between the two?
There is a difference. Minister,
I do concede.
I put a question that clause 26 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 25 as amended.
26.
Clause 26 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 26 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. 26.
Clause 27.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 27, which is on establishment of the Mineral Protection Force, we are proposing that we delete this clause. And the justification is that this can easily be abused. The Mineral Protection Force should be assigned from the Uganda Police Force and should only be called upon as and when required. The ministry can create an enforcement unit internally through regulations. This clause is a replica of the mandate of the Directorate of Geological Surveys and Mines. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Seven be deleted as
Aye.
proposed. Those in favor say and to the
Aye.
contrary.
Aye.
The
Aye.
ayes have it. You know, we have the mineral police. What the ministry can do is to go into an MOU with the police for them to have the persons, just like. So can we call the security in parliament, our parliament? They are coming from police.
No, Madam Chair, I had an opportunity of being a chair of the Natural Resources Committee for 3 years, and for 2 years as big problem that I had to deal with. And I can see there are several members here who were members of that committee. We've created, okay, at the moment, the problem we have is that there is a Mineral Police Protection Unit, which is completely parallel to the Ministry of Energy. It doesn't take instructions from the Ministry of Energy and they do their own things. But it is possible to create a force within the Ministry of Energy. We've done that for the National Environment Management Authority.
Information.
And we've done it for the Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Information, Chair. Information. The information I want to give my colleague is that if you compare Wildlife Authority and their force, it is because they are handling protected areas. We have a precedence in this country where you have institutions like QRA that have internal enforcement unit and they have secondment from the security services. Rather than create a parallel force, I think you can benchmark on the existing institutions and strengthen the internal enforcement of the ministry. That's the information I like.
Clarification, Madam Chair. Luckily, my colleague has worked with URA, and I believe that you know that URA has an enforcement unit under their powers and instructions. So I don't see anything wrong with the ministry having its own force that enforces the acts, the requirements of the acts and the operations. I believe we need this unit.
Clarification. And allowed information.
Clarification. Clarification. When we talk about, we appreciate that NEMA has a force and
Members,
the other.
I like what you're doing. You're debating what has already gone through. Next clause. If there is a problem, the minister will come back and we make an amendment, and it can be on a statutory instrument. We can handle that. Yes.
Madam Chair, on clause 28, we are proposing to have it deleted, and the justification is that this is consequential, and besides, the same roles and functions are provided for under the roles and functions of the Department of Mines under clause 18, which we've already dealt with. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
You're deleting? I put a question that clause 28 be deleted. Minister?
It is a consequential amendment.
I put a question that clause 28 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 29.
29, Chair.
Clause 29, role of local governments. The committee is proposing that we amend subclause 1 as follows. A, by amending paragraph B by substituting the words building substances with the word minerals. The justification is consequential. B, we are proposing by inserting a new paragraph after paragraph E to read as follows. Of the companies operating in their jurisdiction every 6 months. The justification is to empower local governments to monitor mining activities under their jurisdiction. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Concede.
I put a question that clause 29 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 29 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 29 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 30.
Clause 30, mineral agreement.
Madam Chair, on clause 30, mineral agreements, we are proposing to amend the provision as follows. A, in subclause 1, by inserting the words in respect of high capitalized and complex projects at the end of the provision. The justification is for clarity. And B, in subclause 2, paragraph D, by inserting the words where minerals have been ascertained and quantified at the end of the provision. The justification, Madam Chair, is for clarity so that government can only enter into production sharing arrangements where there is projected production. Subclause C, by redrafting subclause 2N to read resolution of dispute is to avoid limiting the state to international arbitration, which is costly. D, in subclause 2, paragraph O, by deleting the word small appearing before the word portions. And E, by inserting the word of before the words the registered. The justification is to correct a grammatical error. F, amend subclause 2F by deleting the words whether wholly or partly in Uganda. G, insert a new subclause immediately after subclause 4 to read as follows. The minister shall lay before Parliament mineral agreements signed and adopted by government within 60 days from the date of signing the agreement. The justification to comply with the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, AITI. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Thank you. There is a ruling we've made where there is a director, now you put a minister. That one, you.
Thank you, Right Honorable. We do concede.
I put a question that clause 30 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, on to the contrary nay. Yes, a bit.
Clause 30 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 30 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Clause 31.
Sechi, you're welcome. Clause 31. I put a question that clause 31 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Clause 32.
I put a question that clause 32 stands.
Madam Chair, clause 32. Clause 32, by implication of the powers we granted the minister, states as here. The clause as of now, for members to follow, states that the director application for exploration license on the first come, first served basis. The director shall, in a manner prescribed by the regulations, receive applications for an exploration license on the first come, first served basis. Now, since we've changed the powers, in section 2, it says the director shall grant, I think, after receiving receipts and consider the application. We already said that the minister shall have powers in this case to grant licenses. Therefore, consequently, I would like to propose that the director shall receive and then submit to the minister, shall receive applications and then submit them to the minister for grant of licenses, exploration licenses. These are the mineral rights we talked about, honorable members, which we granted in clause 19. Consequently, I mean previously, to the minister. And these rights are enshrined in clause, if we go back, clause 14, which include the prospecting license, exploration license, retention license, large-scale mining license, medium-scale, small-scale, and artisanal mining licenses. And we already said that the powers to grant licenses shall be vested in the minister.
Honorable
Therefore, in this case, the proposal is that the director receives and submits to the minister for consideration.
Honorable Medi.
Yes.
I thought that would be prescribed by the minister in the regulations.
No, this is explicit because later, consequently, it talks about approval. Now, in this case, if we Because I'm going to leave.
It's
Person.
more, supplementing you.
Just is
Oh, you're
supplementing you.
If we said the minister instead of the director, then the minister can put in place mechanisms of how applications. Yes.
Consequently, you're saying that in this case, we say that the minister,
minister, not
shall
the-
in the, but you can't say shall in a manner prescribed in the regulation. All right, the minister, we
Yeah,
can
the
take it.
minister. Where there's a director, we put a minister.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
on this particular one, I would want to maintain the status quo of this clause, that the director receives the applications and submits to the minister. Otherwise, then the minister considers them for grant. Because now you are making the minister the directory where, everybody takes the applications to the minister, then the minister considers them. Let them go through a channel of the director submits them to the minister,
Make your amendment.
who
AG.
considers them.
Doug, make your amendment.
No, I want
yes,
support
he supports
his,
you.
yes, I want
You
support
make the
his.
amendment.
We maintain it as the director shall, in a manner prescribed by regulation, just as it is, receive the applications for an exploration license on a first come, first served basis and submit the same to the minister for consideration and grant.
I put a question.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, this consequently would impact on clause 37, clause 43, which talks about the consequent right. I beg to submit, and I thank my honorable colleague for
Minister.
that.
I consider as proposed.
I put a question that clause 31 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and contrary nay.
Clause 31 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 31 as amended sounds part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 32 is where we've been.
32, I put a question at clause 32. I put a question at clause 32 as amended. Stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
Chair.
Madam Chair, the committee proposes to read draft sub-clause 2 of clause 33 to read as follows. The announcement referred to in subsection 1 shall be published in the Gazette and in a newspaper of wide circulation and in other electronic and print media. The justification is talking about international media would be too much, and the wide circulation would cover most of what we require to include. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Yes, what they have suggested covers everything suggested, so it is okay.
Clarification.
Can we have in the National Gazette? See here, Gazette. Can we have in the National Gazette?
Madam Chair, Gazette is already provided for.
It is, but what I'm saying in the National Gazette.
National, you want to add the word
Yes.
national?
Yes,
The only recognized Gazette is one.
yes, but it is also in all other laws that we have passed
Okay.
that we make it a National Gazette.
Okay. But you see, all the other laws where we have provided for publication, we talk of the Gazette. We do not talk of the
It is still a
National
national
Gazette.
gazette.
Right, Honorable, I think
What is the problem with it?
it may sound superficial. How do we prefer we maintain Gazette? Because that's what it is in other laws.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. On clause 1, there is a mention that the minister may, in exceptional circumstances, this seems to be requiring somewhere to be clarified. When is it a circumstance exceptional in which we require for the minister to ask for open bidding?
Attorney General.
Madam Chair, I want to thank my colleague for bringing that to the forefront. I would be of the view that we remove the word exceptional circumstances because we are giving the mandate to announce areas of exploration to the minister. So he does not need exceptional circumstances. Once areas of exploration are discovered, it is the role of the minister to announce. If you say exceptional circumstances, then it means there will be other circumstances for which exploration areas will not be announced, and then people will go ahead and exploit that.
True.
Yes.
That is true. So can you reframe?
I would say, notwithstanding section 32, the minister may prescribe, may by regulations announce areas open for bidding for exploration licenses, medium scale mining licenses, or large scale mining licenses under this act.
Yes.
Proposal.
Minister, is that okay with you?
Thank you for reframing. I concede.
I put a question that clause 33 be amended as proposed by the Deputy Attorney General. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 33 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
34, Chair.
Madam Chair, we are proposing to amend clause 34 as follows. A, amend subclause 1 by substituting the words in at least one national newspaper of wide circulation in Uganda with in a newspaper of wide circulation and in other electronic and print media. The justification is for consistency with the clause 33 that we've just passed. Secondly, we are proposing that in subclause 2, paragraph B, we amend by inserting the words medium scale license and large scale mining license at the end of the provisions. The justification is to be all inclusive. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Concede.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I will wish to inquire about the duration of these licenses. Are we going to leave an open exploration license, medium scale. I think we should fix the duration. How long are we offering?
Mosa,
Thank
that
you.
will come in regulations. It will be provided for in the regulations.
Madam Chair, they are actually specified under other clauses that we
Okay.
shall, as we shall get to know.
I put a question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 34 as amended.
I put the question that clause 34 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
35. Dr. Mukenya.
Madam Chair, when you look at clause 35(6), a person aggrieved by the decision of the director under subsection 2 may appeal against the decision to the minister within 30 days of receipt of the decision. Madam Chair, we propose that we put an appeals tribunal instead of the minister.
Remember, we said, yes, remember we said it is the minister that gives a license, gives the rights. So now appealing to the minister again is not correct. So we need a tribunal.
Madam Chair, but I also want to refer my colleague to section 335Q. That 335 subclause 2Q that provides for the arbitration mechanism. So it's already catered for ahead.
Then you delete that part.
Madam Chair, the chair is proposing that that be handled in the regulations as stated, but we would prefer that it is early amendments concerning the director and the minister.
Madam Chair, like we earlier agreed to give the powers to the minister, even the objection would be from the minister in subclause 2. So the appeal can only be to court. If I've understood it clearly, subclause 2 of 35 says the director shall consider the objection raised.
No, not 35(6). A
I beg your
person
pardon?
aggrieved by the decision of a minister under subsection 2 may appeal against the decision to the minister. What he's
No.
saying, instead of appealing to the minister,
You appeal
you
to
appeal
court.
to
Court.
court.
Court, yes. You
Why don't
appeal
you-
the
why don't
decision
you-
of the minister to court.
Why don't you start with the tribunal?
Information.
You are thinking of
Information.
establishing an energy
Yes.
and minerals tribunal?
Tribunal in the regulations.
That would be,
Information.
it's not in the bill, it was not envisaged. And even procedurally, all the other appeals from the
So
minister,
you think court is better?
yes.
Information.
Honorable Dr. Bukenya.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Attorney General knows very well that the court processes, like you've seen, the Sudiru case has taken 3 years. and we have mining, we invest significant amounts of money. By the time I go through the whole process, we needed a special team to handle us.
Madam Chair, allow me. Madam Chair, may I respond?
You see, I think the minister can come up with that regulation. Just like when you look at the Administration of Parliament Act, it doesn't have a disciplinary committee, but we had to create a disciplinary committee under the rules.
May I propose we stand over this as the technical team looks at it? Because
If we
we
are
need to
moving, if we
consider.
are standing over the whole thing, we stand over the whole thing. Can we move?
Right, Honorable, as we
Honorable
move.
Call, you had something to say.
Okay.
When we started, you said we are going to sit here until it is done. So if we start standing over it and that is going to be a problem. And I really got the concern of my colleague very well.
Yes.
I didn't know you like that. So the most important thing here is we all aware of the court process in this country. And if we leave this to be in the regulation for the minister to do it, we are saying it is a very sensitive area that we are trying to handle. What if they don't put it in the regulation? So that's going to be a problem. In this case, we are saying it is a very sensitive area. So let us put it in the tribunal. So that before you go to court, at least you have been heard somewhere at least. And we lose nothing for doing that. We want also the people who are in the business to get their concern also addressed before they go to court. When they are not satisfied with the decision of the tribunal, that's when they go to court. I think that would be okay. Thank you.
Honorable members, we already have the 9 people who are in the what? In the board. The minister can decide to get people from there and cause a tribunal to sort out this issue. You cannot push people to court before you have an internal process. Minister, the tribunal.
Thank you very much. Your
Even if you don't
guidance
consider,
is really-
I'll put
this is a very complex area where, disputes are prevalent. So I was thinking, I think your guidance will say the suggestion of forming a tribunal, which when the minister's decision, you go back to then refer to court. So that would be good. Or something like a dispute resolution, there must be something which can establish where people can go after when they are dissatisfied with the minister's decision, other than going to court direct. I think it will be plausible, that will be okay to establish at least a tribunal or a dispute resolution mechanism before going to court. So shall see if I really appeal to members. I think that tribunal or mechanism for dispute resolution is established. Mechanism.
So what have you agreed?
Yes, I agree the establishment of a mechanism resolution or a tribunal. One of
Thank
them
you.
can
Thank
guide
you.
us.
Madam Chair, information.
Honorable members, I put a question.
Information, Madam Chair.
I put a question that say clause
Chair.
34 be amended.
Technical information.
As proposed
Chair.
with a clause from
Chair.
the minister. Those in
Madam
favor
Chair.
say unto the contrary, nay.
Madam Chair.
The ayes have it.
Madam Chair. Madam
Give me a
Chair.
microphone. You've just come. Please, Chikuvo.
we are processing a very contentious matter. Madam Chair, a tribunal and honorable members isn't a matter of course. First of all, with its financial implications, which was never envisaged in the drafting of this bill.
Yes, proceed.
But
yeah.
if you don't, if you
Madam
don't
Chair,
listen-
this is the matter which has already been resolved. A senior colleague knows if you want to reopen a matter, a clause, you have to move a motion for recommittal. He has not moved any motion for recommittal.
Members, first of all, I want to thank Dr. Bukenya. There was no amendment on this, which left it virgin for any arbitration. And Dr. Bukenya is saying, yes, whereas the minister is responsible for giving out the licenses, the rights and whatever, we need a body. In case the minister errors, we need a body that can be able to check, put checks and balances for the minister. And that's why we are saying, just like you have a dispute resolution, you have for workers, you have UCC. Now, what we are saying, we should have for mines and minerals. And that's what the minister has considered and said, let's have a committee, a dispute resolution committee, a tribunal that will be checking on the what? On the grievances. Dr. Bukenya, are you satisfied with that?
Madam Chair, I would be happy with the tribunal.
Yes, that's what we are saying. That's what we have
Because
captured.
we make it a fair process because the monkey is in the forest and is determining which tree to cut and which fruit to eat. We need someone from outside to handle.
Let me put a question again so that you're
The
clear that
monkey
it's
is
a tribunal.
Procedure, Chair. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Chair. Right Honorable Chair, at this stage is where we go to the minute details. And for this House, honorable members, for such an important
Bring
debate,
your amendment. Just bring your amendment. Don't tell us what we are supposed to do. Bring your amendment and we amend.
I don't know, Chair, why you
have come late. I've been here from 2 for you. Have just come.
No, that's not the point, Chair. It can't be the point. Once you have a
Okay.
bill on our hands,
Say, bring your amendment.
I take
You
it,
bring your
Chair, 'cause
amendment. Bring your amendment. Members, I put a question that did you say did you say dispute mechanism or a tribunal? It is a tribunal.
Right Honorable, they say a dispute resolution mechanism.
Honorable Minister, we want a tribunal.
Thank you for your guidance. If we feel the tribunal is the what we
Honorable-
want is to play justice everywhere. They move because legal processes must be handled very well. If it is a tribunal and it is in the wisdom of the August House to say a tribunal, yes, I concede.
Members.
Right, Honorable Chair. Allow me, despite the fact that you seem agreeable to the tribunal, allow me
Not
be on
me, the
record. No,
House.
okay, my colleagues. For the record, At the making of this bill, the tribunal was not envisaged. So that comes with the financial implications. Two, this parliament has this parliament passed the administration of judiciary bill, making the judiciary finances independent, and their budget has been doubled. This year alone, they will have, by the time the year ends, they will have appointed close to 20 judges, which is more than has ever been done before. We shall be reducing the efforts of the judiciary if we take this away from them.
Colleagues, and my colleagues on the front bench, what I pick from a tribunal, the process of a tribunal is much easier for a lower person. For example, an artisanal miner, by the time you go through court, an artisanal miner to go through court, it's so difficult. Colleagues, we are doing this for the big people who can afford court, and also for the small people who cannot afford the court processes.
And members,
So I implore my colleagues that let's go with the tribunal. And then even with the tribunal, you can still go to court. So you wouldn't have stopped anyone from going anywhere.
honorable members, I now put a question that clause 35 be amended as proposed by the government chief whip. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 35 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 35 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36.
Chair.
Madam Chair, I propose that we amend clause 36 subclause 2 by spelling the word cadastre as cadastre. Justification is for consistency. I submit, Madam Chair.
Minister. I put a question that clause 36 as amended stands part of the. I put a question that clause 36 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 36 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 36 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 37.
Chair.
Clause 37 by amending subclause 2 by inserting a first subclause as follows. An application for a prospecting license shall A, contain in respect of an individual the name and nationality of each individual making the application. And also we are proposing to renumber the provision accordingly. The justification is that a prospecting license should apply to an individual as well, and also to be consistent with clause 43.2 and other clauses. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
I'm agreeable to the amendment. However, I wish to add, like we had earlier agreed, to replace the word director with the minister.
That was an agreed position.
Yes.
Yes. That's a constant.
Consequential amendments considered.
I put a question that clause 37 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 37 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 37 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. I 38.
Clause 38.
I put a question that clause 38.
Madam Chair.
I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill doesn't.
I have a
say
question
aye, to
on
the contrary,
question,
nay.
Madam Chair. I have a concern on
38.
clause 38. We are only talking about granting of the prospecting license, but we are not making a provision of rejection. I believe, or I suggest that we add a section to provide for rejection. Thank you.
There is a clause on revocation. There's a clause on revocation. Yes, that's why you see there's no amendment here. 38 will pass. I put a question that clause 38 stands part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye, and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 39.
I put a question that clause 39 stands part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye, and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 40.
I've not yet said the ayes have it.
Chair, granting the prospecting license,
That is where, which is
clause 39.
38.
Yes, I was on the duration. 39. I was of the view, honorable minister and members, that for a prospecting license to be valid for a period of 1 year may not be realistic. Because the process of applying, by the time you go through the application, depending on where you are prospecting for the minerals, I would propose that we leave it to 5 years.
Clarification. Clarification. Honorable member, the question is, when we are-
Honorable, the land friend, prospective is for us to assess whether you will be able to handle, to manage. That is prospective. Just like you have a prospective buyer, you're not sure whether the buyer is going to come or not. Yes, Council.
Honorable Chair, I understand the concerns of Honorable Sechikubo. However, I want us to be flexible on this. It can be in place for 1 year, as the clause proposes. But imagine if you were prospecting for minerals, and in the 12th month, you find them, and then your license expires before. Yeah, so maybe we can add that it can be renewable once. Can be renewable once. For either a period of 1 year or 6 months, there we can agree. That can be maybe renewable for 6 months. Extended for 6 months.
When what happened?
Yes.
I would agree to the renewable once because it involves investment. Having the investor confidence. But the investor confidence may not necessarily be sustained in 1 year. So if we can allow for renewable once, that one can be a win-win. And I will beg members to look at it in that
Madam
light.
Chair, Madam Chair, I have a concern. I beg your indulgence. I beg your indulgence, Madam Chair.
Yeah, information.
Can I ask something? In the circumstance that this prospective license, this person fails to perform or to make use of his license, what happens?
Madam Chair.
I am just asking. I'm asking.
Madam Chair,
Sessions.
I've just conferred with the technical team. And maybe the position.
The technical team, by the way, don't legislate for the people down there.
Right,
For
Madam
them, it's
Chair.
about the law.
Prospecting is a general exercise. It's given in a specific area, as opposed to exploration. So they are saying that if your license expires, then you apply afresh. It is a form of scouting.
Yes,
You walk around looking for minerals.
yes.
So I want to propose that we maintain this as
Now,
it
when
is.
when you apply, you're
Yes.
supposed to pay.
Yes,
We need money as government.
yes. But if 1 year expires, then you apply afresh.
Yes.
So we
Madam Chair.
maintain the clause as it is.
Madam Chair.
I put a question that clause
Madam, can I-
39 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say, and the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. 40.
Clause 40.
40. I put a question that clause 40 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 41.
I put a question that
Madam-
clause 41 stands
Madam
part
Chair,
of the bill. Those in
clarification
favor
on
say, aye,
41.
and to the contrary, nay.
41.
The ayes have it.
Madam Chair. You see why I believe we should have supported what Honorable Sechko was saying. When you look at clause 41E, they are saying you must remove on or before the expiration of the prospecting license, any camps, temporary buildings, installations which may have been erected within that 1 year. You must repair and make good any damage caused to the surface of the land to the satisfaction of the director and the National Environmental Management Authority. Do we look at 1 year to have done all these things? How much time will this person have? Thank you.
Information, Chair.
You reapply. You reapply. You reapply.
You're free to, you can walk away. I have no more license.
There's no other. There's no avenue. You taking? There are no avenue. What about 40, 41? What is talking about? Move. Yes.
Right, Honorable. This prospecting means it gives you a chance to move around the country to look for the mineral that you desire to get in the next stage of exploration. But people have moved, whom we have given these prospecting licenses, scouting around. In fact, they finish them quickly. Someone says, I've finished, I've not got the mineral I need. Just says, okay, walks away. But if you have an area of interest, which you have already seen, then you move to the next stage of now applying for exploration. In fact, the camps, they say you'll remove. Are those you go temporarily to sit, say, in Arua for just about 2 days or 1 month. If you don't see anything, you move away from there. So we are telling you not to leave your camps there because you are not applying for exploration. You are just scouting, moving around. Go to Kabale, try there. Go to Karamoja, try there. Within 1 year, you have not found anything. What are you doing again? You leave. And if we say, then we don't even say, you cannot
Clarification.
Procedure, Chair. Exclude you.
Information, Madam Chair.
You see, Honorable Minister.
Information, Madam Chair.
Honorable Minister, what Honorable MP Kabula raised
Information.
is, but I was seeking clarification, then you can come.
Madam Chair,
Madam
It
Chair.
is within this bill.
I think you allowed me.
It is within this bill, and we may rely on the technical persons. But what the member has raised is pertinent, and you are trying to run away from it. Once you have all these processes, before the expiration, camps are not a one-day affair. Temporary buildings, installations, meaning that these minerals we are prospecting are not on the surface.
Procedure.
It requires a deeper analysis of the soils, the samples.
Procedure, Madam
etc.
Chair.
But it is part of the bill. Saying remove on or before the expiration of the prospecting license, meaning you are in the process of prospecting license, you are in the activities of prospecting. And they say they envisaged that while you are prospecting, you may have to set up camps, structures that may be temporary.
Exploration.
My
is
information
different.
still stands, Madam Chair.
Prospecting is
Right,
different from
Honorable Chair.
exploration.
Right, Honorable Chair. You see, people come, they get these prospecting licenses and then start selling them, moving around. There are very many who are just vending, and people are losing a lot of money, very many cases on prospecting licenses. Now, to me, Honorable Sechkubo and Honorable Enos, what I'm understanding is they are saying remove your camps. If you still have interest in remaining in the area, before the expire of your license, reapply for a fresh license, and then you will remain with your camps.
Honorable Chief
But not
Whip.
getting a place. And what it means also, Right Honorable Chair, it is we are creating a way for others to come who might be interested in the area. You might have failed for you to get the minerals, but others are interested to come in the area. You have your camps, you will stop them, so reapply.
Look at Honorable Chief Whip. Look at section 39. We said it's not renewable. That's what was passed. Renew. They are
That
saying
is
a prospecting.
That is prospecting.
Madam Chair.
You first check.
Madam
right?
Chair, 39 is about prospecting. 41 is also under prospecting. It's an obligations of the holder of the prospecting license. So they are all prospecting licenses. We are still under prospecting licenses. 39, you are saying a prospecting license shall be valid for a period of 1 year and it's not renewable. And you're saying under 41 that when you're leaving this area that we have licensed you for 1 year, make sure you clean it up.
Honorable colleague,
We
there
have
is-
areas where you will go and prospect for gold, for example, install your machines, have camps, if you're doing it on a large scale. If you don't find it there, what happens?
But Honorable colleague, you know, at prospecting, there are no machines. That's number
Madam-
one.
Madam
Number two,
Chair.
there is a difference between renewal, okay, and reapplying. A very big difference. When
Madam
you
Chair.
reapply, no one can take away your right for reapplying for your license. But for renewal, we can take it away.
But you know,
Madam
renewable
Chair.
is more of a right.
Madam Chair,
Madam
I come from a mining area. I grew up in mining gold and they are still doing it. Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister says when they are prospecting, they want to see if there is a mineral or not. Madam Chair, what takes place on the ground during the prospecting, and we have looked at the licenses of some people, they do full-scale mining. At times they deplete the area over the years that they have got that license and move to another area and or go away. And the minerals that they get during that time are not accounted for anywhere. So that's the reason, Madam Chair of the House, why I'm saying prospecting should be as short as possible. 1 year is enough.
Permission.
Renewable for another 1 year. Thank you very much.
Yes,
That's enough.
Madam Chair, another minor here.
Permission.
Members, we proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair.
We have 400 clauses. Clause 41. I put a question that clause 41 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Clause 42.
I put a question that clause 42 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43.
43, Chair.
Madam Chair, in clause 43, we are proposing to amend sub-clause 2, paragraph F, by substituting not exceeding 3 years with not exceeding 4 years. Justification is for consistency with the current laws. And we are also proposing to insert a new sub-clause after sub-clause 2 to read as follows. Application made under this section shall be in accordance with the National Environment Act 2019, Act 5 of 2019. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Concede.
I put a question that clause 43 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 43 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 43 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 44.
I put a question that clause 44 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 45.
I put a question that clause 45 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it. 46.
Clause 46.
Madam Chair, we propose that in clause 46, we delete sub-clauses 2 and 3. The justification is that they are redundant. I beg to submit.
I don't see
46.
how they are
46,
redundant. 46. Because they give the full extent. They provide the area, the mechanisms. And the chair hasn't justified exactly why he's deleting 2 and 3. It's not a question of granting a license. There must, once you have a license, there must be terms, conditions, duties, responsibilities for the person who obtains the license. You have to bear in mind. Madam Chair, I propose that we leave clause 46 the way it is.
I agree with the search, we retain 46 as it is.
Madam Chair, my committee had observed that these are for regulations, but in the wisdom of this House, if it is felt that we retain them, then I concede.
You see, I think where Honorable Search is coming from, why you're saying you're deleting 1 and 2. Huh? It is 2 and 3. Eh? 2 and 3.
1 is okay.
I don't see any problem with this one. He has considered, eh? That is 46.
Something small. On 1, clause 1A. The contents. It talks of the date of grant of the license. I think we should also add the date of expiry. Madam Chair, clause 46, 1A, on the contents of the license. A talks of the date of grant of the license. I would want to add the date of the expiry of the license.
But if we have said that a license will run for 1 year, it is automatic, just common sense. That 1 year, if it is in January, it will end in January. I put a question that clause 46 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 47.
Chair.
Madam Chair, we propose to amend clause 47 by deleting subclause 2, paragraph C. And we observe that it is redundant.
Exploration area.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the chairperson is suggesting a deletion with the reasoning that it is redundant, but he doesn't give us how redundant this section is. The C that is proposing to.
Assuming there are areas of overlap, what happens? Of overlapping.
See, Madam Chair, I would be of the view that we maintain this.
Yes.
This would save us
Overlap.
from overlap, where a minister issues a license to an already licensed area.
Yes.
So we maintain this.
Minister. I put.
Code retention.
I now put a question that.
Chair, Madam Chair. Still again, the way we have processed this bill is to cater for the common person. Our artisans, our miners in the villages. But where I'm seeing, Madam Chair, I'm kindly begging your attention. The area of land in respect of an exploration license may be granted shall not be more than 250 square kilometers. Madam Chair, again, we are now inviting large-scale exploration and mining. If you want to be democratic and fair to all the citizens, don't exceed 5 square kilometers. Don't exceed, let's put a cap on the entire 250 square kilometers. You are having large-scale miners in your mind. Let us put it to manageable portions and allow other Ugandans chance. But people are going to be covering sources of land.
But I would imagine it depends on the kind of mineral you're looking at. Because there are some minerals that start from here and you can only discover it when you're what is your constituency? Remiaga. So that will be determined by the minister in the regulations, really. Let's not do all these things.
But they've put it as part of the bill.
Yes, but this can be a
Chair, to allay my senior colleagues' fears, the language here is that not more than, it can be less. No, you see, if you could put a cap, you are also putting a cap on the magnitude of investment. If you find a person who has the capacity to invest in all that and proves that he has that capacity in his application for that license, a small capacity from Chegebwa, I'm granted for a given size. So it says not more, but it can be less.
But
Madam Chair.
it still depends on the kind of mineral you're looking at. Eh?
Madam
There are
Chair,
some-
but Madam Chair, more than
There are some rare earth minerals that cover longer space or whichever. But if you're going to limit that you want 50 for somebody, another for another person, it may not help.
For the government chief whip, because his line has been to democratize this, to allow as many people as possible. And in a country in 250 square kilometers.
Okay.
Right Honorable Chair, I agree with the Honorable say, but there are minerals like the Right Honorable Chair put it. For example, phosphates. Phosphates. You follow a line, but also the investment, the way the Attorney General put it. You find someone needs to come here and put up a factory of around $500 million. Okay? And therefore, for that project to be bankable, you know, you must be having enough space, but also you find you can only have only one factory in that category. So right, Honorable said, to me, I would propose that we go with this view so that where someone has capacity, they do the work. Where we don't have capacity, in other countries, they are going as southern square miles. Yeah. Such Kubo, maybe we can also include that of all those square miles, you don't extend to Remiyaga.
Yes. Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister.
Madam Speaker and dear members, this licensing is progressive. We came from the determination of exploration license. Now, prospecting. Now we are going to exploration. There are some minerals which really are sparse and fuzzy, scattered, that you give a big area for a person to assign how much. But there are also areas when you go in front there of the mineral type, where you can have the artisans with smaller numbers, smaller amounts, smaller acreages. Then even these ones, when you are doing exploration, you might define where what you are looking for is specifically in one place. At the time of a grant of a mining license, you go to the area where you have found the mineral, the other is abandoned. If you stay for a long time without confirming, when you are going to renew, another part is cut off. If you go on meandering without for a long time, you may lose the whole area. So we are still, as you go with this bill, you will see where we now come as people to say we are here. So this one is just a generality for those large scale mines. Otherwise, we are not losing the whole thing to say go there. Now this is one part, just explore. Abandon the other area.
So are you in agreement with no change? Are you in agreement with no change? No amendment? I put a question that clause 47 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 48.
Yes.
Chair,
There's a
clause
procedure.
48, amend the
Point of
provision
procedure.
as follows.
Procedure. Madam Chair, I looked at my clock, whatever, the watch, clearly, and it's showing it's already coming to 8 o'clock almost. And I wanted to raise that, Madam Chair, we've done quite a good job. And I thought to ask whether it's not procedurally proper that we adjourn for now. And then we come back when we are fresh enough, and then we finish up with the work. It's also possible that tomorrow we can convene another sitting at the discretion of the chair. I beg to ask.
The good thing, I'm the one chairing, yeah? and I'm not yet tired. Clause 48. Tomorrow I have to go and bury my Emoromoro, so don't waste my energy.
Madam Chair, we are proposing to amend the provisions of clause 48 as follows. In subclause 1, by deleting the words is the subject of a large-scale mining license, medium-scale mining license, retention license, artisanal or small-scale mining license, or in a fragile or sensitive ecosystem or protected area without the consent in writing of the responsible government, ministry, department, or agency. And redrafting the provision to read as follows. Subclause 1 is the subject of a large-scale mining license, medium-scale mining license, retention license, artisanal or small-scale mining license. B, in subclause 3, by inserting a new paragraph immediately after paragraph A to read as follows. Or in a fragile or sensitive ecosystem or protected area without the consent in writing of the responsible government ministry, department, or agency. C, by inserting a new clause immediately after subclause 3 to read as follows. For the purpose of this section, the minister shall by regulation prescribe information needed from the applicant to prove that he or she satisfies the requirements in paragraph A to G. And the justification for these amendments is to avoid any confusion. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I believe that the committee has actually created more confusion by separating these words or cutting the sentence in two halves, I would say, because the clause is saying restrictions on grant of exploration license. An exploration license shall not be granted over an area that is actually in a sensitive ecosystem. That was the purpose of the clause. So when you separate it, it does not make any more sense. I suggest that we retain it the way it is, because the main purpose is to make sure that if a license is to be issued, it's not issued within the ecosystem. And even if it's be issued within that protected area, it's done by the agency that is concerned with regulations of that area. So I suggest, Madam Chair, that we retain the clause the way it is.
Minister.
You see, in every this legislation we have, sectors are given their portions. The ecosystem is very sensitive, I shall be reading. So what we are trying to say is must preserve the area. For me, my chairman said, I beg him to concede.
Thank you. I put a question that clause 48 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. 49.
Clause 49.
I put a question that clause 49 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
I put a question that clause 50 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 51.
I put a question that clause 51 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52.
Chair.
Clause 52, we propose to amend subclause 1, paragraph E, by inserting the words "and any relevant authority" at the end of the provision. And the justification is to abide by the principles of good governance. I beg to submit, Madam Chair.
Chair, I minister.
Honorable Chair, we proceed.
I put a question that clause 52 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and with contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 52 as amended.
I put a question that clause 52 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and with contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 53.
I put a question that clause 53 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and with contrary nay. The ayes
Clause
have it.
54.
I put a question that clause 54 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and with contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 55.
Chair.
Madam Chair, clause 55, we propose to amend the provisions as follows. In subclause 3, paragraph E, by substituting the words appropriate experts or consultants acceptable to the director with an accredited consultant. The justification is for clarity. B, we are proposing inserting a new
Yeah,
provision.
Just a minute. A director or minister?
Minister, I
Okay.
beg to correct that, Madam Chair. And B, we are proposing to insert a new provision under subclause 3, paragraph E, to read as follows. Forecast for market trend. The justification is that this is a necessity. C, we are proposing inserting a new provision after subclause 3 as follows. Subclause 4, for the purpose of this section, accredited consultant means a consultant accredited by a nationally or internationally recognized authority to undertake such studies. The justification is for clarity. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister? Yes?
Madam Chair, I wanted just clarification from Chair, whether it would not be proper to categorize that under the interpretation clause, instead of having it here, take it to the area of interpretation, the definitions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, for purpose of consistency with the other drafting options which are adopted, this is where this word is only being used once, and so it is not necessary to put it in interpretation.
That is, when it relates to that particular activity, it is okay. The minister?
I do consent.
I put a question that clause 55 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 55 as amended.
I put a question that clause 55 as amended. 55 be as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 56.
I put a question that clause 56 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 57.
Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 58.
Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we are dealing with duration of retention license, meaning that the term of the license could have expired. Now, an investor applies for a renewal of the retention of the license, which expired in the first place, and this is 3 years. Now, for this clause, again, we are talking about renewal of a retention license. It is going to be abused. If it expired and you applied for a renewal, that should be under the duration of retention license provided for under clause 57.
So how do you want it to read?
Chair would read, because apparently you are using retention, and again you are renewing the retention again. It is going to be subject to abuse. There has to be a cutoff
sir.
point, the first 4 years, another 3 years, and again, you are now proposing another term of period.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Chair. Honorable Sage, it says may be granted. Now, may be granted, that means the minister will have to look at the circumstances under which you're applying for a renewal. Or you didn't play your part, for example, then the minister will not grant it. Now, it goes ahead to limit the minister how many times he or she can renew it. So that is for 3 years. So to me, I think the minister here is given power, to look at the circumstances under which you are applying for renewal.
You are right.
You know,
You could
you first
force-
look at section 54, then you look at the interpretation clause, what the definition of retention is, and then I want you to differentiate between prospective, exploration, and then retention. You differentiate that and look at the what? The definition or interpretation clause. Yes, Chairman.
I see no problem here in this process, but there is one thing. Suddenly, the rights of the owner of the land are not reflected in this renewal of retention license, going further to keep it. We have tried to avoid it in the prospective license. We have avoided this issue of speculators. And we are so happy with that because there are so many in Moroto who keep on having this kind of thing. But there are also those who have these retention licenses because they cannot commence exploration. They cannot commence the commercial part of exploration. So they keep holding it. And it's the case on Ikosiroi, where someone is owning the whole area, but has not put the factory and keeps renewing it, but it's not putting a factory. So I don't know whether at some point we should put the conditions under which this person can renew this license. Instead of allowing the person to keep retaining. If he has done the first 4 years, he has found the mineral for exploration, he added another 3 years, he added 2. Why again give more time? It means that he doesn't have the money to do the work and he's holding the country back. He keeps on renewing and that's cheaper.
When you look at this clause,
Can I give some
it says a retention license may be granted for not exceeding 3 years. So it's not open-ended. Yes,
And I give some example, right honorable.
yes.
This issue of mining, when a person is given exploration license, is when you expect people to bring machines to do the trenching, to do what, and try to establish the quantities, whether they will be of a commercial value or not. Someone who goes there for 3 years, but keeps on bringing returns, progressive returns, to the Directorate of Geology. They all the time look at and say, is this man, what is he doing? Because there are rules there which you should follow. If you are not doing anything, after 3 years, you have not got any returns. That one, which they say you may not get a retention license. But if you say, through your progressive returns, I have managed to do this, I have managed to do this, if I'm allowed to continue for these years, I might bring a good results to you. And when they are doing it, by the way, they are also making the ministry know whether the minerals exist there for future consideration for another person. Then we say, okay, go ahead. They are not doing, and they pay. Then, because when we go ahead, there are even mineral rents. There is where we can now deal with surface rights, the one he's talking about the owner of the land. Since the the districts are now involved fully. Shall be discussing about what gets to a person because of rights at this time, and the person will consent. So why we say go here, 3 years, prove that you still think you can make it. Then the other one, another 2, 7 years in total. You have not got, there is no renewal, but you have told us what is there. If there is anything and you have not progressed, you go. We continue with other people. The mineral is ours. Thank you.
Silo?
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I want to agree with your earlier position, and we don't need really to meander about this provision. The fact that the provision is already stating that not exceeding gives the minister discretion, even to give just 30 days. So there should be no challenge at all with this. And therefore, I would move that we put a question on this and we move on.
We already finished. We are just passing time, commercial break.
Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, information on that.
The next clause, clause 58.
Madam Chair, I'm withdrawing the amendment we had proposed in view of the amendments we had made earlier on, where the duty of licensing lies with the minister. I beg to withdraw.
Very good. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Do consent.
I put the question that clause 58 as amended. Be amended as proposed. Those in favor, say aye. To the contrary, no.
They have withdrawn the amendment.
They have withdrawn the amendment?
Yes, they've withdrawn
Okay.
the amendment.
I put a question that clause 58 stands part of the bill. Those in favor, say and record to remain. The ayes have it.
Clause 59.
I put a question that clause 59 stands part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 60.
I put a question that clause 60 stands part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. To the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. 61.
Clause 61.
Chair.
Madam Chair, we propose to amend subclause 2, paragraph E by deleting the term bankable. And in subclause 2, paragraph L, by deleting the word full. In subclause 2, paragraph O, by inserting the words and progressive reduction of expatriate workers in the industry. In subclause 2, paragraph P, by deleting the words life and. In subclause 2, paragraph V, the whole subclause be deleted. The justification is provided is that this is provided for under 61.2, paragraph I, and clause 61.2, paragraph W6, and 61.2. The justification is that these are catered for under environmental provisions. And G, we are proposing to replace the words work for profit with break-even point. The justification is grammatical correction. And the paragraph H in subclause 2, paragraph F, by deleting the words only appearing after the word part. The justification is that it is redundant. Madam Chair, I submit.
Madam Chair.
Minister? Yes.
I have reservations on the amendments he wanted to make on that section or clause. Madam Chair, when you say state the period applied for informed by a bankable feasibility study, the feasibility study is looking at how the financial resources of the clause, we are actually putting ourselves at risk of giving a license to somebody who has no resources to conclude what he has set out to do. In the same manner, when you say we remove full feasibility study,
Enos, there we are only removing the word bankable, not the feasibility study.
but either way, a feasibility study should be bankable. That's why it's done. We are looking at the financial capacity of the company, and the financial capacity of that company should be acceptable by the banks. That's the purpose of bankable. And when you
Information.
say be accompanied by a full feasibility study, and they are saying we remove the word full,
Information, Madam Speaker.
I believe we should
Enos,
retain.
first get information.
Okay.
Now that
Madam
is
Speaker,
for people on
Chair,
accounts.
the most important thing is the feasibility study, because it tells you that what you are going to do is actually feasible. It can actually give results. Bankable is subject to whoever is going to finance. So you cannot put it in registration, because then you will be subjecting someone to first get some kind of no objection from the banks, which I think is a very dangerous clause to investment. So if feasibility is good enough, and that is actually an international
And that would be like
practice.
we are guaranteeing the person to get a loan.
Madam
Because-
Chair, I thank him for his information. But a few moments ago, the Right Honorable Government Chief Whip told us of people who are getting licenses and they don't put them to good use. They only sell them to other users. The only way to guarantee that somebody is taking a license and is going to put it to good use, he should be having resources. And the purpose of a feasibility study is to have the resources. So I insist and I request that we retain the definitions as per the clause.
You see, Madam Chair, I think if we are to move, under the regulations, if you're doubting the kind or the quality of feasibility study done, the minister can even spell out more under the regulations on what should compose a feasibility study that is allowable. But most of these people, the banks, colleagues, no bank will say that I'm going to give you money when you don't have a license. A rate of no objection. What a bank can only give is it confirm that you have a good banking record. Okay? And also proof of money does not mean if I own $1 billion that I'm going to use that money for that project. No, I can be having $1 billion, I'm worth $1 billion, but it's in assets which I will use to guarantee to the bank to get money. So when you say bankable, and the bank will now require me to get a letter of no objection, then I'm going to be in trouble. So to me, feasibility study is good enough. If we want to spell out what that feasibility study entails, then it can be covered under regulation.
The statement should read, state the period applied for, informed by a feasibility study, not a bankable feasibility study. Bankable is very dangerous to government. It would be good for you and me who want to go and get loans to finance this, but to government, no. Because that would be a silent giving no objection. You get it, eh? Yes?
I think I want to agree with you, but on condition that the minister is directed to make regulations which prevent people from coming to just tour around and then sell licenses. Because for me, that's where the problem is. To cure his concern, it is a genuine concern. We must not run away from it. And we are the legislators. Thank you.
Minister, have you heard? Regulation should be tight.
Thank you very much. Maybe the word we use, the bankable, is ash, but we have got the formats when you are applying for these things. They ask you so many questions which are confidential to you because you don't want to be said. And before the minister grants you this thing, must be knowing that you are not coming to job. And that's what is written there. But for the purpose of money, they say just feasibility study. For the feasibility study, gives the money, otherwise you will not do it. So that's I can say.
Thank you. Yes. Hey.
I just wanted to make
We are
a
not even finished.
grammatical correction on clause, on subclause 2D. It says where applicable.
Where applicable.
Yes, where applicable, contain. Shouldn't it be where the application contains? Okay, proceed.
Okay. Items are not finished.
I have not finished. For one reason, Madam, when we talk about a bankable feasibility study, it's a detailed report prepared and verified by an independent consultant. It's not necessarily about something that you can take to the bank. It's how detailed the study is. So now it comes to the definition of the word bankable. I suggest that we look at it critically before we actually delete it.
But since the minister says the application has a number of parameters, strict parameters, then we can rely on the minister on that.
I would still invite you to look at clause 56, which we have already passed. It explains and covers all his queries. If I may read it again, where the minister, I'm replacing the word director with minister, is satisfied that commercial development of a mineral deposit is not possible. That is, we are talking about a retention license. Is not possible for reasons specified in an application for a retention license, but may be possible within a period of 3 years from the date of the application. The minister may grant. That is, in essence, you're saying the minister is satisfied with your application, and the feasibility study forms part of that application.
Honorable members, I put a question at clause 61 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 61 as amended.
I now put a question at clause 61 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 62.
I put a question at clause 62 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 63.
I put a question at clause 63 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 64.
I put a question at clause 64 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 65.
Clause 65. Chair.
Madam Chair, we propose to amend the provisions of clause 65 as follows. Clause 65, paragraph H, be qualified by inserting the word may. Also, we are proposing inserting a new subclause under clause 65 to provide for any other matters as might be prescribed in regulations. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Chair, Minister. Yes.
I see. Madam Chair, I think that would be a welcome suggestion, but to defy a little, did I hear you say that as may be prescribed by regulations? Because for me, my concern, Chair, is that this act, this law, this bill, when it becomes law, supersedes the regulations. And we should not be talking about regulations here. So I don't know whether there is a way you can specify other business without referring to regulations, because this one, in my opinion, supersedes the other one. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the committee felt that it would not be good drafting if we went into the details of enumerating the. That's why we thought the minister would take time to prescribe regulations for which.
Silo, I
that would
tend
be
to agree
applicable.
with him. They didn't want to enumerate all the other aspects. So what they are saying, it will be provided for in the regulation.
Thank you, but maybe the way it has been drafted must sound properly to refer to the minister that is the one going to make what? Regulations. And to a certain extent, if it's so, it becomes redundant because already in this act, in this bill, there's already a provision which is asking the minister to make regulations. That one is almost a given. You cannot
So
operationalize a law without
redraft it.
regulations.
Right Honorable Chair, when you look at it, even G, okay, and H, because you can't say a large scale mining license shall conditions. Okay? So it should, maybe you can say shall prescribe. So instead of starting with conditions, we can say shall prescribe.
So can you amend it the way it's supposed to be?
Yes, I propose that on G, we say a large scale mining license shall prescribe conditions or restrictions relating to any land rights or surface rights of the registered owner, customary owner, lawful occupant or bona fide occupant of the land. And then on H, where the committee is proposing may cannot go with shall. You've already here provided for shall. So now shall and may cannot be used at the beginning. So H, I propose, should also read that a large scale mining license shall prescribe conditions with respect to value addition, disposal or sale of the mineral to be mined.
And then when you look at A, B,
because-
D,
because,
E, F, specify, that's bad
We
drafting.
can, yeah, we can
You
even
can
adopt
have
to specify
up
instead of describe.
and then, yes.
Yeah, I concede on that, Right Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, we're in agreement.
Are we at par?
On this side, the phraseology has made, they don't have any contention on it. You concede.
Chair, are you okay with that?
I agree, Madam Chair, and we concede.
I put a question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the government chief whip. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 65 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 5 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 66.
I put a question that clause 66 stands. Ayes have it.
Clause 67.
I put a question, clause 67 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary. I put a question that clause 68 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. The ayes have it, yes.
Any difficulty for
On which clause?
on clause 68. Having looked at clause 67 that provide for license duration of 21 years. And again, under 28, 68, you are providing another 15 extra years. Madam Chair, I think once you've exhausted your 21 years, whatever good intentions you have, whatever prospects you might have, you again do not overlap another 15 years. We shall be creating conglomerates, Madam Chair. And that's why I wanted, before the question could be moved, that we delete clause 68, because it is providing for holding of licenses in perpetuity. And that is against the spirit of this very bill. if the mine is exhausted, they say whichever is shorter, either 21 years or the shorter or the exhaustion of the deposit. But again, under 68, you're again providing room for another 15 years.
It is not exceeding 15 years. It is not 15 years per se.
Not exceeding. Yes, it is providing enough room. You can go up to 15 years. Information, I take the information.
I want to believe that we are together on 68, Honorable Sechifubo. And I think they are asking that before 15 years, you should have applied for the renewal if you want. So they are not saying that they are adding you 15 years. So I thought what is there is just okay. We take the position of the what? The committee.
And mindful of the large scale miners have very heavy investment that is involved. I would really truly go with the committee recommendation.
Yeah.
Honorable Ogon, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, large scale mining. Let's talk about e-mining Kasese. All those towers are put there for making cement and so on. Then all of a sudden you say, no, you have gone for a long time, you now move. To get the replacement to do the job quickly like that is not easy. And it will be insensitive for people to bring good machinery to do the job if they know they cannot be renewed. Especially if you have worked for a long time and the machinery is almost looking dilapidated, or there is a new innovation. You can't put there, I'm in danger. But if you are told, yes, because this is now mining, giving you resources, Tororo, for instance, those large scale mining industries. I think it will not be, you will not have the right man to just come and say, you get up now. You have done enough.
Honorable Minister,
So,
can you finish? And
Thank you very much. So I beg you, if you have invested in such large scale industry, even if it is you, and you are told today, well, you will cry.
What you're talking, you're wasting my time because we
Thank you,
passed.
thank you.
69?
Clause 69.
No, that one was passed, my mind.
We are
It will be in the
we are
regulation.
giving these people, we can even renew a license for another 21 years, right? But where has the owner of the land disappeared? In this renewing and giving them more years, where is the owner? Because this assumes that I've sold my land. I've tried to read it
Honorable Chair.
together with the surface rights.
This is the mining and mineral bill. We have other laws in regard to the land acquisition. We have the Land Act. We have all those other laws in regard to that. We have a constitution, the mother compensation, all those ones we have. There's nobody who will just come into your land and say, because there are minerals here. No, they must follow all the other laws. Now we are looking at mining and the minerals. Now, if you determine that the minerals are in my land, then we start from there using other laws.
I'm reading this, madam, because
You cannot, you will not even see it there.
on the surface rights. They're all from 197 up to 204 surface rights.
It
But
comes, yes, it comes here.
I have read it. There is no room for negotiation for during extension.
Don't worry, discovered in other
I
laws.
am worried.
Don't be worried.
I'm worried. There's no, it
Yes,
seems I've drawn out
69.
completely.
There's no amendment.
69, I put a question that clause 69 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 70.
Chair.
Clause 70 be amended in paragraph D to substitute the word stack or dump with the word dispose. I beg to submit.
It's a matter of English. Minister.
Right Honorable conceded.
I put a question that clause 70 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 70 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 70 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 71.
I put a question that clause 71 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 72.
Chair.
Madam Chair, I beg for your indulgence in clause 70, it should be dispose of. I beg to correct that. And in clause 72, we are proposing to delete sub clauses 4 and 5. The justification is to avoid repetition. I beg to submit.
I mentioned elsewhere. I concede.
I put a question that clause 72 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 72 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 72 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 73.
I put a question that clause 73 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. On clause 70 what?
On 73.
73.
No.
73. Next, 74.
Clause 74.
I put a clause that clause 74 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it. You're on 70 what?
Chair had granted me permission.
And you sat back.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
You're on what? 73, 74?
I wanted 73.
Yes.
I'm seeing a complication where the minister has moved away from policy guidelines. Now, the minister, as we are processing it, is the one involved in the day-to-day operation. The minister shall by regulations prescribe the threshold for medium-scale mining. The minister who is involved in the day-to-day running of this is again the same minister who is mandated by this law to give statutory instruments. Now the minister is regulating himself or herself.
The minister is giving compliance parameters to the people doing a day-to-day running. Basically that.
And they wanted this power, but now they are looking ugly.
I know.
How will you regulate yourself? You've deprived the technical persons all their operations. Now when it comes to this, again, you are the ones to give yourself guidelines. You are creating a very difficult regime.
When you set the parameters, you hold the technical people accountable. Like we set parameters here, you should not come and start abusing people. If you do it, we take you to a disciplinary committee.
Madam Chair.
For me, I want to hear from
just a quick
Silo.
one. It's a very quick one. Madam Chair, to me, these regulations, okay, and the power we talked about of the minister, Honorable Sech, we wanted someone we can hold accountable here. I have seen situations, Honorable Cyrus, we were in the Natural Resources Committee. The minister dodges you because he doesn't even know what technical people did. Now want to say it's you, the minister, who did it. You can't hide anywhere. So, but that doesn't stop you from giving regulation. So a threshold, really a threshold is not that much to say that he has gone into the nitty-gritties. What is very important has been prescribed here. But a threshold, they look at your capacity and say, well, so and so has this capacity, because even in medium scale, they are not the same.
So, Madam Chair, more to that, when we talk about the threshold, it's more of a policy matter, which a minister should be actually to be entitled to handle. And I don't see a big thing there, just prescribing a threshold. For now, Honorable Schuba, my friend, we can agree to this for now, because I want to believe really this is the right thing. And we want people who are accountable to the House. Now, if you put it to the director, when you want to ask a question, he cannot come here. The law requires the minister to appear before us so that we ask questions. So therefore, let us move by the position which allows us
Honorable
to
members.
grant ministers.
Thank you so much. Now 75.
Clause 75.
I put a question that clause 75 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and contrary nay. Right, have it.
Yeah, when you say a medium scale, that person is ineligible, and you say medium scale mining license shall not be granted to an individual, cooperative or association, and yet up the large scale, you've not, so you've not locked out the individual.
It's implied.
Yes, but once here, now you again say you can be eligible as an individual for the large scale, even for small scale, but for the medium scale, you are not permitted. How did you reconcile this through you, Chairman, to the chair of the committee?
Maybe, Chair, you see, the more you reduce on the scale, the more you attract smaller people. Okay? You'll find if you've moved from the big one, someone will look at this and say, as an individual, I can manage. So I think, whereas indeed, like Chair has guided, that for large scale, it's implied. Really, you cannot come in with the $500 million and all that. But for medium scale, by the time, I think you need to say, I can participate in the medium scale, for example, auctioning for licenses. At least you should be able to form a company. Okay, if you're an individual and you have money, form a company. If you're an association, you have money, form a company, limited liability company, so that we can take you. So to me, this does not harm in any way or restrict anyone who would be qualifying. Because even the investment in the medium scale is also still big.
And such is not something fundamental that can keep us really for long. I put a question that clause 76 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Clause 77.
I put a question that clause 77 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay.
Clause 78.
78. Yeah.
Madam Chair, we propose to redraft sub-clause 1 of clause 78 to read as follows. A medium-scale mining license shall not be granted over an area of land in or which is an exploration area, a retention area. The applicant is the holder of an exploration license, a retention license, an artisanal mining license, a small-scale mining license, or large-scale mining license, as the case may be in respect of that area. The justification for this is to be all-inclusive. I beg to submit.
Minister.
Concede.
I put a question that clause 78 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. There is a bit.
Clause 78 as
I
amended.
now put a clause that clause 78 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. 79.
Clause 79.
I put a question that clause 79 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. There is a bit.
Clause 80.
I put a question that clause 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 81.
I put a question that clause 81 stands part of the bill. Those in favor stand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair, when we're talking about cancellation, touching the right of an individual, of an investor, and the reason we are giving is failure to start the mining activities within 6 months. Madam Chair, we are talking about an area and for you to just whittle away the right of an individual to own land and to have terminate his mining something that he owns, there should be very strong and compelling reasons, Madam Chair. I'd rather that we look at this clause carefully. And we give it the minimum 1 year. 1 year, but for you to say 6 months, before you've mobilized the resources, the equipment, the 6 months have elapsed. I think this was being high-handed. And I would invite honorable members, if we are talking in the spirit of an investor, a medium scale mining is not a small matter.
That's 81.
81. So I would want to amend.
Honorable Minister, can we?
I propose 1 year.
Can we amend it to 1 year?
Your amendment this time.
I now put a question that clause 81 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay.
Clause 81 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 81 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay.
Clause
Ayes have
82.
it. Clause 82, I put a question that clause 82 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 83.
I put a question that clause 83 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 84.
I put a question that clause 84 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 85.
I put a question that clause 85 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 86.
I put a question that clause 86 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 87.
I put a question that clause 87 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 88.
I put a question that clause 88 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 89.
Chair.
On clause 89, Madam Chair, we are proposing to amend sub-clause 1 by substituting the provisions as follows. A small-scale mining license shall not be granted over an area of land in or which is an exploration area, a retention area, or a mining area, unless the applicant is the holder of an exploration license, a retention license, an artisanal mining license, a medium-scale mining license, or large-scale mining license, as the case may be in respect of that area. The justification, just as in clause 78, is to be all-inclusive. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
I do concede.
I put a question that clause 89 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 89 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 89 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the
Madam.
contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, whereas the ayes have it there, I was meditating a bit and I lost some things. I see here that the small scale miners, we needed to understand from the minister what he categorizes as small scale miners, because he's restricting it to only Ugandan. There are few Ugandans who are at the level of Honorable Tayewa, who may be able to raise a lot of capital. So I imagine small scale miners may require about $3 million. I don't know, I would like the minister to clarify on what is a small scale miner, what is the limit, what is the medium scale. I imagine large is $100 million. So I want clarification because we are putting a lot of restrictions and we are denying Ugandans foreign capital at a smaller scale. At least the artisans should be a Ugandan, the artisan. But now a small scale and medium scale, we should allow companies that are at least majority Ugandans with the capital possibly from elsewhere, because Ugandans are not very, yes, they can form a company, but these companies, 100% Ugandans, are uncomfortable.
Doctor, the capital regulations can be in the regulation. That should be taken up by the minister to include in the regulation.
Maybe you can edit that one also, because 86 clearly states that 100% Ugandan shares, but the minister doesn't disclose to us what he categorizes as small scale, what he categorizes as medium scale. He just mentions the words, yet the capital, I may fail to raise as much capital as Honorable Tayebo, and then I'm left out.
Minister? Yes.
I wanted for the first time to disagree with my very immediate neighbor.
Your
here.
neighbor.
Yes.
Actually,
and
you
it's,
come and
and
sit
it's
here.
normal. We share the same notes, but yes, Madam Chair, my issue is we've been laboring as a country to ensure that there's local content, which is made for Ugandans. And I thought this is that we have, but at least to have a right. Let us ring fence something for our people. I thought that was very, very important. About getting money for the work, that will be sorted in another angle. Government can easily come and people are able to borrow loans from government through UDP, and they will do work. Therefore, I understand that we retain it the way it is. It is very, very pertinent.
Honorable Chair, I found an investor, an Asian investor in Kumi selling pancakes. So what he's talking about, I don't understand.
Madam Chair, I want to understand. Colleagues, on Honorable Kenya, you see, what is important is you holding a license. Then exploration, I can do it in a joint venture with someone who has.
Silo has already clarified.
Yes.
Clause 90.
Clause 90.
I put a question that clause 90 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Chair, on 90.
Uh-huh.
We've been having petitions from areas like Bukuya, among others. By us leaving clause 90 the way it is, the size of area covered by small scale mining license, and we leave it under regulations. This is capricious legislation. People shall be depending on which interests he or she may have. They can encroach on the rights of these small scale miners under the regulations. Now we are saying it shall be covered under regulations. But as Parliament, we have had the petitions, Madam Chair, to protect the small scale miners who are being pushed off. And once we leave this, Madam Chair, we are leaving. Let's give it the right to their land if we say the right to the areas of mining so that it is clear. But once you leave it to be determined under regulations, we shall not be clear. And as a result, they be pushed off and pushed off and pushed off, as and where the minister provides for the regulations, Madam Chair. I therefore would like to request the chair to have this clause carefully considered. And we can put that where their mining activities are involved, we leave them to their own means.
Let's first move, you will go for a committee.
But
90, mark 90.
Chair,
It's already.
the chair were forming consensus on this 90.
There is no consensus here, because if you're going to allow this, you're going to go into things like what is happening in Mayingo. Let the regulations be able to determine. Let the minister to do work, such that, because you hold the minister accountable.
But as
We
candidate,
cannot hold the technical people accountable apart from the minister. Silo.
Information I wanted to give to my colleague is that we are considering different minerals. If we prescribe, say, 5 square miles, that may be such a large area for a mineral like gold. Whereas for a mineral like iron ore, it may not be big enough. So that is why we felt this provision should remain as is. The minister will prescribe regulations as applicable to specific minerals. I beg to submit.
Yes, yes.
And more to that, the regulations are old regulations because they will be brought to the table here. They will be laid before the House. Then for us, we shall now follow up and see whether they're implemented or not.
That's why I say, no, you deserve a gold medal today. 91.
Clause 91.
I put a question that clause 91 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye,
Madam
those
Chair.
contrary, aye.
Yes,
The ayes have it.
91. Madam Chair, I was proposing that the duration be increased to 7 years. These people have never been in mining. They don't know what investment you put in and how much time. And that is in consonance with what happens in the neighboring countries of Tanzania and Rwanda and others.
By giving it 10 years. 10 years.
Now, you read in full, it says renewable.
Yes.
Now, if it is renewable, doctor, really, even if it is 5 years, you'll go back and you're given another 5, and you make 20. Let's move a little bit faster. This is just.
But the renewing is 3 years. So you go from, we would prefer that they give us at least 7 years.
Information, madam.
Thank you very much. Colleague. You see, when we are saying that we are giving to Ugandans and restricting there, small, because we know we are all Ugandans. What could be the ability of those people in the regulation to work on this? And because we are indigenous, we're going to give in short time, then renewable all the time, because you're not going anywhere. So there is no problem.
Honorable Minister, the large scale miners are getting 21 years.
But
For us, the small scale ones, we are getting 5 years.
Dr. Iga.
They are small because
Not
of the income.
every, you know, you grow. You start with a small scale. You will go to medium. You go to large scale. So you keep on growing and the terms keep on improving.
But the minister has refused to categorize for us here. I would have gotten a clue of what he means. He's restricting this mining to large companies that are definitely not Ugandan, and the Ugandans will be left out. We are not going to develop. Large scale, 21 years, and then the small scale ones who are possibly Ugandans, who have even refused, you have denied the chance to partner with the foreigners. You are restricting them to 5 years. So they get their small capital. As they start getting something, then it is expired, you have to go through a process. So at least 7 to 10 years, it would be fair. But the foreigners are taking 21 years, 15, and they are large scale, and they have the capital. But for us,
Why don't we say renewable for another 5 years?
maybe 5 years, that is an improvement. You
Yes.
know, when they give you something small, you take, but that is
Yes.
an improvement.
It is for 5 years, renewable for another 5 years.
Madam Chair.
We have been talking about the involvement and the quantum involved. That's also taken into account. What is your investment on the land there? What are you doing? With this one is also ability. If they say small scale, they know that if it is this, we know with those regulations, you will be able to afford. But if you advance, you can even form a company and apply a different name that I'm now a company, I can apply and you will fall on the other side. But to enable you at least to participate, that's why we are forming cooperatives and so on. We know what we people, Ugandans have. In fact, it is not a disadvantage Ugandans, it's a favor that we need them. And that's why we are splitting all these things and we have gone up to smaller scale. We are going to artisanal as well. A lot of people will be involved and we are taking care of them.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
Honorable Feta.
Chair, considering the investment required, I would think that if we give a renewal period of another 5 years would be fair to our local investors.
Members, since this had already been passed, you go for a recommittal. The
Madam Chair.
question was already put. We are now in 92, so you'll do a recommittal. 92,
Clause 92.
I put a question that clause 92 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
Part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 94.
I put a question that clause 94 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 95.
I put a question that clause 95 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 96.
I put a question that clause 96 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 97.
I put a question that clause 97 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 98.
I put a question that clause 98 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 99.
I put a question that clause 99 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 100.
I put a question that clause 100 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 101.
I put a question that clause 101 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 102.
I put a question that clause 102. I hope it is on 102.
102. Chair, the revocation of the artisanal mining license. And we're saying within a period of 4 months from the date of license, if you have not carried out the artisanal mining, you have your license revoked. It should be 1 year. I propose.
The law here on landlord tenancy, we put it to 3. If you don't, we also passed the market bill, we put it to 3. Consistency, we reduce to 3.
But Madam Chair, the consistency first originate within the particular bill. Unless when we are cross-referencing.
If you've not done anything, we've given you a license.
But in this one.
Information, Madam.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, Chair, information I want to give is that this bill is actually meant to boost the investment in the mineral sector. And my colleague, the information I want to give is that if we don't tie and commit people to actually invest and take their licenses seriously, we are going to have speculators, and this sector will never grow. So I think if you look at the countries that have moved quickly, within the 4 months, if you have not shown, then you are regarded as a speculator, and then the country moves on. So in the interest of boosting, attracting investment, getting serious people in the sector, I think this is a very important timeline.
Listening to my
I
colleague.
think let's
Chair.
go by 4 months, like really.
Yes, Chair, listening to my colleague, will this be labor intensive or capital intensive? And he's a good investor, and I'm surprised when he wants to take investment in minerals to be any different from his usual investments. Honorable member, we need.
We are reading at the additional. You look at, they are saying 3 years and 2 years at a time. Because we have people go 3 years, then they give you 2 years. They give you, it is in fact in perpetuated this one because of the considering our people. Yes, you have to go. And unless you have done nothing completely. So to me, that the assurance of our people to be on the land is there.
Honorable Minister,
Madam
he's talking about 102B. Within a period of 4 months from the date of the license was granted or renewed, no mining operations have commenced under this license, or how much time do you give somebody?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I make a submission on this?
Yes.
Madam Chair, we are dealing with small scale miners here, who at times they use their hands, they are at times doing it by themselves. Somebody can get sick within 4 months, he has not recovered, and he has his license under his bed. So my suggestion is that I want to support my honorable colleague that will give them at least 1 year. If somebody has not put his license to good use within 1 year, then they return them, because they are actually very small scale miners. I don't think that we should even be licensing them, but we're just licensing them because we want to regulate them. But in reality, promote them as individuals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. For the record, I'm Dr. Emily Kugonza. I think this is very clear because it talks at May, and even if, and this assumes that to be an artisanal miner, you must already be in practice. And this is intended to weed out the people who want to get into the sector when they have not been there. And to me, I strongly support the 4 months as provided.
We are avoiding speculators. I put a question.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
There's
Madam
no
Chair,
amendment.
Madam Chair, I think with due respect and in regard of the promotion of the local content, and who are the people that we are promoting? We are promoting the small scale people, those ones who don't have capital, that we are aiming at promoting them. So by giving 4 months, I think it is too short a period. Why does this law really come up to encourage because within 4 months, someone is preparing, at least 1 year.
Honorable
Chair.
Minister.
On our friends have given is good. I concede 1 year. That's 12 months.
I put a question that clause 102 as be amended as proposed. Those in favor say, and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 102 as amended.
As amended, stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay.
Clause 103.
I put a question that clause 103 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay.
Clause 104.
I put a question that clause 104 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. Yes, have it.
Madam Chair, I was on 103
I put a
and you left
question
me.
that clause 105 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 106.
I put a question that clause 106 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 107.
I put a question that clause 107 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. 108 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 109.
I put a question that clause 109 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 110.
I put a question that clause 110 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 111.
I put a question that clause 111 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 112.
I put a question that clause 112 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 113.
I put a question that clause 113 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 114.
I put a question that clause 114 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 115.
I put a chair.
Madam Chair, clause 115, we are proposing to amend the provisions as follows. A, by deleting the words or the estimated life of the geothermal resource, whichever is shorter. And the justification for this deletion is that a geothermal resource does not have an estimated life. And B, we are proposing by deleting subclause 4B. The justification is as it is already provided for under subclause 3. Subclause 3. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Chair 115 does not have B. Just so I don't know what the chairman is referring to. Well, even A does not have. So Chair can tell us what is referring to.
I hope you didn't mean 160.
Madam Chair, I beg for your indulgence. We are actually proposing to amend clause 115.
Yes. It doesn't
Yes,
have B.
yes, just by deleting that last part of the provision or the estimated life of geothermal resource. That is what we want to be deleted. And the justification is that a geothermal resource does not have an estimated life. It remains there in perpetuity.
So B is a typo.
Pardon me?
B, deletion of 4B is a typo.
Just to delete, starting from after.
We've understood that.
Okay,
But in your proposed amendments,
yes.
you're saying B by deleting subclause 4B.
No.
It's a
Chair.
mistake.
Chair, Madam Chair, what we are proposing is right now, 115 reads as the period for which a license for extraction of geothermal resources for direct use is granted shall be specified in the license and shall not exceed 10 years, or So in other words, we are saying it should be, shall not exceed 10 years, full stop. Delete whatever is
Okay.
forward.
Minister,
Thank you very much, but I don't think what the chairman is saying could be right. Geothermal resource means because the earth of the core of the earth is very hot, comes to the subsurface, and water, which is rain, gets through to meet the hot air. It makes steam and it is trapped there. Then you look for it by punching a place and you put your bowl of yours, which will bring steam out. So this is a renewable energy, which will continue for a long time. So when we are giving this time to say up to this time, we know the rains will continue raining and water goes slips inside and meets the water here. So if this is the decision I'm saying that I'm trying to define, then this thing continues. Anyway, we have conferred, and we said even if it is like that, it doesn't have no
honorable
harm.
members, I
Let's
put a
continue.
question
Thank you.
that clause 115 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 115 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 115 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 116.
I put a question that clause 116 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 117.
I put a question that and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 118.
I put a question that clause 118 stands part of the bill, and those in favor say and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 119.
Chair.
Right, Honorable Chair, on clause 119, we are proposing to amend subclause 1, paragraph I, by inserting the words, which may include traditional use of geothermal resources at the end of the provision. And the justification is to protect the historical use of geothermal resources. I beg to submit.
Minister.
I do concede.
I put a question that clause 119 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 119 as
I
amended.
now put a question that clause 119 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 120.
I put a question that clause 120 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 121.
I put a question that clause 121 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 122.
I put a question
Madam
that clause
Chair,
122 stands part
122.
of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the
Madam
contrary
Chair,
nay.
122.
The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, 122. 122. Madam Chair, 122, actually part 6 is talking about building materials. And Article 244 of the Constitution does not categorize them as minerals. Though the Constitution prescribes how Parliament can make a law. So I think number 1, it is against the Constitution. Number 2 is that it is going to disenfranchise Ugandans handling sand and clay and many other problems. And it's going to make building very expensive for Ugandans.
Information, Madam
So-
Speaker.
Yes.
Information.
Well,
Actually,
you
I've given.
said building materials, licensing of building substances exploited from commercial, for commercial purpose.
Madam Chair, the information I wanted to give my colleague is that the whole of part 6 goes. So it's not necessary to discuss that part right now, because that's what we recommended, that it will be regulated under a different law. So the whole part goes.
But Madam, anyway. Shall have to commit.
Chair. Chair.
Honorable Katesh, just a minute. Honorable Katesh, can you clarify? The part you're deleting is part 20.
Madam Chair, this whole part 6, when we discussed, it actually, the recommendation was that this whole part goes out. Law, because commercial, you have not defined whether small scale, commercial purposes or large scale. Madam Speaker, if you look at, for example, quarry, who are just digging aggregates, and you want to regulate them under this law, you are likely to have a problem, a crisis actually of implementation. And therefore, our recommendation was that this part goes out.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just to add what Honorable Katesh has said. We intend to bring a law specifically for this as a government. So it cannot form part of this mining law.
Madam Chair, I want to agree with my neighbor who is whispering informally to me that we move to 148. Yes, because this issue of our quarrying, this thing we do using hose, that's where we also survive from. Our locals use, and when you overregulate it, what this for mining? This, we are not miners.
Okay, information.
This is for our people.
Information.
Because HED want to be having work in Kalungu, where is the quarry? The sandy quarry.
Yes, we are going to be looking because you know.
Chair, I'm only noticing legislation by ambush. The government side, the minister who is responsible for the bill, neither the chair of the committee are putting the chair on the same page with the position already agreed. But for you to, for the responsible persons who are processing the bill to just allow the speaker to take notes from the chair as if for this house has no procedures.
Honorable Sechi. Honorable Sechi. You like quarreling. Now, Honorable Doctor has a point. These are building materials. And which is against the Constitution. So, can we hear from you?
Thank you, Right Honorable. First of all, in the Constitution, some of these things are not mentioned as minerals, as other states, because these are natural resources which should benefit the country. The silica we have been losing from Rweza a lot, and we say we're not regulating. But the thing is saying in the Constitution, section 6, that Parliament, in its wisdom, can legislate how to control these materials, which are used for commercial purposes, not for building our houses, commercial, is specified. But the wisdom of the committee, as you say, no, let's get another one. We don't have to put it here. Otherwise, I agree with that position. To delete and we get immediately another one, so that we regulate these things. These are natural resources and very expensive. They can bring a lot of money to the country.
Remove
You
the
see,
amendment.
if you can,
Move the amendment.
you can sell your matoke and get it.
You move the amendment.
So I do say that if we are supposed to delete it and get another law, no problem. Otherwise, there's nothing wrong to be here
That
even.
is not the amendment.
So
Can you move the amendment?
later another law. Yes. I'm saying we delete it. I have moved. I beg to move that we delete in favor of making a separate law. We delete part 6 of this law.
Of this bill.
I beg to move of this bill.
Members, I
Beg
put
to
a
move.
question that we delete part 6 of the bill, which is clause 122 to 147. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it. 148.
Clause 148.
I put a question that clause 148 and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 149.
I put a question that clause 149 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 150.
I put a question that clause 150 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 151.
I put a question that clause 151 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 152.
I put a question that clause 152 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 153.
I put a question that clause 153 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 154.
Chair.
On clause 154, Madam Chair, we are proposing to amend paragraph H by substituting the words stack or dump with dispose of wherever it appears throughout the bill. I beg to submit, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Concede.
I put a question that clause 154 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 154 as
I now
amended.
put a question that clause 154 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 155.
I note that whereas we have provided for mineral smelting licenses, I note with particular concern that there is nowhere under this legal regime where that license can be revoked. Is government surrendering entirely to the smelters? Because we are now running into licensing for refining. But it appears as if that once one has obtained a smelting license, it is absolute. And I'm not seeing, because it should have been before 155. 154, there is a lacuna, I can see the lacuna, Madam Chair, that we are leaving this as if it's absolute. And yet the law should specify conditions and areas. It is not.
Honorable, say what does 163? because 163 should be, I think should be able to answer that. Which talks of suspension or cancellation of processing, smelting, or refinery license. I think it should be able to cover that.
Yes.
General provision, yes. But once you are moving from the notch of smelting and you have provided, therefore
But such that can be provided by the regulations that have been given out by the minister. We said it will be issued by the regulations will be issued by the minister on this.
there is poor draftsmanship here. Because what we've gone through, it should be a pattern throughout. You provide for a license, the legal regime, the regulatory framework, and also circumstances where such can be revoked.
But Madam Chair, you see, when you look, Honorable Sech, you're not reading it in full because you're reading it in isolation because you focus on only one clause. From page 149, if you have the bill, okay, you go directly up to, I think, 160, 164, no, up to 166. It's all about mineral refining license. The whole of that part is mineral refining license. So it's not bad draftmanship. I think if you look at 163, you look at 164, it all handles issues of cancellation. Yeah. So to me, this was very good draftsmanship. Yeah.
That is one. Search 152.
Close.
Yes.
Close 152.
I put a question that clause 152 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say until the contrary nay. Vice have it.
Clause 153.
I put a question that clause 153 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say until the contrary nay.
Clause 154.
Went back. It is the Sech who takes us back. Sech, stop it. I put a question that clause 154 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 154 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 154 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 155.
I put a question that clause 155 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 156.
I put a question that clause 156 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 157.
56. 57. I put a question that clause 157 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 158.
I put a question that clause 158 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 159.
I put a question that clause 159 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 160.
Madam
Put a
Chair.
question that clause 160
Madam
stands
Chair.
part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Madam Chair.
The ayes have it.
Clause 160.
161.
Clause 160.
Clause 161.
Madam
I
Chair.
put a question that clause 161 stands
Madam
part
Chair,
of the
clause
bill. Those
160.
in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Clause 162.
I put a question that clause 162 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 163.
I put a question that clause 163 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 164.
I put a question that clause 164 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 165.
I put a question that clause 165 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 166.
I put a question that clause 166 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 167.
I put a question that clause 167 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 168.
I put a question that clause 168 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 169.
I put a question that clause 169 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 170.
I put a question that clause 170 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay.
Clause 171.
I put a question that clause 171 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 172.
I put a question that clause 172 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 173.
I put a question that clause 173 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 174.
I put a question that clause 174 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Clause 175 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay.
Clause 176.
I put a question that clause 176 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 177.
Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 177, we are proposing to amend sub-clause 4,
No
paragraph
point of
D.
procedure. Point of
Procedure
procedure.
from
Madam Chair, I've heard of some colleagues saying sit. You know, it's the right of a member to raise on a point of procedure, so you can't wish it away and wash it away. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have sat, and I felt the minister in charge of the bill should do something, because we are determined in finishing this bill. Can you provide tea? Do something. Is it procedurally proper that you do something? Because we are really determined. We can even translate here for you.
Aye.
You finish the bill. Tomorrow we shall provide.
Aye. The ayes have it.
Right, Honorable Chair. On clause 177, we are proposing to amend sub-clause 4, paragraph D by inserting immediately after the words export permit, the words or any related documents issued by the relevant government department from the country of origin. And the justification for this is that certain countries where the minerals may be coming from may not necessarily have export permits, but they may be having other documents that they issue. So for that, we wanted to be more inclusive to allow for any other documents, so long as it is approved by the relevant government department. I beg to submit.
Minister.
Was a permit, but if I say others, there is no harm. I concede.
I put a question that clause 177 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 177 as
I
amended.
now put a question that clause 177 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 178.
I put a question that clause 178 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 179.
I put a question that clause 179 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 180.
I put a question that clause 180 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 181.
I put a question that clause 181 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 182.
I put a question that clause 182 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 183.
I put the question that clause 183 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 184.
I put a question that clause 184 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 185.
I put a question that clause 185 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 186.
Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 186, we are proposing to delete sub-clause 1. And the justification is that it is subject to abuse. And in paragraph I and J, by substituting the word without with the word except with. And the justification is for consistency. I beg to submit, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I wish to depart from the assertion of the committee chair. Paragraph 1, sorry, clause 1. Clause 186, sub-clause 1 is giving grounds.
Penalties.
If we delete it, then the minister will not act. The bill will be toothless. If we are empowering the minister to grant the license, we are also giving her grounds for revocation.
Yes.
And those are established in this
Yes,
clause.
yes.
So
We maintain the
we maintain
clause
it.
as it is. We maintain the clause as it is.
Madam Chair, we concede on that one.
Thank
That we
you.
maintain the clause, the sub.
I put a question that clause 186 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 187.
I put a question that clause 187 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 188.
I put a question that clause 188 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 189.
I put a question that clause 189 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 190.
I put a question that clause 190 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 191.
I put a question that clause 191 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 192.
I put a question that clause 192 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 193.
I put a question that clause 193 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 194.
I put a question that clause 194 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 195.
I put a question that clause 195 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 196.
I put a question that clause 196 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 197.
Chair,
Madam Chair, on clause 197, subclause 1, paragraph G, we are proposing that we delete subclauses, subclause 1, paragraphs G, H, and I. And the justification is that these are redundant. We are further proposing to insert a new subclause immediately after clause 197, subclause 1, paragraph F, to read as follows. In a national park, swamp, within a forest reserve, unless the holder of the mineral right has first given notice to and obtained permission from the relevant authorities and complied with any conditions imposed by the authorities. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Propose that we amend just what the respect of or any land which is said communally and remove the word for cultural rights. And leave the word, leave the rest of the word without the written content of it. The reason justification is, Madam Chair, lands as communal.
not a community land.
Where they are not titled. Have been kind of the people think they are free to they just go and settle and they become part of there. So not just one problem, not the mic, not to use the mic. Thank you, thank you. I think I was thinking of when I will reach this section. I forgot about the procedures. Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted in that 1J that we keep the words in respect of or on any land, comma, which is held communally, and remove the word for cultural rights, because that is restrictive. That it means even if it is communal land, you can only have rights when it is about cultural sites. So we said in respect of any land which is held communally, without the written consent of the community concerned, you remove the word for cultural rights. Madam.
Council,
Madam Chair, I want to disagree with my senior colleague. You see, there are lands or pieces of land that are held communally or even for cultural rights, like Nagarabi here in Uganda. So if you delete it, it means that area is not protected. The intention of the bill is that even if a license is granted over that vast area, if a particular part of that area is for cultural purposes, it should be protected. And you, the license holder, the licensee, should not exercise your rights over, let's say, Nagarabi, because it is a cultural right. It is a cultural area. So I would propose that we maintain this clause.
Madam Chair.
yeah, do you understand more about the cultural rights, the land held on cultural rights? Which one is that one?
Madam Chair, I get what the Attorney General says, because he says, even if you give a license in this area, you have no right to interfere with some spot there, which is for cultural rights. That is the idea. But my idea is to give a wider net, that communal lands should not be interfered with without the written consent of the community concerned. Whether it is whether it's a cultural site or not, but these are communally owned, you shall not make use of them without the written consent of the community concerned. It's not limited only to those cultural sites. It's the whole land that must be protected.
Honorable Speaker, I don't, this thing, all these things are mentioned because early communally for cultural rights, comma. Then the other one, without the written consent of the community concerned. There are two, there is cultural and there is community concern. And I think all the things we are saying are here. Thank you.
Thank you. Enos?
Madam Chair, I want to disagree with the committee recommendations on section, on deleting section G.
Are you in agreement with the first one first?
For the community, yes.
Yes.
I agree. And I want to use this in the same spirit, Madam Speaker, that we should not delete G, H, and I. Well, let's retain them for purposes of clarity and emphasis on the environment. If it's in national park, let them get a license from Wildlife Authority. If it's the swamp, let it be NEMA. And if it's the forest, let's get a clearance from NFA. So I suggest we retain.
I think I agree with the Enos. We are maintaining the clause as it is. Yes.
Really, I want on this J that this law protects communally held lands. If we pick, I actually nobody should interfere actually with the cultural side. But if we pick specifically that only that what we are going to protect is the cultural side. We are saying if you want to have access communally owned land, please get the written consent of the community concerned. Whether you're in Gulu, whether you're in Tororo, whether you're in where, so long as the land is communally held, it must be protected, and it must be the community that communally uses that land, that you go there to get written consent from that community that communally uses that land. And especially this is common in many parts of northwestern Uganda. And
but what I think
we need to protect,
Honorable,
including the cultural sites.
Honorable, what I think is the communal land would mean all the land which is owned communally, where we are saying you should get permission. But now these cultural sites that you'd now look at, for instance, Uganda here, you'd look at Blanje, you'd look at Kasubi Tombs, you'd look at that kind. Yes, it should be protected as well. Yes, that's what the law is saying.
My request is that we say all communally that no, you cannot do anything in respect of or any land which is held communally, maybe and say including cultural sites, without the written consent of the community.
What he wants is the word including.
Yeah.
Which is okay.
Including cultural sites.
Yes, which is okay.
Without the written consent of the community. That's okay.
Madam Chair.
Edie.
Madam Chair.
The amendment by
Madam Chair.
By the brother there is good because he wants to pronounce there is communal land. So with what he has done, I agree. But with this one of saying authorities will remove these specifics of wildlife authority, of not him. It is the chairman who was saying so. For me, this must be maintained. They are maintaining.
Yes.
Then I concede.
Honorable members.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have a concern in A in regard of respect of any land within 200 meters from any lake.
Where is that?
Madam Chair, it is 197, 197E. Madam Chair.
But that is the NEMA Act. It is from the NEMA Act. Consistent with other laws.
Maybe for a member to know that in the NEMA law, we put supremacy clauses. So on those matters, the NEMARO is supreme. We can't do anything about it.
Members, I put a question that clause 197 be amended as proposed by Honorable Remigio. Remigio. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 197
ayes
as
have it.
amended.
I now put a question that clause 197 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay.
Clause 198.
I put a question that the clause 198 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The
Clause
ayes have it.
199.
199, Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 199, we are proposing to amend sub-clause 2 by deleting the word exploration. And the justification is that it is misplaced. We are also proposing to amend sub-clause 3 by substituting 14 days with the 30 days. The justification is to allow sufficient time for consideration and the determination of the matter submitted for arbitration. I beg to submit.
Minister.
I concede.
I now put a question that clause 199 as amended. I put a question that clause 199 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. That's how it.
Clause 199 as
I
amended.
now put a question that clause 199 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Right Honorable, when Honorable Cyrus negotiated for tea, he was negotiating for the whole house.
Yes.
But now I can see he's enjoying Garon. He only gave Honorable Ayotoni, who has put it under the chair.
I put a question that clause 200 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 201.
I put a question that clause 201 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 202.
I put a question that clause 202 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 203.
I put a question that the clause 203 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 204.
I put a question that clause 204 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 205.
Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 205, we are proposing to amend sub-clause 1 by substituting reference to Act 2017 with the Act 2018. The justification is to correct an error. I beg to submit, Madam Chair.
Chair, where you say designation of the directorate as competent authority. I hope you protect me from the government chief, but Madam Chair, do we intend to, how do we go about this? Because the directorate is designated as the competent authority for purposes of this part. It may not be for the other underlying policy matters and decisions, but for this particular one, am I taking it that the chair will not propose a consequential amendment to this? Because whatever you do, let's allow the directorate to retain some residual powers as a technical arm in the mining sector. I would say that this part would not be subject to the consequential amendment that I found earlier on agreed upon. Madam Chair, I beg that this remains as it is for purposes of smooth running and operation of this bill. Let's remain conscientious that underneath the ministry there remains and retains a team of technical persons dedicated to the implementation of this bill. I beg.
Honorable members, we are on 205, and what Sech is saying is proposing that the bill, it remains as it is. Yes.
These are the technical duties, which are just everyday duties being done. I don't dispute with this one for that, because this is not a license. Thank you.
I put a question that clause 205 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Madam Chair, the bill came with an error. There was a proposal to amend, specifically in reference to Development Great Lakes Region Act 2018.
The error of 2017 vis-a-vis 2018.
Yes.
That
so-
is going to be
so it
corrected.
would-
Mem- 2017 to
Most obliged.
2018, those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 206.
I put a question on that clause 206. Uh, 206, Chair.
Madam Chair, I withdraw this proposed amendment. We've consulted with the minister and agreed to maintain 15%.
Yes. I put.
I
a-
beg to submit.
Minister.
We did confirm, agreed, I concede.
I put a question that clause 206 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 207.
I put a question that clause 207 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 208.
I put a question that clause 208 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay.
Clause 209.
I put a question that clause 209 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 210.
I put a question that clause 210 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 211.
I put a question that clause 211 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 212.
I put a question that clause 212 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Let's have it.
Clause 213.
I put a question that clause 213 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 214.
I put a question that clause 214 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 215.
I put a question that clause 215 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 216.
I put a question that clause 216 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 217.
I put a question that clause 217 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 218.
I put a question that clause 218 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 219.
I put a question that clause 219 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 220.
I put a question that clause 220 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 221.
I put a question that clause 2221 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 222.
Chair.
Madam Chair, we are proposing to substitute subclause 2 to read as follows. The holder of a mineral right, license or permit shall within 12 months after the grant of the mineral right, license or permit under this act, and on each subsequent anniversary of that grant, submit to the Directorate for approval a detailed program for recruitment, training, and promotion of Ugandans, and shall take into account gender, equity, and persons with disabilities, and in accordance with this written law. The justification is to be all-inclusive. I beg to submit.
Silo?
Honorable Chair, just to find out why you choose to say applicable written law, which other law is there which is applicable? Written law.
We have, like, for example, we are alluding to compliance with laws like Equal Opportunities Act, the Disability Act, and all other relevant laws that provide for inclusiveness and equity.
Madam Chair, why I was asking about this is because if we said applicable law, what danger would be there? Maybe Attorney General should be able to help us here. Because applicable written law. Is there a law which is not written and is law? Oh, this is legal jargon?
My brother, Cyrus, that is called semantics.
But there are unwritten laws.
They are developed practices that are also binding over time. They are written laws. We have what we call the Certificate of Gender Equity. We have the Equal Opportunities Act, as he has said, and several others. So this is going to be one of those areas where the minister who issues or renews the license will examine your performance and see how have you been doing the recruitment exercise? Did you consider A, B, C, D? That among others. I believe it is good.
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted the chair to clarify. We have various special interest groups. If you go beyond gender, because gender takes care of both male and female. If you go beyond that, and you mention people with disability, the elderly, the youth, the workers will all raise up because you want to be all inclusive. Discrimination. You will be accused of discriminating against Mzee Kidudu's constituency. So I wanted to request that probably we could stop at making sure that gender is being taken care of. Otherwise, you run a risk of.
I think when you say gender and equity, you have covered. Yeah, gender and equity, without going into this.
Madam Chair, I concede to the submission of my two senior colleagues. The
The
Honorable
Minister?
Minister and the Government
Okay.
Chief Whip.
Minister,
I do concede.
I put a question that clause 222 be amended as proposed by Honorable by Government Chief Whip. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. I now
Clause 222 was amended.
I now put a question that clause 222 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Chair,
Madam Chair, I'm proposing that clause 223 be amended by inserting a new subclause immediately after subclause 1 to read as follows. Persons living in the host communities of the mining operations shall be given first priority in training and employment. And this is to take local content to the lowest level, but also to exercise fairness to those communities. I beg to submit.
yes.
Maybe we will understand from the committee what they meant here. What kind of training at what level? Because maybe this may be work which is for experts, people who are at a high level. So may we understand from you exactly what it meant?
Madam Chair, we already have the oil laws where we really have gotten very good experience. During your licensing regime, the minister can go beyond the conditions you put here as conditions of the license. These are issues because developing minerals in all these areas, we use resources from other parts of the country. So to put it in a row, that the jobs will first go to those ones from that area, really would be totally wrong. And that wouldn't go with the equity we've talked about. So right, Honorable Chair, I would propose that we maintain it without going into those further details, which can be provided for by the minister under the licensing regime as conditions of the license. Otherwise, if you come here, you say you want 100 billion to develop a road in that area, someone will argue that, but our children are not going to get their jobs. So why would we take their money?
Madam Chair, in view of the submission of the Honorable.
First refer back to what does the BUBU say? What does the oil law say? It's not just accepting.
The oil law.
What I was saying, Right Honorable Chair, is that the licensing, under the licensing regime, a minister has powers to include other conditions and also other regulations in the regulations. But if you make a law and you say people from this area are the ones who are going to be given priority for jobs, and you put it here in the law, then you will be discriminating right away. Okay? You would be violating the constitution.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It should be Uganda.
Madam Chair,
You should actually maintain it as it is. Leave it as it is.
The chair has considered, because our law says Ugandans should be treated alike. I know what we are doing in the other place where we are carrying oil activities. There are some jobs which come and those people, without even telling us that we are working here. But let other people also who are qualified and who are staying there. let them
Honorable
do that.
members.
I agree. I concede with this. Let's maintain it.
Honorable
Madam,
members.
Right Honorable.
I put a question that clause 223 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. You know, my old man talks a lot.
Clause 224.
Chair,
Madam Chair, on clause 224, we are proposing to amend sub appearing on the third last line of the provision. And the justification is to correct a typing error. I beg to submit.
Concede the correction.
it's basically a typo. I put a question at clause 223, 224. I put a question at clause 224 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 224 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 224 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. And to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 225.
225, Chair.
On clause 225, we are proposing to amend sub-clause 1 by deleting extra word license. And on sub-clause 4, by deleting the extra word and between geographical records and technical data. And the justification is to correct errors. I beg to submit.
Minister,
I concede.
I put a question that clause 225 be amended as proposed, that in those in favor say and to the contrary nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 225 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 225 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The question that clause 226 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay.
Clause 227.
I put a question that clause 227 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 228.
I put a question that clause 228 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 229.
I put a question that clause 229 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 230.
I put a question that clause 230 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 231.
I put a question that clause 231 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 232.
I put a question that clause 232 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 233.
I put a question that clause 233 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 234.
I put a question that clause 234 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 235.
I put a question that clause 235 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 236.
I put a question that clause 236 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 237.
I put a question that clause 237 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 238.
I put a question that clause 238 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 239.
I put a question that clause 239 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 240.
I put a question that clause 240 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. Guys have it.
Clause 241.
I put a question that clause 241 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 242.
I put a question that clause 242 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say under the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 243.
Chair, clause 243 has an amendment where we had a deletion. Yeah.
Madam Chair, on clause 243, we are proposing to redraft sub-clause 1 of a mineral right, license or permit shall carry out an environmental and social impact assessment and human risk and human rights risk assessment of his or her proposed operations in accordance with the National Environment Act 2019. The justification for this amendment is that the inclusion of human rights risks assessment should be contained under this part because it's a big component in regard to environmental assessment. Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Yes, Doug.
Madam Chair, my belief is once there is an environmental impact assessment, the offshoot effects, if the assessment is to the effect that the pollution will do ABCD, there will be ABCD, that will be contained in the report. I do not believe we need to add human rights
But Chair,
on this.
Chair, we had agreed that we're going to go by what was in the what was in the report, what was in the bill, without including human rights.
Okay. Madam Chair, that is what we discussed during the harmonization, and I want to
So you
withdraw
had
this other
forgotten.
aspect of human risk, human
So
right
we
risk
maintain as it
assessment.
is.
So we maintain it as it is. I beg to submit. Yeah.
In the bill. I put a question. I put a question that clause 243 stands part of the bill. Those in favor of it.
Clause 244.
I put a question that clause 244 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
Clause 245.
I put a question that clause 245 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary, nay. Guys have it.
Clause 246.
I put a question that clause 246, yes.
Section 1. There are two issues. One is that considering that we are not dealing with quarries and building substances, we should remove it. It should read there is established a decommissioning fund for each large scale, medium scale, small scale, or artisanal mining license for other facilities operated in relation to a license for beneficiation. Then we stop there, because it involves quarry and building substances, which we had already removed in the definition of for purposes of this bill. Then number 2, in relation to the same.
Let's move together. First, have you understood what Enos is saying? Yes. So Move the amendment. If you're in agreement with it.
Yes, this is consequential. I do concede because we have already.
The amendment?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes, Enos?
The same section, Madam Chair. I was also suggesting that we exempt the artisanal miners for a decommissioning, and yet they don't really operate in large areas. I think it would be straining them. I just suggest that we look at exempting them.
Madam Chair, the whole of this part is what is provided for
In
under the
ECO.
NEMA Act. So you must have all this, and that law on such issues of environment and what is
Yes.
supreme. So the supremacy is well covered. But Madam Chair, to save ourselves, I think we can agree here that any part, any clause that has a reference to the part we deleted, okay? When they are part 6, when they are doing the final coming and final drafting, they should be able to clear it out.
Yes.
Otherwise, some of them will go without us noticing.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have known, I've been in the Natural Resources Committee, and I know what artisanal miners can do. You just visit one of their sites and you see, you will realize that they need to pay at the exit time. That is only very important because the responsibility on matters of environment are not limited to other people. It is a responsibility for all of us. Yes, let me
Yes,
take it.
additionally, Madam Chair, they are artisanal miners, whereas they are the smallest scale ones. They are very destructive. So they should be paying the decommissioning fee. You should come and visit and see what they do. Thank you.
Chair, the two honorable gentlemen are now contradicting themselves because at first you wanted them to be given licenses for 5 years, and now you're at the same time submitting that they are actually destructive. So I think we should give them 1 year so that they keep coming back for licensing, and so that the licensing agency can be able to review the operation.
The two are not related. The ministry has a directorate for monitoring. Some misleading information. Whereas they are destructive, there is a directorate for monitoring. Yes, unless if you want the directorate to be sleeping and you leave the responsibility to the minister.
So can we first sort out the 246? With amendment of Enos.
Madam Chair, Honorable Enos proposed an amendment on 246 subclause 1, but he submitted that we end at beneficiation. However, I want to observe that we only delete the words or quarrel license for building substances,
That is what.
and the rest of the part continues. Yeah, but he had recommended that we delete anything after beneficiation.
No.
So that is the correction I wanted to make, Madam Chair.
So you have moved the amendment.
Yes, I'm amending I'm amending his amendment that
The final person to make amendment is you.
okay.
Can government chief will
Yes.
read the
Chair.
amendment as it is?
Chair, it's not only this amendment, you're having others, okay? So
No, first read
we
that
do
one.
an omnibus amendment for everything that is impacted by the deleted part 6. Okay?
Yes.
So that will save us, whether we've jumped it or not, that one will be modified at the last minute of
Okay,
cleaning
let's
up.
first go to 246.
Yeah, so 246 would be, 246, it would read, there is established a decommissioning fund for each large scale, medium scale, small scale, or artisanal mining license, or for other facilities operated in relation to a license for beneficiation. Then we delete or acquire license for building substances under this act. Now, why I'm insisting, Chair, Madam Chair.
Can I first put a question, then you'll bring your other?
Okay, Chair, much obliged.
I put a question that clause 246 be amended as proposed by Honorable Government Chief Whip. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 246 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 246 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. Honorable members, I want to guide you that all the parts of the bill that are that are affected by the parts that are deleted, especially part 6, be cleared up by the drafting team. They should not appear in the draft. The drafting team must take note of this.
Clause 247.
I put a question that clause 247 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause
Ayes have it.
248.
I put a question that clause 248 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 249.
I put a question that clause 249 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 250.
I put a question that clause 250 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 251.
I put a question that clause 251 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 252.
I put a question that clause 252 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 253.
I put a question that clause 253 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 254.
I put a question that clause 254 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 255.
I put a question that clause 255 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause
6 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 257.
I put a question that clause 257 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 258.
I put a question that clause 258 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 259.
I put a question that clause 259 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 260.
Clause 260, I put a question that clause 260 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 261.
I put a question that clause 261 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 262.
I put a question that clause 262 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 263.
I put a question that clause 263 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 264.
I put a question that clause 264 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 265.
I put a question that clause 265 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 266.
I put a question that clause 266 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 267.
I put a question that clause 267 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 268.
I put a question that clause 268 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 269.
I put a question that clause 269 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 270.
I put a question that clause 270 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 271.
I put a question that clause 271 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 272.
Chair.
Madam Chair, on clause 272, we are proposing to delete the words mineral protection force. And the justification for this deletion is that this is consequential. I beg to submit.
Minister.
I concede.
I put a question that clause 272 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 272 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 272 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Clause 273.
I put a question that clause 273 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay.
Clause
The ayes have it.
274.
I put a question that clause 274 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 275.
I put a question that clause 275 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 276.
I put a question that clause 276 stands part of the bill. Those
Chair.
in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Yes.
276, if not properly managed, can cause international fallout. For a hot pursuit to go outside the territorial boundaries, where you are aware, members, that even for the army that has the cardinal mandate of protecting territorial integrity, it has to be authorized by parliament. But now for you to allow unauthorized officer, hot pursuit, even across and beyond the country's boundaries, suppose what the authorized officer suspects may not be the case, or suppose it brings a confrontation with another sovereign country. I thought we should be careful about this to grant powers of hot pursuit. It can only be to the armed forces.
Clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Honorable Sechkubo, this provision refers to pursuit under international law. So it does not envisage a situation where you are going to pursue a vessel outside the territorial borders of Uganda.
Yes. Council.
The first sentence of 276, the last two words of the first sentence are after hot. We remove the word after, replace it with the of. To read, the power of an authorized officer shall include the power of hot pursuit, not the power after hot pursuit.
That is on 276.
Yes, 276.
You reserve it for.
Chair, I would.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Enos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was citing Rule 134, Section 7. It allows us to go back to a clause that we had already put a question to, but I wanted you to allow me, take you back slightly to clause 258.
To what?
258. We were too fast and somehow you didn't give me a chance to submit.
No, don't take me back.
It's something very small, Madam Chair.
Mhm.
And I'm
Let's
standing
first
under
move.
Rule 134,
You
Section 7.
before, just put yourself in your shoes, come here and I be there.
Okay, there's something we left out, and I believe it's important. It's very important.
You'll move a recommittal.
272.
No, we are looking at 276, you people. What Honorable Sechkubo is talking about is what we are looking at.
Madam Chair, would love the chair of the committee and the minister to support us on this one. Maybe what we need to understand properly is the hot pursuit. What does it entail? Does it give the person pursuing somebody an opportunity to observe procedure and protocols? Because if you are going to cross the borders and you are going to another country, like the Honorable Sekuro observed, you may cause chaos in the neighboring country. So, Madam Chair, Honorable Sekuro, maybe you would give the minister first, the chair of the committee, to explain hot pursuit. What does it entail?
And
Maybe let's also hear from government chief whip.
I think, Right Honorable Chair, Honorable Sechkubo raises an important point. We can only legislate within our boundaries. We cannot go beyond our boundaries as Uganda. If we are to go beyond, then we would need other agreements which are outside this law. So it's very, very important. Honorable Sechkubo has raised it. We should delete that part. Sorry, not the entire part, just the part of
information,
outside
Madam
the Ugandan water.
Chair.
Okay.
Information.
Outside the Ugandan water.
Information.
Because you would need agreements, other agreements that would give you that, not this provision. Maybe when Attorney General can guide better.
Madam Chair, I want to differ a little from my senior colleague. Yes. We are providing a basis for which we can send an officer to pursue, okay, someone beyond this country. In addition to this basis, there has to be consideration for international laws, obligations, and bilateral relations. So that officer would be empowered, not just by this law, but one, you'd have to consider the international relations we have with the countries that we are considering, okay? The bilateral relations and the law itself, the international law itself, because that's why we have Interpol, for example. So we can send a police officer from here to work with a police officer in Kenya to pursue a suspect who has escaped.
Let me get a clarification from my colleague so that we have a convergence of mind. Because you see, look at the caliber of officer who is patrolling. You're running after smuggler and you need to take a decision there and then. How will you go and first go into agreements and all that? Because this is a raw caliber officer who is patrolling. It's not a senior officer who can make a very important decision there. So to me, I would think that this cannot is provided for under other agreements and arrangements, not necessarily this raw caliber officer who will come and say, the law allows me to pursue you beyond my waters. Huh? Yes, the law of Uganda allows me to pursue you beyond the boundaries of Uganda, and he has interpreted. By the time you try to correct it, you've declared war on another nation. That's my fear. This patrolling officer is overall cadre to make a very important decision.
Honorable GCW. Honorable GCW, maybe we need to consult the former Minister of Fisheries. She may be having some
Exactly.
experience.
Thank you so much. I don't know how you read my mind. I am standing up, Right Honorable Chair, to give you a scenario which we are experiencing on Lake Albert, where I had fisheries enforcement officers who used to face challenges of getting culprits who have crossed over to DRC. And the moment they tried to pursue them inside, our enforcement officers ended up being arrested in DRC. And getting them out of the custody in DRC was a very rigorous exercise, going through foreign affairs, and it was not possible. We could only contact the leadership in DRC, but you know very well, on the DRC side, Western side, you even don't know who to contact. So this might be problematic. Where we face a challenge with our low cadre officer, we normally use diplomatic means to do bilateral negotiation so that we sort out the challenges. This is the information I wanted to give.
Clause 276.
Close to
I therefore move-
276, I put a,
I therefore move, Right Honorable Chair, that we delete clause 276.
you're not moving.
Madam Chair,
Chair, we only delete the part of outside Ugandan waters.
exactly.
But what pursuit is allowed?
Within the
but
country.
Within the country in
Within the
Uganda.
country.
So it should read, the powers of an authorized officer shall include the power after hot pursuit and pursuant to Uganda's rights. After hot pursuit, you get it, Chair.
But hot pursuit is supposed to be for
Madam
international
Chair.
law.
So hot pursuit cannot be in
No,
our
no,
country.
no,
No, it can't be within.
So we
your-
delete and we even double delete.
You read.
Clause 276.
Clause 276, I put a question that we delete clause 276 in totality. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 277.
The small amendment on 277, we are giving a warrant obtained from a magistrate. But the Land Attorney General, Right Honorable Chair, would know that these are matters of jurisdiction. If the matters being contested are of a certain amount of value, for instance, if it is between 500,000, it can be a G1. A
Why
million,
not put a competent court?
yes, the best part here would put an amendment to say that from an appropriate court.
Competent will be better. From a competent court.
Members, clause 277. An authorized officer shall not exercise the powers of entry under section 275 in respect of a dwelling house without a warrant obtained from the competent court after satisfying the court that it is necessary to make a search.
Thank
I beg to
you.
move.
I put a question that clause 277 be amended as proposed by Honorable Sechkubo. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 277 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 277 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 278.
Clause 78, 278, Chair.
Madam Chairperson, we are proposing to delete clause 278 because, and the justification is that this is not their mandate, this is the mandate of the DPP. I beg to submit.
Minister. Attorney General.
Because, Madam Chair, it's not only the DPP who has powers of prosecution. Like IGG, for example, has powers of prosecution. So that's why we needed the guidance of the Attorney General on this. And we see whether indeed deletion would help us.
Madam Chair, we have the office of the DPP, whose role it is to prosecute matters.
Okay, thank you.
Let us not house this under some other ministry. So
Thank
I
you.
suggest we delete.
Thank you.
279, yes. 278. 278.
I put a question that clause 278 be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 279.
I put a question that clause 279 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Part 20.
Madam
Part
Chair.
20.
Yeah, before we go to part 20, since part 19 was talking about all security, without us going back for recommittal, I would propose that all clauses affected by the deletion of clause 27, which was an establishment of mineral protection force, should also be harmonized at the final stage, like
Okay.
we did for part 6.
Okay. Part 20.
Madam Chairperson, on part 20, which entails clauses 280 to 297, the committee is proposing that we delete this whole part, which makes reference to earth scientists because earth scientists board, because this is a professional board. And like all professional boards, they are regulated under different laws. Like, for example, Uganda Law Society, Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council, the Architects Board, all of them are regulated under different
Thank you.
laws. So we beg to move that this whole part 20, be deleted from this bill.
Yes,
I
Minister.
beg to submit.
Minister.
I concede.
I put a question that part 20 of the bill be deleted as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 298.
I put a question that clause 298 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 299.
I put a question that clause 299 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 300.
I put a question that clause 300 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 301.
I put a question that clause 301 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 302.
I put a question that clause 302 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 303.
I put a question that clause 303 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, no. The ayes
Clause
Clause 304 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. Ayes have it.
Clause 305.
I put a question that clause 305 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 306.
I put a question that clause 306 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 307.
I put a question that clause 307 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 308.
I put a question that clause 308 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 309.
I put a question that clause 309 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 310.
I put a question that clause 310 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 311.
I put a question that clause 311 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 312.
I put a question that clause 312 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 313.
I put a question that clause 313 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 314.
I put a question that clause 314 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 316.
I put a question that clause 316 stands.
I've missed 315.
315.
Clause 315. Sorry.
I put a question that clause 315 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 316.
No, that one we already made a ruling. 316.
Clause 316. No,
I put a question that clause 316 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 317.
I put a question that clause 317 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 318.
I put a question that clause 318 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 319.
I put a question that clause 319 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 320.
I put a question that clause 320 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 321.
I put a question that clause 321 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 322.
I put a question that clause 322 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 323.
I put a question that clause 323 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay. The
Clause
ayes have it.
324.
I put a question that clause 324 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 325.
I put a question that clause 325 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 326.
326.
Madam Chair, on clause 326, we are proposing to delete this clause, and the justification is that all monies must be collected and remitted to the consolidated fund. I beg to submit.
Was it?
I put a question that clause 326 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary. Be deleted.
Sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Clause
The
3,
ayes have it.
clause 327.
Clause 327, I put a question that clause 327 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 328.
I put a question that clause 328 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 329.
I put a question that clause 329 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. I put a question that clause 330 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 331.
I put a question that clause 331 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 332.
I put a question that clause 332 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 333.
I put a question that clause 333 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 334.
I put a question that clause 334 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause
Chair-
335.
Chairman.
Right, Honorable Chair. On clause 335, we are proposing to insert a new paragraph after sub-clause 2, paragraph R, to read as follows. Fees, levies, and charges payable for export of minerals. And the justification is to be all-inclusive. Madam Chair, I beg to submit. Yes.
Chair, there's another one.
Yeah, this one is sub-clause.
Sub-clause 2. Amend sub-clause 2 by inserting.
Yes. And I have another insertion on sub-clause 2. Amend sub-clause 2 by inserting a new clause immediately after paragraph R to read as follows. Levies payable for export of minerals. And the justification is for clarity. We are also proposing to insert another paragraph to read as follows. Categories of minerals excluded for small-scale operations. And the justification is for clarity. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Concede.
I put a question that clause 335 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay.
Clause 335 as amended.
I now put a question that clause 335 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 336.
I put a question that clause 336 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 337.
I put a question that clause 337 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 338.
I put a question that clause 338 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye and to the contrary, nay.
Schedule 1.
The ayes have it.
Schedule 1.
I put a question that schedule 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and to the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Schedule 2.
On Schedule 2, Right Honorable Chair, I'm withdrawing the amendment we had proposed to reduce the percentage royalty to the central government from 70 to 65. So in other words, I'm saying we maintain it at 70, and we had also increased rather the one for local governments to 20, and I'm now saying we maintain it at 15%.
So we are maintaining as it was.
Yes.
I put a
Madam
question
Chair.
that Schedule 2.
I beg for support here. Can the chair explain what happens with the cities and municipalities? Because now we have cities and they are large and they may be having mining areas. And I feel this schedule is silent about them.
A city is not local governments.
I don't know whether.
They are. You just translate it in Iluteso. Translate
I
it in
don't
your
know
local
whether
language.
Madam Chair, let colleagues respect other colleagues also when they are submitting. I was trying to say there could be a specific interpretation under the interpretation clause. Does the local government include cities and municipalities? That's what I was asking.
Local
And I am right to
government
ask.
includes the cities.
Absolutely.
Honorable Chair,
Members, let's not go into this debate. It is common sense. I am putting a question that Schedule 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Schedule
The ayes
3.
have it.
Schedule 3.
Schedule 3, I put a question that Schedule 3 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
Title, I put a question that title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary nay.
Motion for the House to resume.
Madam Chair, you had promised me a comment.
Madam Chair, Schedule 3 is on Earth Scientist Board,
Pardon?
which we have already removed.
Yes.
Yes, but you say it stands part of the bill.
Oh,
We had removed it, the House.
Okay.
Yeah, we had
Okay.
removed Earth Scientist, so schedule.
Yes, we removed
is
it.
irrelevant. Yeah.
Yes.
7 and 12. Yeah. Madam Chair, you had promised me a comment on clause
I don't
91.
remember, we corrected it.
91.
You know, when we make these laws, they are not static. They are not cast on stone. You can bring an amendment even after a year. Yes.
Motion for the House to resume.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I wish to recommit just a simple for clarity under Article 1 and under Rule 138 of our Rules of Procedure. I seek to recommit clauses 16, 17, and 19 of the bill dealing with the powers and functions of the minister to add a clause. We can title it Delegation of Power and Functions of the Minister. So a clause would say the minister may delegate or assign any public officer any of his or her powers, duties, and functions under this act, but in so doing, the minister shall not be taken to have divested himself of herself or herself of the rights to exercise any of those powers, duties, and functions. I beg to submit.
You see, you're just speaking the cardinal role of delegation. That is delegation. Just like when my boss is not there, the speaker, he delegates me to do work. And I execute as if he's the one doing it. So that's not for committal. If you want, you'll bring back the law in. If you see that the minister is misbehaving, you'll bring it back and we amend.
Motion for the House to resume.
I am not committing anything. I am not committing anything. No, no.
Right
Members.
Honorable.
Members. Minister, move a motion for the House to resume.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House do report there.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the report of the whole do resume. And the whole committee of the whole House do reports there too. Those in favor say aye, and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and the members of the Honorable House, I beg to move that the committee of the whole House has considered very many clauses of course, the clauses of the bill entitled mining, mineral and mining bill have been considered. I have said that there are very many amendments which have been noted. And I'm sure when we shall make the final ones, okay. I now two new clauses have been introduced, while others have been deleted. We have deleted even some. I beg to move that the report.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Yes, I beg to move that the motion, the report of the whole House be adopted with all these amendments and do pass.
No.
Sorry. I beg to move that
Can
the
you
report.
help the minister?
I beg to. I beg to move that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted.
Stop there.
I don't read what is that.
I now put a question that the report of the committee of the whole House be adopted. Those in favor say, and to the contrary nay. Yes, have it.
Bill's third reading, the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021.
Honorable Minister.
I beg to move that the bill entitled the mineral and mining bill be read for the third time and do pass.
Honorable members, I now put a question that the bill entitled Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act entitled the Mining and Minerals Act 2022. 22.
The title has been settled and the bill passed. Congratulations, the Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development. The bill will help us to implement the tenets of the new mining and mineral policy in Uganda. As Parliament, we have done our part. We have sat here for all those hours, facilitating government to get its desired goal and reforms that are required. And we hope that this will add value to our local people and will promote the Build Uganda, Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. I want to thank the committee for the tireless work they've done. You've done a great job. I want to thank the main minister and all the members of parliament. Thank you for being here up to this time. Government Chief Whip, you're a wonderful government chief whip. I will add you another Kisanja. I want to thank everybody. Thank you, thank you. Be blessed. Yes, Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I feel obliged to stand here and express our appreciation on behalf of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development to you specifically for your stamina. You have all the powers to adjourn this house, but you chose to sit patiently and process this bill up to its conclusion. We cannot take you for granted. I'd like to thank you so much. I want to thank my colleagues from the government chief whip to the chair and the members of the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. This cannot go unnoticed. My colleagues, thank you so much. For the entire house, especially those of you who are still here up to this hour, may God reward you abundantly. If we go like this, we will be able to process so many bills. We don't take you for granted. I thought that I should thank you. I want to thank our technical team from the ministry, which has been accompanying us to appear before the committee, because they have also contributed a great deal. I promise on behalf of my ministry to make sure that I'll work with my able Deputy Attorney General and Attorney General to see to it that the required regulations that are supposed to accompany this bill are brought very quickly. We will also, lastly, we will also have a careful look at the NEMA Act so that we are certain that the building materials that we moved out of this bill are either catered for under the NEMA law, and if there is anything missing, then we will be able to make sure that we bridge the gaps that may have been identified. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Right Honorable.
Chair. Thank you so much. Brief one.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I also want to add my voice in thanking you, first of all, for according my committee an additional time when our initial 45 days expired to process this bill. And I believe we have not disappointed you, that the additional 3 weeks that you accorded us, we've managed to process this bill within that time period. In fact, within less than 3 weeks. And so I thank you very much for the opportunity. Similarly, I want to thank all the members of the front bench who helped us to process this bill in a record time. But also, most importantly, the honorable members of parliament who endured this day and stayed up to this time. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to process this bill to completion. Thank you so very much. May I also add my voice in thanking my technocrats, the technocrats from parliament, the technocrats from the ministry, and indeed all technocrats. Right Honorable Speaker, even over the public holiday, yesterday, we were in this parliament processing this bill. That is the dedication of members of my committee, Honorable Katesh, my deputy there, Honorable Dr. Kugonza, Dr. Magolo, and indeed all the members. They worked so diligently to process this bill. I thank them most immensely.
Thank
And
you.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to assure you, bill, we are not letting this team to die. And next week, we shall be ready with another report of the Electricity Amendment Bill. I thank you. And this is the spirit of service to this nation. I thank all of you and congratulations to everybody and to the whole country.
Honorable member, thank you so much and thank you for sparing your time up to this time. I am adjourning this house and